Prologue. Lexi. I don't know why in the ever-loving hell I came here. Luke Williams, the producer working on the movie adaptation of my novel, invited me to come along, and he and his wife, Natalie, are lovely and welcoming. But I'm a stranger here. This is a family gathering, celebrating Archer and Elena's engagement, two people I never met before today. I should have declined the invitation and stayed in, binging Yellowstone and eating the macaroons I made earlier. When I'm nervous, I bake. And I've been a nervous wreck for days. I don't love traveling. I don't love working with others, so this whole author gig is perfect for me. Plus, I'm painfully shy. So, when Luke invited me to come and meet some of his family, I immediately said no. And then he flashed that ridiculous smile of his, and before I knew it, I agreed to come. At least I'll be able to meet Sean O'Callahan, the man I'll be working with over the next few weeks. Sean is the screenwriter on the project, and I'll be collaborating with him to make sure the script stays true to the novel. I probably could have done this job remotely, but Luke thought working in person would be quicker and more efficient. So he flew me from Minneapolis to Seattle, and I rented a home by Alki Beach. And now I'm standing in the O'Callahan Museum of Glass, surrounded by some of the most beautiful people I've ever seen in my life, wondering how on earth I managed to get here.
Champagne?
A waiter asks, holding out a tray. Thank you. I take a flute and sip the bubbly, hoping it bolsters my confidence. I see Luke standing with several men off to the side of the room and walk his way. I catch his eye as I approach, and he smiles.
This is perfect timing, he says. Sean, I'd like to introduce you to
Lexi Perry, I interrupt. I'd rather be introduced by my real name, not my pen name. Sean O'Callahan is tall, with dark hair and shrewd green eyes. His big hand holds a whiskey, his long fingers wrapped around the glass, as those eyes take me in from head to toe. I see interest reflected back at me. He's a handsome man, and his reputation is one of intelligence and stoicism. I've been looking forward to meeting him.
I asked Ms. Perry to come to town on business and thought it was rude of me to leave her alone in the city this evening,
Luke continues.
So I invited her here, after checking with our hosts, of course. It's a pleasure to meet you,
Archer, the groom, says with a nod.
Welcome.
Congratulations, I reply and shake his hand. I was hesitant to crash the party, but Natalie and Luke assured me it would be okay. And I have to say, your family is incredibly welcoming.
We always have room for more, Archer assures me. What do you do, Lexi?
I'm a writer. Archer lifts a brow and turns to the man next to him.
Oh, Sean's also a writer. What do you write?
Novels, I say, and turn to the screenwriter, but he holds up a hand, stopping me.
I'm not here to entertain any new projects tonight,
Sean says, immediately cutting me off. He thinks I'm trying to network with him? To get him to read something I've written and further my career? Well, screw him. My face goes from friendly to cold in a heartbeat. Luke sighs. This is a fantastic way to start this working relationship. That's convenient, I say, ice dripping from every damn word. I'm not here to pitch a project to you, Mr. O'Callahan. I know who you are, but it's not terribly important to me. I do fine all on my own. Have a good night, gentlemen. I give a curt nod and turn away, my heels clicking on the hardwood floor as I make a hasty retreat. I want to get out of here. The audacity. What a jerk. I was already nervous about being here. Now I get the disappointment of knowing I have to work with a conceited ass who's clearly completely full of himself.
Lexi.
I don't turn around.
Lexi.
A hand lightly latches onto my elbow, and I turn to find Sean staring down at me, his mouth set in a grim line.
I owe you an apology. I didn't know you were Nora, the author I'll be working with over the next few weeks.
If you'd known, would you have been polite? He winces.
Again, I apologize. It's been a shit day and I was trying to avoid work talk. Not my finest moment.
No. I glance down at the elbow he's still holding hostage. He lets go. It wasn't. Have a good evening, Mr. O'Callahan. I'll see you on Monday.
Lexi.
But I don't turn back. I know I'll have cooled down by the time I see Sean again. I won't be embarrassed. My feet won't be killing me. For now, I want to hide. I'm so far out of my comfort zone, I couldn't find it with a map. Chapter 1. Lexi. I'm not a people person. I don't mind people watching, but I'm much more comfortable alone in my home office. Hanging out with the characters in my head is significantly more enjoyable than being around other humans, particularly strangers. The engagement party Saturday night drained me completely. I spent all day yesterday in my Airbnb, watching television. Too many energies in one space drain me. I'm better off alone. I won't be alone for weeks. Every time that thought occurs to me, my stomach tightens and I feel a panic attack rising, pacing just on the edge of my peripheral vision. My agent, and Luke Williams himself, the owner of Williams Films, talked me into this. I didn't want to agree to the film rights being sold to the production company at all. The thought of someone else, a stranger no less, writing the script didn't sit well with me. The alternative, the scenario I'm currently living in, doesn't appeal either. But Luke is a convincing man, and the money he paid for the rights was too good to pass up. I'd suggested that the screenwriter and I work together virtually, but Luke balked at the idea and insisted that working together in person would produce the best product. So, here I am, caution thrown to the proverbial wind, ready to make a beeline for the airport.
Ms. Perry?
A security guard asks as I walk into the building in downtown Seattle where Williams Films is based. Yes.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Reggie. I just need your driver's license and I can issue you a badge for the duration of your stay.
Oh, I fumble in my bag for my wallet. Of course, I guess I didn't expect security to be so tight. Not that it's a bad thing, or that I would do anything you'd need to worry about. I feel my face flush as the nice man towering over me at least 6'5" smiles and accepts my license.
No problem, Lexi. It's just a formality so we know who's supposed to be here and who isn't.
He taps some keys and then passes the plastic card back to me.
There we go. Just clip this to your shirt whenever you're here and you're good to go.
Thank you, I mumble, fumbling to affix the visitor ID to my top. I think I'm on the 10th floor?
Yes, ma'am. I'll show you the way.
Oh, you don't have to.
Mr. Williams asked me to escort you. Some of the spaces upstairs are a maze, so this is just easier.
I nod in resignation and follow the big man to the elevator. We're both quiet in the climb to the 10th floor, but when the doors open, the noise that hits us is startling. Oh, I say in surprise.
It's a lively bunch,
Reggie says.
Not stuffy at all.
I see that. There are no cubicles, but large desks are scattered throughout the massive open space. Two men throw a football back and forth. A woman sits on the floor on a yoga mat, her laptop resting in front of her. What do I smell? Reggie laughs.
Well, there's a full gourmet kitchen in the back there, open to the rest of the space. A chef will be here all day, ready to make anything you might want for a snack or lunch. Complimentary, of course.
I've never worked anywhere like this.
None of us have, Lexi. Luke started this production house about 5 years ago, I guess. In that time, he took it from his home office to what you see here.
I know he's well-respected in Hollywood.
He is, and manages it all from Seattle. We're casual, here. Luke believes that creativity comes from feeling free to express yourself.
I see that several pairs of eyes have turned my way. They look me up and down speculatively. I don't like being watched. Please tell me I don't have to work out here, I murmur.
No, ma'am. Luke assigned you and Sean to the conference room. This way.
Reggie leads me down a hall to a room with floor-to-ceiling windows that look out onto the bullpen. The noise is less severe here, but the distraction of the chaos out there will still be an issue. Thanks.
Look,
Reggie says as he flips a switch. Suddenly the windows are opaque, and I can no longer see through them. That's pretty high-tech.
only the best at Williams Films,
The security guard says with a wink.
Sean should be here soon. In the meantime, get comfortable. If you need anything to eat or drink, just go talk to Chef in the kitchen.
Thanks, Reggie.
You bet. Holler if you need anything.
I need a lobotomy. Because as cool as I'm sure all of Luke's employees think this place is, it's absolutely terrifying for me. So many people. So much noise. Good God, how does anyone get anything done? I leave the windows frosted and turn to the workspace. It's a pretty normal conference room with a massive table in the center and chairs arranged around it. A television is mounted to the wall. There's a credenza off to the side that I'm sure holds snacks and coffee during meetings. For now, there's a fresh pitcher of ice water and glasses set out. I pour myself a glass and start unpacking my briefcase. Computer, notebook, pens. It's my deepest wish that Sean and I get along today. That we can put our rocky start on Saturday behind us and work together well and efficiently. I check the time. He's late. Not just a couple of minutes late, either. Sean O'Callahan, screenwriter extraordinaire, is 30 minutes late. I sigh and sit in one of the chairs and then frown. Has anyone ever sat in this chair? It's stiff and uncomfortable, similar to the entire room. Oh, Lexi, what have you gotten yourself into? I mumbled to myself.
Sorry I'm late,
Sean says as he bustles into the room, sets his briefcase on the table, and immediately starts emptying it.
There was a delay with the ferry.
The ferry?
Yes, and then traffic was murder.
I'm intrigued by the ferry. I've never been on one. Why were you on a ferry?
Because I live on one of the islands across the Sound,
he replies and rubs his hand over his face. He's striking, more handsome than I remember him being. And he has yet to look at me. Maybe he's unsure of his footing because of Saturday. This is silly. I need to assure him that this is a new day. We'll just start fresh. There's no need to be uncomfortable around each other. I open my mouth to say exactly that when Sean logs into his computer and hits me with,
I already wrote the first 5 scenes. You can just go ahead and skim them and approve, and we can move on.
And just like that, my goodwill goes right out the damn window. My eyes narrow. My blood boils. He still hasn't looked my way. Sean? He turns to me then, those green eyes intense as he stares at me with expectation. We're supposed to be writing this script together.
I got a head start. I figured there was no harm in digging in early. Save us some time.
I sit back in the painfully uncomfortable chair and cross my arms over my chest.
What?
He asks.
I did us both a bloody favor.
His Irish accent is thicker when he's irritated. Otherwise, I don't hear much of a lilt in his voice at all. It's sexy and annoying, all at the same time. Without another word, I take Sean's laptop from him. Rather than read a word of what he's written, I highlight it all and hit delete, then pass it back to him.
What the fuck did you just do?
He demands. I don't approve.
I worked on that for 3 days straight.
He's staring at me as if I just crawled out of a coffin and told him I'm Dracula. You wasted your time. I came all the way out here from Minneapolis to work with you on my book. Do you even have a copy of it?
I have an electronic copy,
he says between clenched teeth. I pull my paperback out of my briefcase. It's full of sticky notes and dog-eared corners. Passages are highlighted. It's gone through the ringer with me.
I was told that you're here as a consultant, he says after taking a deep breath, most likely trying to keep from strangling me. I write, you approve.
You were given incorrect information. He swears under his breath, taps on his phone, then holds it to his ear.
Hey, Luke, do you have 5 minutes? We're in the conference room. Thanks.
Are you tattling? I ask with a laugh. He's definitely looking at me now. Well, glaring is a better description. Less than 30 seconds later, Luke walks into the room and smiles at both of us.
Good morning. No, it hasn't been,
Sean says, but shakes his head as if he's trying to clear his thoughts.
I was under the impression that I am writing this script and that Lexi is here as a consultant.
Luke starts to shake his head, but I reply before he can. It states in my contract that I'm the co-writer of this screenplay, I say, and that I have the final say. Luke spreads his hands.
She's right. You're co-writers here, Sean. I don't remember saying differently.
Sean pinches the bridge of his nose.
Now,
Luke continues,
I have a meeting to get to. I have children at home that I referee on the daily, so I won't be doing it here at work. You're both professionals, brilliant at what you do, and I know the script will be excellent when you're finished with it. I'll expect it in 1 month.
With that, he walks out of the room, leaving Sean and I glaring at each other.
I can't believe you deleted all of that work without even giving it a glance.
I can't believe you wrote 5 scenes without even speaking to me about them. He sighs and drags his hand down his face.
Okay, let's start over.
Excellent idea. I reach across the table, offering Sean my hand. I'm Lexi.
Sean,
he says, shaking my proffered palm.
Pleasure to meet you. Your book is excellent, by the way.
I smile, and for the first time since I met him, I don't want to strangle Sean O'Callahan. Thank you.
Now let's get to work and make it into a movie, shall we?
Let's. You have to get me out of this. I'm sitting on the bed in the bedroom of my rental, scowling at my agent, Martha, over FaceTime. Today, right now. Pull the plug, Martha. I'm not doing it. What in the hell happened? It's been 1 day. Sean O'Callahan is a control freak and an egotistical jerk. He's decided he's in charge of everything and he's trying to change my story. I was hesitant in the beginning, but now I want nothing at all to do with this. Get me out of it. That's not possible, she replies. That contract is ironclad. You can give up your co-writing rights and go home, but they'll still make the movie without you. If you leave, you have no creative control at all. I lean my head back in frustration. The working conditions are so sterile. White and industrial, no pillows or cushions, no soft colors. You can't expect it to look like your office, she says with a laugh. Of course not. I know I'm being silly, Martha. I'm just so uncomfortable. I'd rather be holed up at home, writing something new. Then why did you push for the creative control in the contract? Because this is my story, and I want to make sure they stay true to it. I want it to become a movie that I'm proud of. Luke Williams doesn't produce duds, Lex, she says with a laugh. It's only the first day. Take a deep breath, eat some chocolate, and get some sleep. Give it a chance. Maybe you and Sean will hit your stride. Or I'll just hit him, I mumble. He's so hot. It's a waste. She barks out a laugh. Stop complaining and go enjoy the personal chef and the hot coworker, she advises. And if it becomes unbearable, go home. Leave it to Luke. I'm not quitting, I admit with a long sigh. I know you're a bit agoraphobic, and shy as well, she says with a gentle voice. If it makes you feel more comfortable, take some pillows with you. Ask for a different chair, do whatever you have to do to be comfortable. I nod, thinking it over. I could probably order a few throw blankets from Amazon and have them delivered tomorrow. Absolutely. You're a creature of habit, and you work better and more efficiently when you have a routine. Get cozy, kick ass, then get the hell out of Seattle. I smile at my friend. I'm lucky to have you, Martha. Hell yes you are. Now go get him, Tiger. I'll talk to you soon. She hangs up, and I immediately open my laptop and start shopping on Amazon. I'm going to make that conference room as cozy and comfortable as I can.
What's all of this?
Sean asks the next afternoon as he returns with a tray of sushi for lunch. My deliveries arrived just after he left. I need some things to work. I pull out the first blanket and sigh in pleasure. It's teal blue and soft as can be. Next comes a plush yellow pillow.
You bought bedding for in here?
He takes a bite of a California roll and watches me with interest. Today hasn't been quite as bad as yesterday, although we haven't agreed on much. We've just been less volatile about it. I need texture, color, and softness, I explain as I pull a package of my favorite pens out of the box. I need to feel comfortable, or I'll continue to be short and moody.
By all means, order all the bedding you need,
he says.
Hell, I'll buy it for you if it helps.
I can't help but let out a little laugh.
You're gorgeous when you smile.
I glance his way. He's stopped eating his lunch. Instead, he's watching me. Thanks.
You don't smile often,
he continues. Honestly, there hasn't been much reason to smile. He takes a bite of his lunch.
Sorry I was late again today.
40 minutes this time, but who's counting?
I think I might have to get a rental flat here in the city. The commute is awful.
I simply nod as I drape my new teal blanket over the back of the chair I've been using.
What else did you buy?
Nothing yet. I wanted to see how this worked first. I'm glad we're able to frost these windows so they can't watch us all day.
Not much of a people person, are you?
Not at all. I want quiet and privacy. I need to think.
I agree,
he says, surprising me. You do?
Absolutely. I don't know how any of them get anything done.
They're young, I suggest, like you.
You're not much older than me.
I smile again, and Sean's green eyes narrow on me. Thank you for that, but I'm 36, Sean. You haven't even reached 30 yet. How is it possible, by the way, that you've already done such wonderful things in your career at such a young age?
I'm a stubborn goat,
he says with a proud grin.
At least that's what Ma tells me.
If the past 24 hours are any indication, I'm inclined to agree with her. He laughs and finishes his sushi, then opens up an energy drink and takes a sip.
We should get back to this scene.
And we were being so civil, I murmur. Back to battle for us.
It doesn't have to be.
I sit and organize my new pens. We can't seem to find common ground, Sean.
It's early days yet. We'll get there.
The look I send him says, yeah, right. He shrugs.
Or we'll kill each other trying.
It's a good thing I had my will drawn up and my estate planning done before this trip.
Why did you do that?
Because I was flying, of course. He frowns.
You had a will drawn up because you were about to get on a commercial flight?
I nod. You just never know what might happen, Mr. O'Callahan. I'm in favor of being prepared.
I don't think I've ever known anyone uptight enough to do that.
I want to bristle at his words. I want to list statistics and facts. But it wouldn't matter. I am uptight. I have been all my life. And I'm done apologizing for it. I'm ready to dive back in, I say.
Okay, he needs to grip her shoulders in this scene.
No. I shake my head and stand, pacing the room. I have it written that he cups her face.
Lexi, that won't work.
He sits back in his chair and tosses his pen onto the table.
You have to think of camera angles. In the book, that camera is in the reader's head. But this is going to be on a screen. If we have him cupping her face, we won't be able to see her face. He needs to hold onto her shoulders.
I hate that he's changing so much of my story. Hate it. But in this instance, I understand what he's saying. At the very least, he needs to wipe away her tears. The scene is intimate, Sean. More intimate than shoulder touching. And because this is a thriller, there aren't many intimate moments. Most of it is fast-paced and suspenseful.
Agreed,
he says, typing furiously on his keyboard.
We can have him wipe the tear. That will have impact. Now, let's change the part where she plunges her fingers into his hair.
I'm going to kill him.
Chapter 2. Sean. The fairy is going to be the bloody death of me. Death of me. It's late, again. It's Friday, my 5th day commuting into downtown Seattle from the island, and I think it's safe to say this isn't working. I didn't want to temporarily relocate to the city, mostly because my family is on the island, and I like being close by if anyone needs me. I can even pitch in at O'Callahan's pub whenever Keegan is short-handed. And my brother is short-handed more often than not. But my siblings and I don't mind taking a turn pulling taps and bussing tables once or twice a week. In fact, we enjoy it. The Celtic music and friendly customers make for a fun evening. But I may have to take myself out of the rotation and spend the next 3 weeks, give or take, in Seattle so I can work on this project with Lexi. How a woman can be so stunningly gorgeous and infuriating at the same time is beyond me. I can't remember the last time I was so mesmerized by the way a woman smiles, and then want to turn around and strangle her the next instant. Lexi's an enigma, and she's going to be pissed again at my tardiness. She hasn't said a word, but the way she puckers those kissable lips and narrows her eyes at me speaks volumes. Honestly, I can't blame her. Being late is a huge pet peeve of mine. My ma would have my hide if she knew I was late every day this week. On the ferry docks, I make my way through morning traffic, ready to pluck my eyes from my head by the time I pull into the parking garage for Williams Films. As expected, Lexi is sitting at the table, squinting at her computer, a bright orange throw blanket draped over her legs. I know, I'm sorry, I begin as I hurry inside. I'll move to a hotel this weekend. How long does the commute take you? She asks. About 90 minutes, give or take. I open my laptop and sigh as I drag my hand over my face. I got this for you. She passes me a cup of coffee. Oh, thank you. The chef said he remembered how you take it, she replies. I figure the commute's been a pain in the ass. You need it. I blink as I take a sip and stare at her. In moments like these, I feel as if we could be friends, lovers even. She's kind and thoughtful, and when her lips tip up into a smile, I want to bend her over the table and fuck her 7 ways to Sunday. This scene is all wrong, she announces, and just like that, I'm reminded why I want to spank her ass. Give me 5 minutes to let the caffeine soak in before we go at each other, I reply, and take another sip. She sits back and waits, sips her drink, and fiddles with the blanket in her lap. Is that a new blanket? She nods. You have quite a thing for linens. She smiles, and my heart stops. That grin is a dangerous weapon. I always have, ever since I was a child. I even turn the air conditioner down in the summer, so I have to wrap up in a blanket to get warm. I raise a brow. It's always cool in my house. I live on the water, so it doesn't get too hot, even in the summer. That would be lovely, she says. Now, can we talk about this scene? I don't think you'll let me get out of it, I reply. What's wrong with it? Again, you've taken the intimacy out. He has to cradle her to him, to reassure her. I shake my head in frustration. We've gone over this 1,000 times this week, Lexi. You have to consider the blocking of the scene. If he cradles her the way it's described in the book, we won't be able to see them on camera. I disagree. Okay. I push my hand through my hair and grab my phone. I set it up across the room, balanced against a water glass, and hit record. Come here. Her eyes narrow. Why? I'm going to prove my point. Come here. She carefully stands from her chair and walks around the table to me. I glance at the book to remind myself what happens, then reach for her hand and tug her into my lap. No, the way you have it written, I'd cup your cheek like this. I press my hand to her cheek, and then I'd kiss you like this. I lean in, but I don't press my lips to hers, no matter how much I want to. I'll play it back in a minute to show you that we can't see you, but first I want to show you how I wrote it. Instead of cupping your cheek, my hand would be down on your neck, leaving your face clear for the camera. And now if I lean in to kiss you. I lean close, but don't actually touch her lips with mine. It's torture. Her scent is fresh and clean, and I want to kiss her more than I want to breathe. But I hold myself back. We'll be able to see it on the camera, I finish. I boost her to her feet and then fetch my phone. Sitting next to her, I play it back. She hasn't said a word, and her hand is a little shaky as she tucks a piece of hair behind her ear. Here, see? We lean in together and watch as I explain the difference between the two. In the first one, I can't see your face at all, but in the second I can. That hand makes all the difference. I refuse to comment on the intense look in Lexi's eyes as she stares at me, or dwell on the way my hand landed on her ass while I had her in my lap, or how it felt to have her seated on me, pressed against me, my lips just centimeters from hers. Nope, not gonna entertain that. I see it, she whispers. Excuse me, I have to use the restroom. She jumps from the chair and hurries out of the room. Jesus, did I take it too far? She's like a frightened rabbit. I play the video back on my phone. The sexual chemistry sizzling between us could fry an egg. Her gaze flicks from my eyes down to my mouth as if silently begging me to kiss her. I don't know that anyone has ever looked at me like that. And the kicker is, I'm giving it back tenfold. Just watching the video gets me hot and bothered. I tuck my phone away and walk out to the kitchen for another cup of coffee. I'm going to need all the caffeine I can get. If she fidgets in that chair one more time, I'm going to make her sit in my fucking lap again. I can't concentrate like this, I announce with a sigh. You can't sit still. Those idiots out there are loud as fuck, and all I can smell is fish from the kitchen. Yeah, whoever ordered that should be shot, Lexi mutters with a cringe. It's only 2 p.m. We could probably finish work for today at my Airbnb. It's not far. I'm already shaking my head. I can't believe what I'm about to suggest. Just the mere thought of it means I should be committed, but I don't see a choice. I want to permanently move our workspace to my house on the island. Lexi frowns and then starts shaking her beautiful head. I don't know if that's a good idea, Sean. With the way she says my name, I'm not convinced it's a good idea either. I'm a fucking tosser. You can't get comfortable. No matter how many pillows and blankets and extra bloody pens you bring in here, it's not going to change the fact that you aren't comfortable. I'm also ready to throw myself off a bridge. Just the idea of coming back here Monday morning makes me want to scream. So you want me to commute to you? No, I want you to move in with me. Her eyes go round in surprise. I can honestly say I've never said those words to a woman before. My lips twitch in humor. I want her to say yes. I need her to say yes. We're not accomplishing much here, Lexi. We're a week in and we've only written 3 scenes. This isn't working. Bring your blankets and pillows to my place. It's a hell of a lot more comfortable, I'll tell you that. She stands and paces to the window that looks out at the Seattle skyline. Where will I sleep? I scowl. In my guest bedroom, of course. It's a suite, actually, with your own bathroom as well. Does the door lock? Jesus, Lexi, I'm not asking you there so I can have my bloody way with you. I didn't say you were. She turns back to me now. I'm uptight, remember? It's hard to forget. I cross my arms, waiting for her to make a decision. I'll go with you, as long as you agree to bring me back to the city if I decide I hate it there. Agreed. I jump out of the chair so quickly, you'd think it bit me on the ass. But you won't hate it. I have ocean views, no neighbors, and it's a hell of a lot more comfortable than this place. Personal chef? She asks with a grin. Okay, you're losing that, but I have a way in the kitchen myself. You won't go hungry. Your Irish accent comes through when you're worked up a bit, Lexi points out. Most of the time you don't have a lilt at all, but there are moments when I hear it. I was a toddler when my parents moved us here, I say as I finish packing my things into my briefcase. My younger sister Maggie and I don't have much of an accent, but the older siblings have more of a lilt. How many O'Callahans are there? She asks as she folds a blanket. 5, I reply. You'll likely meet them. She pauses and stares at me. Why would I do that? Because they all live on the island, and I see them often. Don't worry, they don't bite. I wink and gather our things. I don't have much to get from the rental, she says as we walk to my SUV. I never unpacked all the way. Were you planning to run away? I ask, and watch as she flushes from her neck to her cheeks. Damn, I bet she does that when a man's inside of her, too. I thought about it, but no running away. The drive to her rental doesn't take long. It's an apartment in downtown Seattle that she's likely paying an arm and a leg for. I hope you can get out of your contract without losing a bunch of money, I say as I follow her down a hallway to her unit. I originally only rented it for the week, she says with a shrug. I asked the owner if I could stay a while, and she agreed, but I just canceled the reservation on the way over. It should be fine. She wasn't lying earlier. Most of her things are still in the unzipped suitcases lying on the floor. She gathers her toiletries from the bathroom, and in less than 10 minutes, we're in my SUV headed for the ferry. I've never been on a ferry before, she says as I park on the boat and motion for her to stay put until I circle the hood and open her door. She lets me take her hand as I lead her out of the vehicle, and I don't drop it when we walk to the observation deck. You'll get some amazing views of the Sound, I inform her and lean against the railing. She lets go of my hand, and I want to snatch it back immediately, but I just smile at her. Do you enjoy the ocean? Never been, she says again and takes a deep breath. It's salty. You've never been to the ocean? I ask with surprise. Ever? I'm not exactly what you'd call a traveler, she says with a shrug. I've been diagnosed as slightly agoraphobic, but I think I just like to stay home. I'm obviously not paralyzed with fear. My family is from a small village by the sea in Ireland, and my parents moved us to the island because it reminded Da of home. I've always been near the water. Maggie says I'm moody like the sea. Moody is a good word for it, Lexi says with a laugh. I just chalked it up to being a writer. I'm moody as well. Temperamental. I mean, I bought $200 worth of blankets and pillows just because it feels nice. So yeah, temperamental artist is my middle name. I think my whole family has moments of moodiness, truth be told. I point off into the distance where a spray of water shoots into the air. A whale. Oh God, a whale? Are we safe? You're on a large vessel, Lexi. It can't jump up and snatch you off the deck. Well, I wouldn't know that, would I? Another spray goes up. It's getting closer, she says. I believe there's more than one. Her startled eyes whip up to mine. How many are there? I laugh and tuck a lock of her dark hair behind her ear. I have no idea. Could be a mama and her baby. Oh, right, because whales have babies. She visibly swallows and grips the railing so hard, I'm surprised it doesn't snap under her grasp. Can we make a noise or something to make them go away? Most people like to see them. Oh, why? They're not exactly great white sharks, Lexi. They're only dangerous to seals and stuff. I don't think they've eaten any humans lately. She nods and swallows hard when another plume of water shoots into the air about 100 yards from the ferry. Is this the only way on or off the island? It's the shortest route, but it's not the only way. Her eyes whip to mine again. You mean we could have driven? It would have taken several hours, I say, trying to reason with her. This ride is only an hour tops. She nods, but doesn't seem reassured. Are you afraid of the water? Of course not. She firms her lips and raises her chin almost defiantly. Like you said, I'm on a big boat. No need to be scared. She's quiet for the rest of the journey, and, much to my relief, we don't see any more whales. When we're given the signal, we return to my SUV, and I drive us off the boat and back onto dry land. Lexi visibly sighs in relief next to me. What did you think? It wasn't bad. You hated it. She smiles, but shrugs a shoulder. It wasn't bad, she repeats. I drive to the other side of the small island and turn into my driveway. I bought this place last year when my sister Maeve told me it was for sale. She's a realtor here on the island. The previous owner passed away, and with no family, it went back to the bank. I got it for a spectacular deal. I had parts of it updated, but it's the view that stole my heart. I park the car and jump out, excited to show Lexi the inside of my home. I'll come back for your things, I say as she steps out of the vehicle. Let's go inside. I'll give you a tour. Thank you. The house isn't enormous. At just over 2,000 square feet, it's modest, but has plenty of space for me. The kitchen is brand new, I inform her. I love to cook, so I needed an updated space. I like that it flows into the living space, and we can see the ocean from here. It didn't used to be this way, I reply. There used to be a wall here, but I tore it out. My room is over there, to the right. The guest rooms are upstairs. Come on, I'll show you. She follows me up, and I can already see a difference in how she's holding herself. She looks almost relaxed. Oh, this is lovely, she says as she sits on the side of the queen bed in the guest room. I love all of the colors, and this vase is divine. She points to a teal and yellow glass piece beside the bed. My brother made it. He made it? Yes, Kane O'Callahan. She blinks at me and then looks at the vase. Your brother is the famous glass sculptor? One and the same. Your bathroom is through here. All of the linens are new and washed. No one's used them yet. When I turn around, Lexi is standing at the big picture window, staring out at the ocean. This is a good place, Sean. It is, yes. Thank you for bringing me here. Thanks for coming along, I reply. Feel free to settle in. I'll bring your bags up, and I'll have dinner ready by 6. Then we're going to the pub. We're going to a pub? Tonight? That's right. It's Friday, and Keegan can probably use my help. If you'd rather not go, you're welcome to stay here, but you'll have much more fun at the pub. I wink at her. Don't worry. I'll talk you into it.
Chapter 3. Lexi. I've seen places like this in movies, but I always assumed they were just the product of a writer's overactive imagination. Or they existed in Europe somewhere, maybe a small village in Ireland or Scotland. It never occurred to me that loud, lively pubs like O'Callahan's pub existed in real life. But here I am, sitting on a bar stool at the end of a long mahogany bar, watching in fascination as a man who looks very much like Sean pulls beers from the taps and laughs at something an older customer says. I couldn't tell you for sure what that might have been, given how thick the Irish accent is on the older man, but it seems it was quite funny.
So you're the lass working on the movie with Sean?
Keegan says. I was introduced to several of Sean's siblings as soon as we arrived. Keegan owns the bar and works it as well. I see Maggie swinging through the crowd with a loaded tray of drinks and food, and Sean is in the kitchen, helping to serve up dinner orders. Which leaves me out here alone with Keegan. That's right, I reply. I have to speak loudly to be heard over the loud, live band playing on the tiny stage in the corner. They're playing Celtic music, complete with a fiddle, piano, and what looks like an accordion. Suddenly, Maggie jumps onto the stage and sings several verses of the lively song, laughing and dancing and giving the crowd a thrill. Maggie is a beautiful woman. I'd say she's in her mid-20s, with gorgeous auburn hair and the same green eyes as Sean. In fact, Keegan's eyes are green as well, but his dark hair matches his brother's.
How are you getting on, then?
Keegan asks. With what?
The movie writing, of course.
He sees that my wine glass is almost empty and immediately reaches for the bottle, filling it up again. Oh, it's going slowly, I'm afraid.
And why would that be?
I could sit here for days on end and listen to Keegan O'Callahan speak. His accent is the thickest of the siblings I've met, and just like when Sean's shines through, it makes my belly clench deliciously. It could be because your brother is a stubborn mule.
And just like that, I find you telling lies to my very own brother.
I turn at the sound of Sean's voice and find him smiling down at me. The lilt in his voice is heavier this evening, probably because we're here among others who sound the same. Dear God, he's something to look at. Lucifer himself couldn't hold a candle to Sean O'Callahan with all that thick, dark hair, square jaw, and green eyes. And it's completely unfair how black his eyelashes are. I shrug.
There have been days that Sean's been a stubborn one, and that's the truth of it,
Keegan says.
Are you hungry, Lexi?
Oh, no. Sean made dinner before we came tonight. Sean wasn't kidding when he said he enjoyed cooking. He made grilled salmon with some kind of fancy rice and asparagus that just melted in my mouth. And I'm not particularly fond of the green stalks.
Next time, don't fill your belly before you arrive, and we'll feed you some proper Irish food.
Keegan winks and then moves down the bar to wait on other customers. The music has slowed, and Maggie now croons a ballad about boys going to war and the girls who pine for them at home. Suddenly, Sean tugs me off the stool and sweeps me into his arms, dancing me around the bar. I'm not much of a dancer, I say, trying to keep up with him.
Seems that you are,
he says.
All you have to do is move with me.
I'm clumsy.
You're quite lovely,
he replies, and I'm not sure what to say to that.
Even when you're calling me a stubborn ass.
I said mule.
Same difference.
He moves effortlessly. His big body is graceful as he guides me around the floor.
I liked seeing you at the bar.
I'm completely out of my element here. His lips twitch with a half smile.
I can see that. But you'll get used to it. No one means anyone harm here. It's a happy, lively crowd, and one I enjoy being around on an evening, now and again.
I can't help myself. I let my fingers slip into the hair at the back of his neck. It's soft, running like silk over my skin. It's quite different from the quiet at your house when you're working.
You're absolutely right. I can't be alone in silence all the damn time. A person could go crazy.
I frown and glance over his shoulder to watch Maggie lean in and share a microphone with another man as they sing in harmony. I spend most of my time alone in the silence, I murmur. I quite prefer it.
You need people eventually.
He turns his head, and his lips graze my temple, sending shockwaves down my spine and straight to my core, as if his lips carry electric currents. I've never been so frustrated by a man and yet want to climb him so badly in all of my life. The slow song ends, and just as I'm about to return to the bar, Sean catches my elbow and swings me around into a fast-paced dance. If I had time to think, I'd be mortified. Instead, all I can do is try to keep up with him and not fall on my face. He spins and twirls me about, singing loudly along with the song. It seems Maggie isn't the only one with pipes in the family. And as quickly as it began, the song ends, and I'm in Sean's arms, panting and laughing and staring up into his happy face. He leans closer, and I swear he's going to kiss me. Right here. In front of all these people. But before his lips have a chance to meet mine, Keegan calls out from behind the bar.
Sean, these food orders aren't going to fill themselves, mate. Bloody arse.
Sean mutters before setting me back on my stool.
I'll be back out in a bit.
He hurries through the door to the kitchen. I take a deep breath and stare down at my glass of wine as the pub continues swirling around me, the patrons singing and dancing and laughing. I've been in Sean O'Callahan's arms twice in one day, and he's taken me by surprise with it both times. How's a woman supposed to breathe around him? Finally, I can take a quick moment to say hello properly. Maggie smiles as she stands next to me. She slips a foot out of her shoe and starts digging her thumb into the arch. I bought these new shoes, but they're killing me. Supposed to be for people on their feet all day, but I call bullshit on that one. I blink down at the shoe on the floor and then back at Maggie. Before I was able to write professionally, I was a nurse. I can send you a list of good shoes to try. I'd love that, Maggie replies. So, you were a nurse? A very long time ago. It's been at least 10 years since I worked with patients. She smiles as she switches feet to rub. I want to hear all about it sometime. For now, I have to get through about 6 more hours of these torture devices. Maybe I should go barefoot. I stare at the floor dubiously. With all of this spilled drinks and food, you don't want to get botulism or something. You have a point. Keegan, I need 2 pints of Guinness, a shot of Jameson, and a margarita. Keegan scowls.
I don't make margaritas.
I know. I told them that, but they insisted I try. Probably a tourist. She shrugs. Give them a shot of tequila instead. While you fill that, I need to place an order with Sean. She hurries away, and I watch Keegan as he pulls the taps and starts to build a Guinness. I didn't know it was described as building a Guinness until this evening. I'm storing all of this information up for a future book. It's too interesting. Do many murders take place amongst the Irish? I ask Keegan, who raises a brow.
Are you planning to kill him, then? What'll it take to get you to wait until this evening is over? I don't have anyone on hand to fill in the kitchen.
I laugh and shake my head. No, I'm wondering because I might like to write a thriller with an Irish foundation.
Would you now? Well, of course, there's murder to be had when humans are involved. Maybe a man wandered from his marital bed, or a lad got tied up with the Irish mafia, which is a thing, by the way. There are all kinds of possibilities. Or you could take the story in another direction.
What kind of direction is that?
Well, the land of Ireland is full of legends. Ghosts, the Tuatha De Danann, what you'd call fairies. You name it.
Are you suggesting I write a story with a paranormal twist?
Why not? It would be a story I'd read, I'll tell you that.
Keegan winks at me as he finishes loading Maggie's tray, just as she bustles out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of stew. That smells amazing. It's my mother's recipe, Maggie says. She used to make it every day for the pub when she and Dad still owned the place. Now I make it instead. But the recipe is the same. I'll fetch you some. I ate already. You danced and have been here for a couple of hours. A little bowl of stew won't hurt you, Maggie says, talking me right into it. Do you mind if I go back and see Sean? I ask.
Not at all,
Keegan says, pointing to the door.
Help yourself. Be at home here, Lexi, and I mean that.
Thank you. Sean's family is so kind, so welcoming. I'm enjoying myself more than I have since I arrived in Seattle a week ago. I push through the door to the kitchen and see Sean wiping his hands on his apron. He reaches for a ladle and scoops some stew into a bowl, then lowers a basket of fries into some hot grease. How did you get roped into this? His head turns in surprise at my voice, and then he smiles when he sees that it's me. He reaches for a chair and sets it near a clear space at the counter, gesturing for me to sit and keep him company.
Keegan fired his cook yesterday, which means he's short-handed back here until he finds a replacement.
I had no idea you knew how to man the kitchen in a bar.
I can also make the drinks, deliver them, and clean up when everyone's gone,
he says as he gets to work building a sandwich.
I grew up in this pub.
Maggie mentioned your parents owned it.
They did. When we first arrived in America, all of us lived in the small apartment above us. Keegan lives up there now, and it's almost too small for him. But my parents were poor, and they did what they could with what they had. Eventually, the pub did well enough for Dad to buy a house not far from here, and we moved there. But all of us worked here in the pub, and most of us still do from time to time when Keegan needs us. Maggie's been working here full-time since her piece of shit husband died a few months ago.
I gasp and cover my mouth. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. She looks so young.
She is, barely 26. She married just out of high school. He was a philandering, controlling jerk. Had a heart attack while with his side piece.
That's just horrible. He nods and gestures to the pot of simmering stew.
Would you like some?
I'd love to try it. I can't believe I can eat anything at all after the meal you made us for dinner.
It's been a while,
he says, and serves me the stew.
I like having you in here where I can see you.
Do you think I'm going to escape? Or embarrass you? Sean laughs and then shakes his head.
That's not what I mean. You're in here where I can see you, rather than having to make excuses to go out there and get a glimpse of you. You may drive me mad, but you're a pleasure to look at.
Back at you, Mr. O'Callahan. I take a bite of the stew and sigh in happiness. Oh, this is amazing. I'm going to have to try to talk Maggie into the recipe before I go home to Minneapolis. No one should have to live without this.
She might give it to you, he says. I'm sorry I dragged you in here for the whole evening. If you want to take my car and go back to the house, you're welcome to. I can catch a ride back with one of the others when we're done.
Normally, I'd be itching to go home, to be wrapped up in my blankets and reading a book. But I'm enjoying myself here, much more than anticipated. I'm actually fine where I am, I say, and eat more of my stew. Is there bread to go with this?
Of course.
He slices and butters a fresh roll, then passes it to me. So good, I say with a sigh. Yeah, I'm good here. I'll gain 1,000,000 pounds, but who cares?
Who indeed?
Last night, I was charmed by the clever pub and the wonderful patrons there, the music and the O'Callahan siblings, especially Sean. I spent several hours with him in the kitchen and even jumped up to help him fill some orders when he had an extra busy streak at about 10 o'clock. Today, I'm back to wanting to commit the kind of murder I write about. Bloody, sinister slaughter. You're not listening to me, I say, crushing a pillow with my fist. Seriously, I listened to you the other day and you're not hearing me.
Fine. Do whatever you want, Lexi.
Oh my God, that's not what I want either. I'm going to scream, so I turn and stomp out of the room into the foyer where I shove my feet into some shoes and storm out the door, slamming it behind me. That felt good. Yes, it was childish, but I don't care. I need fresh air. I want to walk on the beach. I frown as I glance around the house. I know where the beach is, I just have no idea how to get down to it. Instead, I walk in large circles around Sean's driveway, breathing deeply. Why won't he just listen to me? As soon as I start explaining why I think something should be written differently, he clams up. Doesn't talk, won't listen. Simply acts like a freaking child. I don't know how I'm supposed to work like this. I hear the door open, but I don't turn to look at him. I just keep marching around the driveway.
What are you doing?
Walking off a mad? I glance over. He's standing on the bottom step, his hands in his pockets.
In the driveway?
I wanted to walk on the beach, but I don't know how to get down there. He starts to walk, and I follow him. Mostly because I really want to walk on the beach. I've heard people talk about it all my life, and I want to see what the hype is about. Will it calm me? Will it terrify me? Most things scare me. There's a path behind the house that leads down to the sand. At the bottom, I look both north and south, then back to the path that leads to the house so I don't forget what it looks like. And then I turn to Sean. You can leave now. I set off, headed south, The sand is packed and wet, I assume because the tide reaches up this far. The waves crash against the shore about 50 yards from me, far enough away that I'm not afraid of being swept out by a riptide or fear getting eaten by a beached whale. Not that I know anything about those things. The sound of the water is soothing, and before long, I feel my blood pressure start to lower. When I turn around to head back the way I came, I'm surprised to find Sean not even 100 yards behind me, his hands still in his pockets, his face impassive as he waits patiently. I walk toward him, pretty sure that the urge to kill him has passed. When I reach him, he surprises me by tucking a piece of my hair behind my ear. He's done that before. Both times have made me sigh. "You infuriate me," I admit in a calm voice.
I know. It's not on purpose.
Feels like it is. We start to walk back down the beach, side by side. When I tell you I don't like something about what you've written, you clam up on me. You don't say anything in response to me, and you don't listen.
I'm thinking, he says. If I'm not responding, it's because I'm thinking, Lexi. It's not because I'm deliberately being a jerk.
It shouldn't take you 10 minutes to think of a response.
No, but it might take me 2 minutes to wrap my head around something. I don't think aloud, like you and so many others. I process internally.
Okay. I sigh and step around a piece of driftwood. Maybe in the future, if I disagree with you on something, I should state my case and then let you ponder it while I use the restroom or grab a snack or something.
That would help, yes.
He takes my hand in his, surprising me, but I don't pull away.
You're not the most patient of women, Lexi.
I laugh. You're right. I'm not. I'll try to work on it. I wish we could spend all of our time away from the office, because as much as we are at odds while we work, Sean and I get along really well when we're not talking business. Under different circumstances, I could see having a romantic relationship with this man. Unfortunately, that's not in the cards. We need to figure out how to work together productively so we can finish the project, and then I'll be on my way home. We head back to the path that leads up to Sean's house, and he suddenly tenses. What is it?
Something's wrong.
Chapter 4. Sean. "What's wrong?" Lexi calls out from behind me as she scurries up the hill, following my lead. She's in excellent shape, and she's able to keep up with me. "Don't you smell it?" "Smell what?" I stop and turn to her, and she plows right into my chest. I catch her shoulders in my hands to keep her from falling. "Take a deep breath." She complies, and then her eyes grow round. "Fire?" "Exactly." "Oh God, is your house on fire?" "I fucking hope not." My heart races in my chest as I crest the top of the hill and round the path. My eyes skim over my home, and I breathe a sigh of relief that I don't see any smoke coming from the building or the detached garage. "Not your house," she says, panting. "Has to be a neighbor, or the woods." "I only have one neighbor close by. I'm going to run over and see if it's their house. You stay here." "Yeah, right," I hear her mutter as I take off in a full sprint, running to the neighbor's house that's a quarter of a mile down the road. Sure enough, smoke plumes from the roof of Steve's house. I don't have to look back to know that Lexi's right behind me. I can hear her panting. She's too damn stubborn to do as I ask. "Stay back. I mean it, Lexi." "You can't go in there," she shouts, but I ignore her and kick in Steve's back door. "Duchess!" The fattest English bulldog you've ever seen in your life comes jogging toward me, whining. "Come on, baby girl. Let's get you out of here." "Oh, poor baby," Lexi says as Duchess lumbers over to Lexi and kisses her hand. I immediately call 911 and give them the information about the fire, and then call my neighbor on his mobile. "Hello? Steve, it's Sean. Your house is on fire, man. I got Duchess out and called 911, but you'll want to get over here." "Shit, I'm on my way. How bad?" I stare at the billowing smoke. I can now see flames coming out of the roof. Bad. I'm sorry. Be there in 10. He hangs up, and I can hear sirens from the fire trucks as they make their way down our windy road. Lexi's sitting on the ground, cradling the big dog in her arms. At least Duchess looks happy. She's a sweetie, Lexi says and kisses the dog's face. You know, I never thought much about having a dog, but I think when I get home I'll look into getting one. I mean, how could anyone resist this face? Her anger from earlier is gone, and despite the inferno raging behind me, Lexi grins at Duchess, petting her gently. I briefly wonder what it would feel like to have Lexi's hand stroking me like that, to have her smile at me with such tender affection. I must be losing it if I'm jealous of a dog. The fire trucks descend on the area, and we're pushed back so the firemen can do their jobs. Steve comes screeching up beside us in his truck a few minutes later. He immediately reaches for his bulldog, who happily abandons Lexi for her master. Thank God you got her out. Steve's a middle-aged bachelor who never married. He has his dog, and he works as an attorney in town. I usually take her with me, but I had meetings today, so I left her home. It doesn't look like she was near the fire, I reply. I'm sure sorry about this. Just let us know if you need anything. He nods, and I step back to take Lexi's hand. We stay for a few minutes more as Steve calls his brother and gets things as under control as he can, and then I lead Lexi back to my house. That poor man, she says quietly. He just lost everything. Not everything. He still has Duchess and his family, who will be happy to let him stay with them while he rebuilds. Still, it's scary. Look, I say as we approach my house. I take a deep breath. The idea of going back to work now, returning to the bickering and being flat-out pissed at each other, appeals about as much as a root canal. It's Saturday. We shouldn't be working today anyway. Let's go into the city for a few hours. I'll show you some stuff and we can just enjoy the day. That actually sounds nice, but I smell like a campfire. Showers first. Then we play hooky. I've never seen so many flowers in one place in all my life, Lexi says a couple of hours later as we walk through Pike's Place Market. We just took her obligatory photo with the famous pig statue, and we're eating piping hot tiny donuts as we browse. She fusses over a specific bouquet, and without a second thought, I tug some cash from my pocket and buy it for her. You didn't have to do that. If you'd seen the smile on your face when you smelled them, you'd disagree. Enjoy. She buries her nose in a bloom, and we continue walking. It's Saturday, so the market is busy, full of tourists and locals alike, people stocking up on produce for the week or just out and about for the day. Lexi's eyes are huge as she takes it all in, seeming to commit everything to memory, most likely storing it all away to include in a book later. I'll buy some crab for dinner, I say as we approach a seafood vendor. The food here is fresh and delicious. Do you like crab? She nods with a smile, and I turn to the vendor and choose 2 good-sized Dungeness crabs to take home. By the time we exit out the other side of the market, we're loaded down with bags, flowers, and a box of crabs packed on ice. That was a successful shopping trip, I say with a smile. I notice Lexi stopped at an art vendor, admiring a painting of the coastline. It's done in gray and blue, and the waves are moody against the sand. I'd like to buy this, she says to the man. Are you able to ship it? Absolutely, he replies with a smile. I wait as Lexi finishes the transaction and arranges for the painting to be shipped to her home in Minneapolis. As we walk away, I say, You have good taste. That is beautiful. It'll always remind me of my time here, she says. I'll hang it in my office. I have a story brewing that takes place on your island, and I'll stare at that piece as I plot. It's perfect. I want to ask more. I want to help her brainstorm her plotline and read it as she writes. I have no right to ask for any of that, so I just nod and gesture to the shop across the street that has a line out the door. That's the First Starbucks Cafe, I inform her. It's always packed, but we can go get something if you'd like. You can say you've been to the original place that started it all. She wrinkles her nose. It's very people-y over there. Yeah, I chuckle, and if my hands were free, I'd tuck a piece of her hair behind her ear. Is that a no then? I can get Starbucks anywhere. I'm not fighting that crowd for it, but thanks anyway. I nod, and we walk in comfortable silence back to the SUV. Are you going to work at the pub again this evening? She asks. I am, yes. You don't have to come with me if you don't want. She stands by as I load the car with our market finds. I don't mind if you don't. I raise a brow. You really want to spend another evening at the pub so soon? I liked it, she says. I know, it surprises me too because I like quiet and I enjoy being alone. I get neither of those things at the pub. But I like your family, and watching you in the kitchen was fun. I could even be your sous chef if you'd like. Unless you'd rather I get out from under your feet and leave you be for the night, which I totally understand. You're welcome at O'Callahan's anytime, Lexi. Of course I'd like you to come. She smiles. Okay, I'll come then. Her arms are still full of flowers. She held them back when I offered to lay them on the back seat. Her eyes look almost violet as she grins up at me. Is there anywhere else you'd like to go or see? I ask. I think we can head back to the island if it's all the same to you, she replies. I'd like to get these into some water and maybe read for an hour or so before we go to the pub. I nod and open her door for her. Your wish is my command, my lady. She wrinkles her nose and sits in the car. Before long, I've pulled the SUV onto the ferry, and Lexi and I are standing on the deck. I even talked her into leaving the flowers in the back seat, assuring her that they would be safe in the shade. She takes a deep breath. I know the ferry makes her nervous, and I'm just relieved that she didn't ask me to drive 3 hours out of the way to avoid it. Lexi's hands grip the railing tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Are you okay? I ask. Fine. The answer is short and strained, and I know she's not fine. I instinctively reach out and rub circles on her back, and she relaxes at my touch just a bit, but her grip on the railing doesn't loosen. What do you enjoy doing? I ask, trying to make conversation. I write, that's about it. You have literally no other hobbies? I read, she says. I take walks. In the summer, I like to ride my bike. That's a hobby. Some people are voracious about cycling. She shrugs a shoulder. I wouldn't say I'm that, but I prefer it to driving in the summer. We get a lot of snow in Minneapolis, so I like to get fresh air the rest of the year. And riding around Lake Harriet is beautiful. Not a snow person, huh? I know it's weird, right? I like the cold, but I hate the snow. I'm an odd duck, Sean. I frown and nudge her sideways to face me. You're not odd at all. She laughs, sending shivers through me. Yeah, I am, but it's okay. I accepted it a long time ago. I figure it's the artist thing. We hit a spot of choppy water, and she bites her lip. I'm sorry the ferry scares you. We're almost there, right? I don't have the heart to tell her that we're only halfway into our journey. I brush a lock of hair off her cheek and let my fingers linger on her jawline. You're a beautiful woman, Lexi. She blinks rapidly, and before she can reply, I lean in and cover her lips with mine. I've been dying to kiss her pouty lips for days. The light brush I intended quickly turns into something much more when she grips onto the sides of my shirt and leans into me, our bodies pressed together from hips to chest. I'm always in a constant state of low-grade arousal around this woman. Even her temper turns me on. But against me like this, with our mouths tangled, it turns to full-on arousal in 2.6 seconds. She purrs low in her throat, and I accept the invitation, sinking into her. My hands dive into her soft hair, and I nibble the side of her mouth. Delicious, I whisper, before plundering her once more. I don't give a fuck that we're surrounded by people. Now that I've tasted her, I don't know that I can ever stop. But she plants her hand on my chest and takes a small step back, and I reluctantly let her go. Well then, she says before she swallows hard and stares out at the water. I wondered what that would be like. Me too. I blow out a breath and grip the railing before I pull her back to me. It was way better than I expected. I let out a soft laugh. Yeah, me too. She grins up at me. But we're professionals, remember? We work together. Fuck that. I want her in my bed. Now. I want to taste every damn inch of her delectable little body. I want to make her sigh and whimper and pull my hair as I give her the best orgasm she's ever had. But I just nod and do my best to keep a straight face. Right. Sure. She nudges me with her hip. Don't pout. I don't pout, I reply. It's true. I don't. I also usually get what I want. Oh, and what is that? I look down at her and lean in to press my lips close to her ear so I can whisper, you, naked, beneath me. Her cheeks flush beautifully. Most likely not going to happen, Mr. O'Callahan. I grin. Challenge accepted. It's busy, even for a Saturday night, so I'm relieved to have Lexi in the kitchen with me. She's proven that she's not underfoot at all, but rather a huge help. She knows her way around knives, the stove, and works quickly. Efficiently. I should have known her work ethic would be impeccable, even when she's not being paid for her services. Lexi Perry doesn't do anything halfway. I need some Irish nachos and some chili cheese fries, Maeve, my older sister, announces as she walks into the kitchen. And 2 bowls of stew. We'll be out of the stew within the hour, Lexi informs her. It's going fast. There should be another pot in the fridge, Maeve says and hurries over to the walk-in. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, you went through the backup stew already too? It's been the favorite tonight, I say with a nod. I'd say we can take about 6 more orders for it, and then it's done for the evening. Wow. Okay, I'll let Mary Margaret know. Maeve's eyes turn to Lexi. I know we met when you arrived, but we haven't had a chance to chat yet. I'd like to before the night is out. I'll be here all night, Lexi says with a wink. I need to grab more fries from the freezer. She wipes her hands on her apron as she hurries away, and Maeve turns her attention to me. I like her. I nod and fill a basket with hot wings. She's a likable woman. No, I like her for you. I roll my eyes. Stop matchmaking and get to work, Maeve. What's wrong with her? Nothing. Lexi comes back into the room before Maeve can keep asking annoying questions. I'll be back for the nachos, she says as she bustles out of the kitchen. So I've met Keegan, Maggie, and Maeve. I nod and reach for another basket. You have, yes. Kane and his wife Anastasia are supposed to come in later this evening. Really? They usually do on Saturday nights, I say. And then you'll have met all of them. Did you say your parents live in Ireland? That's right. They moved back there about 6 years ago or so when they retired. Keegan bought the pub, and Ma and Da went home to spend time with their siblings and to enjoy the homeland, as they put it. I grin at her as she sets a basket of fries in the hot grease. You should eat something, I say. We're too busy for that, she replies. I've taken bites here and there. Don't worry about me. But I do worry about her. More than I've a right to. Go ahead and dish up the rest of that stew, Maggie says as she hurries into the kitchen. And I need nachos, hold the onion, and a meat pie. Got it, I reply, already building the nachos. Is it slowing down out there? You wish, she says with a laugh. And now I know to make 3 pots of stew on the weekends. Keegan's grinning like the Cheshire Cat out there as he counts his coins. I think you just combined Alice in Wonderland and A Christmas Carol. I finished dishing up the stew and set the bowls on a tray for my sister. These are hot and heavy. Everything around here is heavy, Maggie says as she expertly carries the tray out of the kitchen. I couldn't carry that, Lexi says. You could with practice. Not that we'll ask you to. I waited tables in college, she says, surprising me. I never could get the hang of balancing plates and stuff. I wasn't cut out for it. Well, you're an excellent sous chef, I reply. And I'm glad you're here. I brought cake, Anastasia announces as she walks into the kitchen, my brother right behind her. Lots of cake. I'm trying out some new flavors, so I need your opinions. Hi, you must be the new cook. I'm Stasia. Actually, this is the author I'm working with, I reply. Lexi Perry, my brother Kane, and his wife Stasia. Pleasure to meet you, Lexi says. Why is Lexi filling orders? Kane says as he reaches for a chip. I offered, Lexi says. Also, I just want to tell you that I'm a fan of your work. The vase in Sean's guest room is absolutely beautiful. I've seen a few of your exhibits, and I loved being in the museum last weekend. You're incredibly talented. Of course, you know that. And I always love hearing it, my brother says. Thank you. And I can say the same for you. I've read all of your books, and I'm looking forward to this movie being made. Lexi's face pales. You read my books? I do, yes. Now I'm more nervous than before. No need to be, Anastasia says as she passes me a piece of pink cake. He adores your stories. Here, have some strawberry mint cake. Thanks. She makes wedding and occasion cakes for a living, I inform Lexi, and stuff the rest of the cake into my mouth. This one's a winner. Delicious, Lexi agrees. Now try the lemon with blueberry compote filling. Lexi leans against the counter and chews the cake. Oh my God, so good. I might move in with you just to eat cake all the time. I'll bring you whatever you want, Stasia says with a happy smile. Okay, I'm going to drink a beer and chat with Keegan. I'll see you in a few. She hurries out, and Kane hangs back. What's up? I ask him. He doesn't say anything for a long moment, just looks back and forth between Lexi and me. Then, with a smirk, he turns and leaves the kitchen. Damn matchmaking siblings.
Chapter 5. Lexi. You did not. I stare at Sean in surprise as he smirks and sips his whiskey. You seriously cut your sister's hair off?
I mean, I was 4 years old, he says with a shrug, and she was barely 2. It's not like I cut it before school pictures or something.
Ma cried for days, Maeve says, giggling into her glass. Mary Margaret had the prettiest curls when she was a wee babe. I still do, Maggie points out. Yes, but you were her baby and the last to have a first haircut. And Sean went and snipped those baby locks right off your head. I thought Dad was going to take a switch to him. The bar closed down 30 minutes ago, but the siblings all stayed to chat and drink. I get the impression that they used to do this often, but that they haven't enjoyed each other like this in a long while. It's fun to witness.
What's something you did as a child to get into trouble, Lexi?
Keegan asks as he pours more whiskey into my glass. I set the school on fire. Sean spits his drink out in surprise.
You what?
It was an accident, I continue. I didn't know the Bunsen burner was still hot. Oh, I like you, Maeve says, clinking her glass to mine. We're already friends. Because I set the school on fire? That's one of the reasons, she says with a laugh. I've never set anything on fire. That I'm aware of. Let's play Never Have I Ever, Maggie says, clapping her hands. Yes, Anastasia agrees. Does everyone know how to play? Keegan's eyes narrow.
You're all going to call a rideshare to get home tonight.
Of course, Stasia says, waving him off before turning to me. Do you know how to play? Yeah. I went to college. Granted, college was a long time ago, but I'm pretty sure I remember how this goes. With my drink in hand, I wait for the first question. I'll go first, Maggie says. Never have I ever set the school on fire. I laugh and take a drink, while everyone else looks on. I'm going to have such a hangover tomorrow.
No, lass,
Keegan says.
You're drinking top-shelf whiskey tonight.
Okay, my turn, Maeve says. Never have I ever been to Africa. I look on while Sean is the only one to drink. You were in Africa?
In college,
he confirms.
Never have I ever stolen a car,
Kane says, staring at Keegan while Keegan takes a shot of whiskey, making us all laugh. You stole a car? I ask.
It was our parents' car, but technically, yes, I stole it.
Keegan refills our glasses. My lips are already tingling, and before long, I know I won't be able to feel my legs. Keegan asks the next question.
Never have I ever married a jackass.
Both Maggie and Stasia drink, making everyone laugh.
Do believe I'll be spanking your ass this evening,
Kane says to his wife, who simply laughs and kisses his cheek. I couldn't help myself. It was too easy. Oh, he can be a jackass. That's the truth, Maeve says. Okay, Never have I ever been in a threesome. Without thinking, I take a drink, just as Keegan does. I look around to find the rest of them staring at me in shock. Are you telling me that only Keegan and I have not been in a threesome? I demand. Jesus, I'm too sheltered. I guess I need to get out more. Maeve bites her lip, and Kane throws his head back and laughs. Sean shakes his head.
Honey, you drink when you have done it. Remember?
I squint at him. Why are there two of you? And, oh yeah, oops, do I have to throw it back up or something? Please don't, Maggie says, laughing so hard I bet her stomach hurts. Suddenly, it occurs to me that Keegan also drank. Wait, you drank? He winks at me and gives me that same charming grin Sean has down pat.
That I did, lass.
I blink at him. You know I'm a writer, right? I need details.
Give me a few more shots of the Irish and I'll tell you everything you want to know.
Right on. Is it my turn now?
Go for it,
Kane says. Okay, let me think. I bite my lip, trying to come up with a really good one. Okay, never have I ever had sex in a cemetery. Maggie is the only one to drink. The room goes quiet as we all stare at her. You don't want to know, she says at last, breaking out in laughter again. You really don't. I mean, I kinda do, I admit.
I don't,
Keegan says, holding up his hand. I notice Sean and Kane are also shaking their heads.
Nope, I'm good,
Sean says.
Don't say another bloody word,
Kane agrees. I'm going out on a limb here to say that no one in this bar is a virgin, I say. Better yet, never have I ever had sex. We all drink. See?
Doesn't mean we want to hear stories about our baby sister in the biblical sense,
Keegan says. I roll my eyes and feel myself getting a little wobbly, but Sean catches me and sets me straight.
You doing okay, Lex?
He asks. I'm great, thank you for asking. I boop his nose with my finger. I've wanted to do that for a long time. You're adorable, by the way, Sean O'Callahan.
Adorable?
Like super adorable. Okay, maybe you lean more toward hot. I give him a good once-over. How do you feel about orgasms? He chokes on his spit, but then nods and looks as if he's going to give me an honest answer. Which is good, because that's exactly what I'm looking for. Always. Every day. I'm all for honesty.
I guess I'm fond of them.
I grin. Right? So fun. Okay, who's next? I feel like you belong here, Maeve says to me, and I clutch my chest in joy. You do? That might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, for real. You're the best, Maggie agrees. You served all of those meals tonight on one of the busiest nights we've seen in a long time, and you didn't so much as flinch. Your feet have to be killing you. I can't feel my feet, I realize, and lean over to make sure they're still there. In doing so, I almost fall off the stool, but Sean catches me. Are my feet there?
Yes.
He has laughter in his green eyes.
And we should think about getting you home.
That's early. It's 3, Stasia announces. We should go too. I have to work in the kitchen all day tomorrow. Sean taps his phone and then looks up at me.
Our ride will be here in 3 minutes. Let's go wait outside and get you some fresh air.
Why don't you seem drunk? I ask after we say goodbye to everyone and make our way out to the sidewalk in front of the pub.
Oh, I'm pretty wasted, he says. Definitely had too much to drive safely.
You're not even slurring your words.
I'm a mellow drunk, he says, and I'm not quite as sloshed as you.
It's the whiskey. I'm not used to it. He smiles and kisses my temple. It feels so damn good every time his lips touch me. I could quickly become addicted to having him near, to feeling his touch. And I'm not usually one to enjoy a handsy man, but Sean has a special gift for touch. Our car arrives and we jump into the back. The driver is quiet, and we follow suit, sitting silently in the dark back seat. I lean my head on Sean's shoulder, and his fingertips drift up and down my thigh. I may look relaxed, but my body is on high alert. I want Sean O'Callahan. In the biblical sense, as Keegan put it. But I'll be damned if I say so. Because we're working together, and I do not, under any circumstances, want to make it weird. The ride to Sean's is fairly fast. Once we're parked, Sean thanks the driver and leads me to the front door, which he quickly unlocks. He gestures for me to walk in ahead of him, and I drop my bag on the table inside the door and slip out of my shoes. When I turn to face Sean, I find him staring at me with intense green eyes, his hands fisted at his sides. He looks like a wolf on the prowl for prey. Moving around and getting the fresh air helped to clear some of the whiskey from my brain. I'm clear-headed enough to know exactly what I'm doing.
I don't know,
he begins, his words slow and measured.
If I'll be able to keep my hands off you tonight, Lex.
I feel the grin spread over my face. Well, that's a relief. He doesn't smile in return. He also makes no move toward me.
I've wanted you naked since the moment I saw you at that party, when I bunkered everything up.
You were kind of a jerk. If that's how you come on to women, you have a lot to learn. I could probably teach you some tricks, give you pointers, that sort of thing. Yes, I'm babbling. I babble when I'm nervous. He slowly walks toward me, moving as if his feet are stuck in molasses. Or am I just still drunk enough that everything seems in slow motion?
We need to set some ground rules,
he says as he reaches out and does his signature move, the whole slipping my hair behind my ear bit. My earlobe tingles where his skin made contact. Ground rules. I swallow hard as I stare at his supple mouth. I'm going to bite him. I just decided.
First and foremost,
he begins, tugging my shirt out of the waistband of my jeans.
I'm not going to marry you.
I giggle. Thank God, because as hot as you are, Sean, you're a massive pain in my ass. I'm absolutely not marrying you either. His lips twitch.
Excellent. I think.
He slips the shirt over my head and tosses it to the floor. I fist his soft gray cotton tee in my hands and pull it up, exposing rock-hard and tanned abs. Holy hell. I swallow hard. Are we still setting ground rules, or can I go ahead and lick your stomach? He growls.
Still talking, so keep your tongue to yourself. Because once we get started, there's no going back.
I take a deep breath and finish tugging the shirt over his head and throw it on the floor with mine. Next, my finger dives into the waistband of his jeans, and I bite my lower lip when the tip of my finger meets the head of his cock. Wow. He closes his eyes and clenches his jaw.
Fuck.
Oh, I hope we will, yes. He laughs and urges my hand away from his pants, then kisses my palm and presses it against his chest. With his eyes on mine, he keeps talking.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page here. We're going to have some of the best sex of our lives, work on this project, and then go our separate ways when it's over.
I'm already nodding my head. Coworkers with benefits. I'm on board with that.
Really?
My eyes fly to his. Yes, really. Seriously okay with it. If you are. He watches me carefully, as if he's looking to make sure I'm not lying, so I raise my chin and arch a brow. Unless you're having second thoughts? That gets him moving. He crowds me, unfastens my bra with masterful fingers, and lets it fall to the floor while his mouth slants over mine, kissing and biting as if he's a starved man. I unfasten his pants, and they slouch around his hips. My hands glide down his back to the top of his exposed ass, and I push under the denim to work his jeans off until they pool at his feet. Without another thought, I cup his impressive manhood in my palm and enjoy the warm, smooth skin, the weight of him. And then, for a brief moment, I panic. He's a big man in both stature and penis size. This massive thing is never going to fit. But before I can give voice to my concerns, Sean lifts me and carries me down the hallway to his bedroom. The side light is already on next to the bed when he sets me on the mattress and climbs over me, kissing his way up my torso as he goes. When he plucks at my nipples with his lips, I think I might die of pleasure. My hands dive into his hair as he kisses along my collarbone and up my neck to my jawline. "You're so good with your mouth," I whisper. His hand finds mine, and as he links our fingers, he backs away so he can stare down at me with those intense green eyes.
"Sometimes I like things a little rough. A lot intense,"
he says. Do I need a safe word? He doesn't laugh, or even smile for that matter.
"That's a good idea."
Well, now I'm beyond curious and turned on. How about stop?
Anytime you say stop, I'll check in with you. Every time. But you need another word that tells me if you think you're in trouble.
I'm not into breath play or being choked.
Me either.
He nuzzles my cheek and then places a kiss there.
I'm into pleasure, Lex. Lots of it. But I need a word from you to let me know if I've gone too far.
Watermelon. He raises a brow and then smiles.
Any reason for that choice?
I hate it.
That works.
He kisses my nose.
I'm going to do things to you that you've never dreamed of. And when I'm done, you'll be begging for more.
Or passed out in bliss, I reply, and drag my hand down his side to his ass. You're in excellent shape for a writer. He kisses the ball of my shoulder.
What are writers supposed to look like?
I don't know, and I know it's a horrible statement. I'm just saying, based on your muscle mass, I'd expect you to tell me you carry trees for a living or something. That makes him laugh snort.
Trees.
Heavy things. I can't stop my hands from roaming. His skin, his body is every girl's fantasy.
You look like you run marathons,
he says. Not anymore. His head comes up and he stares down at me.
You ran marathons?
Like 10 years ago, yeah. Before the writing became all-consuming. I miss it sometimes. Okay, let's not talk about this.
In about 3 minutes, you're not going to be able to talk at all.
My lips are numb. I'm not sure how I'm speaking now, I admit. Sean slides my pants down my legs, and then it's do not pass go because his fingers land right on my pussy.
How about these lips? Are they numb?
Nope, I reply, nearly jackknifing off the bed. Total sensation there.
Excellent.
He pushes my legs up and spreads them wide, and then his mouth covers me, licking and sucking, making the biggest mess between my legs I've ever experienced. And he's totally right. I can't speak. I can only writhe and pant and pull on his thick, dark hair. I don't know whether I should beg him to stop or plead with him to continue forever. With his lips fastened around my lips, he presses his thumb against my clit, and I shatter. As I fall back to earth, Sean licks up my pubis and tickles my navel, then plucks at my nipples with his teeth as he pins my arms above my head with one hand. I frown. I like touching you.
And you will again.
He reaches for a condom, tears it open with his teeth, and manages to sheathe himself one-handed. He nudges his way between my legs, and then pauses. What's wrong?
I don't want to hurt you.
Well, you're massive, so that's inevitable. His lips twitch.
That was excellent for my ego.
It's the truth, but I'm so hot and bothered right now, I don't think it's going to hurt at all. His face softens.
Just tell me, No safe word, just tell me if it isn't good. Okay?
Deal. He pushes in, and where I thought he'd meet resistance, that I'd have to breathe to work through the initial sting of pain, there's only pleasure. I'm so wet he slips in easily, and then smiles down at me.
Okay.
Holy hell, Sean. More than okay.
That's what I want to hear.
He moves his hips in a slow circle and then speeds up. The head of his cock drags against my sensitive walls, and I feel the pressure building inside me all over again. He finally releases my hand so he can brace himself against the wall above my head, and I immediately grip his ass, urging him to go faster, a little harder.
Here, love.
He reverses our position, and I eagerly ride him, then reach back to cup his balls as I clench my inner walls and watch in fascination as he succumbs to his own climax. We're panting, heaving really, watching each other as we gather our wits and come down from the high of the best orgasm in the history of the world. I think I'm sober now, I say with a breathy laugh before collapsing onto Sean's chest. Sober and sated. Chapter 6. Lexi. I turn onto my side and stretch like a lazy cat, enjoying the way the crisp, cool sheets feel against my naked skin. My muscles are sore, deliciously so. Sean gave me a workout last night that I won't soon forget. And while he didn't do anything that was even close to needing a safe word, he was intense in his lovemaking. I'm excited to explore this with him. Is it unprofessional and inappropriate? Yeah, it is. We're colleagues, and he's roughly 7 years younger than me. I mean, I'm not old enough to be his mother, but I am about the same age as his eldest brother. I suppose as long as that doesn't bother him, it shouldn't bother me. But I might ask him about it later, just to be sure. Although, given how he behaved throughout the night, I'd guess our age gap isn't a concern for him. Not in the least. I open my eyes, expecting to see Sean lying next to me, but the bed is empty. I take a deep breath, and the smell of bacon and coffee invades my senses. Sean can cook. I should start running again just to burn off the extra calories I've been consuming thanks to the man's culinary skills. I rub my eyes as I climb out of bed and pad into Sean's closet to help myself to one of his shirts. My stuff is all in the guest room upstairs, and I'm not going to wear the grease-smelling shirt I wore at the pub last night. I slip into a black t-shirt that hangs down to mid-thigh on me, slip a condom into the breast pocket just in case, and walk out to the kitchen. Sean is wearing a white tee and gym shorts. His hair is a mess from my fingers, and he has a day's worth of scruff on his face. He works efficiently, dropping batter onto a skillet. You're making me pancakes? His head comes up, and a grin spreads over his handsome-as-sin face as he takes me in from head to toe.
I thought you'd be hungry,
he says. You thought right. I could sit at one of the stools at the island, but instead I walk around and hug him from behind, pressing my cheek to the center of his back.
Good morning.
Good morning, I reply before letting go and walking over to the coffee machine to brew myself a cup. He's quiet while he flips pancakes, and I pour cream into my coffee. When I turn around, I find him staring at me. What?
You look good in my kitchen.
I grin as I boost myself onto a stool and watch him as he puts the finished pancakes into the warm oven, then pours more batter onto the skillet.
How do you feel this morning?
He asks. Fine. Not hungover like I thought I would be. He nods.
That's good.
I narrow my eyes, watching him. Finally, he sighs and looks me square in the eyes.
Why is this awkward?
I don't feel awkward. I tilt my head. Do you regret last night?
Not even a little.
Is it weird because of my age? He blinks at me and then smirks.
No, not even a little.
Well, at least there's that. Then I'm not sure what the issue is. Amazing consensual sex is nothing to feel awkward about. His shoulders relax, and I immediately jump off the stool and circle the island to stand next to him. Wait, did you think you took advantage of me because of the whiskey? He shrugs his shoulder.
I knew you had your wits about you. You weren't that drunk. But I wanted to make sure that you're still okay with everything that happened.
I find myself softening toward him more every day. Sean is a thoughtful man. I boost myself up onto the countertop and fist his shirt, pulling him between my legs. My hands glide up his chest and over his shoulders, and then my fingers dive into his hair as his head lowers to mine. Coworkers with benefits is the best idea you've had since I met you, I say against his lips. His arms encircle me as his mouth plunders mine. Without breaking the kiss, he reaches over and unplugs the skillet, making me grin.
I didn't give you permission to wear this, he says.
Oh, sorry. I slip the shirt over my head and set it on the counter next to me. I'll be sure to ask next time. But he's no longer listening to me. His green eyes are the deep color of grass on a rainy day as his gaze roams my chest and then moves farther down. His hand glides up my thigh, and then 2 fingers are suddenly and expertly inside me. I gasp and hold onto his shoulders as he moves his hand. Oh, shit.
Watching you get worked up is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
His voice is Irish when he's turned on, and it only turns me on more.
That's it, love. I fucking love it when you flush like that. Just for me.
He kisses my neck, drags his tongue up to my ear, and I'm helpless to do anything but ride his hand. I fumble with the shirt next to me, and when I find the condom, I hold it up to him. Fuck me, Sean. He growls, deep in his throat.
Good girl.
He can't tear it open fast enough, and when he's finally sheathed, he pulls me to the edge of the countertop and easily slides inside me, making us both moan in delight.
Like a damn fist,
he mutters. I can't respond. I can only hold on as he fucks me. On his countertop. And when we're finally sated and catching our breath, he takes my face in his hands and looks me deeply in the eyes.
For as long as you're here, you're mine. Understand?
Yeah. Back at you. He grins and kisses me deeply, then tugs the shirt back over my head.
If you stay naked, I'll keep fucking you and we'll never eat.
Mom. Hello, dear. I haven't heard from you in a couple of weeks, so I thought I would check in. I read the text and roll my eyes. I love my mom. We get along great, and since my dad died about 5 years ago, we've grown even closer. She's awesome. But she's also fabulous at guilt trips. The phone works both ways. If she wants to talk, all she has to do is call. Rather than text her back, I dial her number and press the phone to my ear as I watch Sean changing the oil in his car. I didn't know men still did that. Apparently, he does. Hello, Lexi. Hi, Mom. You know, if you want to talk, you can always call me. I'll answer and everything. Well, I don't know if I'm interrupting your work. So I send texts filled with parental guilt. Got it. How are you, Mom? What's new? Oh, I'm fine. Your Aunt Darla and I went to the farmer's market this morning and I found some fresh strawberries, so I'm going to make some jam. I'll be sure to save you a jar. Yum. Sounds awesome. Thanks. I sip my lemonade and watch as Sean lifts something that must be heavy. I can't tell what it is, but the muscles under his shirt bunch deliciously with the effort. Goodness, he's a sight to behold. How are things in Seattle? I have to look away from the gun show happening just outside the window so I can concentrate on the conversation at hand. I'm actually staying just outside the city on an island with Sean O'Callahan, the screenwriter I'm working with. Oh, I thought you were staying in the city. Well, I was, but we weren't getting much done because of distractions and noise. This is much more comfortable. I don't mention that we're still not getting much done because he's a stubborn ass and we can't seem to agree on anything when it comes to the project. So you found a nice hotel then? No, I'm actually staying at his house. He lives on the island. She's quiet, and I can hear the disapproving side-eye. I'm staying in his guest room, Mom. I mean, as of last night, I'm staying in his bed, but my things are still in his guest room, so it's not a complete lie. And his family owns a really fun Irish pub here on the island. I've been helping out in the kitchen. You're working in a bar? She sounds scandalized. It's awesome. I guess so, but I'm just helping out. Sean took me with him the first night we were here, and I really enjoyed it, so I've been tagging along. They're nice people, Mom. You'd like them. You sound different, she says. In what way? Honestly, you sound happy. Maybe even more confident. My daughter doesn't enjoy leaving her house for much, let alone working in a bar. I shrug a shoulder, even though she can't see me. I'm having fun, and I'm happy. Well, that's all that matters, then. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, honey. I'm going over to check on your condo in just a little while. I'll let you know if anything is wrong, but I'm sure it's fine. I appreciate you checking on it for me. I'm sure it's fine, too, but you never know. It's good to hear your voice, Lexi. Let's not wait so long to chat next time. Just call me, Mom. Honest. She laughs in my ear, and it makes me miss her. I will. I'll see you in a few weeks. Okay. Bye. I hang up and tuck the phone into my pocket. We're about to go to the pub for the evening. I never would have thought that I'd look forward to helping out at O'Callahan's the way I do. Sean's siblings are awesome, and the music is fun. Maybe my evenings there are what's bringing me out of my shell a bit. I'll have to think about it more later.
I just have to take a quick shower, and then I'll be ready to go,
Sean says as he walks into the house, wiping his hands on a rag. He stops when he sees me.
You're wearing that?
I glance down at my jeans and Henley top. What's wrong with it? Is this shirt stained already? I just bought it before I came to Seattle.
It's tight,
he says.
It fits you like a glove.
I blink at him, and then realization hits. I look too good in it. Yep, definitely wearing it. He sighs.
Good to know, so I can mentally prepare to break a bunch of necks tonight.
I laugh and shoo him with my hands. Go get your shower so we're not late.
Bossy woman.
But he's smiling as he hurries into his bedroom. Why are you back here alone? Maggie asks as she bustles into the kitchen. Because Sean is manning the bar while Keegan talks to the police, I reply. I guess he had to call the cops on some guys fighting. Oh, right. Is he still outside? She frowns and blows a stray lock of red hair off her face. Okay, I need 2 cheeseburgers and fries and an order of nachos. Got it. Lex, do you want a job? I turn in surprise and find Maggie's expression is perfectly serious. You're really good at this. I smile. Inside, I'm beaming with pride. Thanks, but I'm only here for a few weeks to write this movie, and then I'll be headed back to Minneapolis. Bummer, Maggie replies just as Sean returns to the kitchen.
What's a bummer?
He asks. That Lexi doesn't want a full-time job here, she replies before lifting a tray full of loaded plates onto her shoulder and leaving the kitchen again. She offered me a job, I say with a proud smile. I guess I'm doing okay.
Honestly, you're doing better than that, and I'm not just saying that because I want to get into your pants.
I roll my eyes and turn back to the griddle to turn the hamburger patties. Thanks. Maggie returns, but her good mood has disappeared, replaced by a scowl as she slams her tray on the table. Slimy bastard. Who does he think he is, coming in here looking like that? Who? Sean and I ask at the same time. No one, she mutters, and leaves again, the scowl still in place. I'm going to go grab a beverage. Can I get you something? I ask Sean.
No, thanks.
Before I walk out, Sean catches my hand and pulls me back for a quick kiss. What was that for?
Just for being you,
he says.
Go get your drink.
I press my tingling lips together as I stride out of the kitchen and move right behind the bar. Keegan told me earlier to just come back and get myself a Coke whenever I want. So I fill a glass with ice and shoot the gun thingy into it. I glance up to find a strikingly handsome man smiling at me from across the bar. Hi, I'm Lexi, I say before sipping my drink.
Cameron,
he replies with a nod.
You're new here.
I'm just helping out in the kitchen. What are you doing here? I feel my eyes go wide and clamp my hand over my mouth. Oh my God, who am I? I don't just start up random conversations with hot men. Shit, I just said that out loud, didn't I? Cameron is laughing now, and Maggie rushes up to the bar, unloading her tray of empties. So I see you met Lexi, she says. Don't be an ass and scare her off, okay?
I'm not in the habit of scaring off women,
he replies, leveling Maggie with a cool stare. Ha, is all Maggie says before she hurries off again. So you're the slimy bastard, I say with a nod. I get it. Now I'm off to the kitchen again before my mouth gets me into more trouble. I hurry away, passing through the swinging door to the kitchen, and stop cold when I see a woman wrapped around Sean. The blonde has her lips pressed to his mouth, her ample tits glued to his chest, and her hands on his ass. I don't give two shits that his hands are nowhere near her or that he doesn't look pleased with the current situation. In fact, he's glaring at her as she pulls away with a satisfied grin.
Well, now I know what sexual assault feels like.
Oh, you've wanted that for a long time, she purrs. There's no need to play hard to get with me, Sean.
I'm not playing anything.
Ahem. The bimbo doesn't jump back. She just turns her head and glares at me. What? I smile. Hi. We haven't met. I'm Lexi, and I'm only going to tell you one time to take your fake double Ds off him. Who the fuck is this? She demands. Lexi, I reply again before Sean can. I take her arm and pull her through the kitchen, then push her out the door. Don't worry, you can have him back in a few weeks. What the? I let the door swing shut in her face, and my smile leaves mine as I turn back to Sean.
If you'd come in 2 seconds later, you would have seen me pushing her off and telling her to get the fuck out of here.
But I didn't come in 2 seconds later, did I? Am I poaching on another woman's territory? He crosses his arms over his chest.
No.
Is she going to be an issue?
No.
Good. I pull a clean basket off a shelf and line it with a square piece of parchment paper, getting it ready for a burger and fries.
That's it?
None of my business otherwise, I say, not looking his way. Co-workers with benefits, remember?
If the tables were turned and I walked in here to find some asshole with his hands on you, I wouldn't be this calm.
Oh, she almost lost the cheap extensions in her hair. But one thing saved her.
What's that?
You didn't have your hands on her, and you weren't kissing her back. If that had been the case, I wouldn't be here right now.
She's someone I
don't care, Sean. Honest. As long as she's not your girlfriend and I'm not a homewrecker, it doesn't matter to me. He blows out a breath and runs his hand through his hair.
Really?
Really. Now, are you going to help me with these orders or not?
You suddenly got really bossy,
he says.
As long as it doesn't bleed over into the bedroom, it's sexy as fuck.
I laugh and drop a basket of fries into the grease. You know, I'm really sad that tomorrow is Monday.
Why's that?
Because we have to go back to work, and that means I have to go back to hating you. He smirks.
You don't hate me.
I might have wished painful things on you Friday.
We're going to hit our stride this week. I can feel it.
He leans in to kiss my cheek.
Don't sweat it, Lex. We've got this.
Right. Maggie barges through the door with anger and frustration written all over her pretty face. He's a fucking moron. That's what he is. And if he thinks he can just sit there and look smug watching me while I bust my ass in that pub, he has another thing coming altogether. I'll tell you that right now. Maggie's face is mutinous as she sets baskets of food on her tray.
What in the bloody hell are you talking about, Mary Margaret?
Sean asks. Oh, there's a guy named Cameron out there, I reply, earning a glare from his sister. The chemistry is off the charts. Sean's eyes narrow on his sibling.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. He's about to find his Guinness in his lap. I'll tell you that right now. She turns and leaves, letting the door flap in and out behind her. Who is that guy? I ask.
A family friend, he says, and I suspect the love of her life. But both of them are too damn stubborn to admit it.
I raise a brow. Wow.
Chapter 7. Sean. The room is dark, except for a stream of light coming from my small desk lamp. The house is perfectly quiet. Lexi's in my bed, sleeping like an angel, and I'm in the office working. Not on our project. No, she might behead me if she found out that I worked on the movie without her. Just thinking about that day in Seattle when she highlighted and deleted all of my work makes me simultaneously want to throttle her and kiss her. No, I'm working on a project that's been on the back burner for a couple of years, always simmering in my mind. It's a thriller with a bit of a love story as a side story arc, and tonight I figured I'd come in here and work on it since I couldn't sleep. Sleepless nights aren't new for me. Sometimes after working at the pub, it's hard to unwind. Just as I'm finishing up a scene, I hear bare feet on the hardwood floor. I look to the doorway and see Lexi leaning against the door jamb. I can go back to bed if you're in the thick of it. Her voice is full of raspy sleepiness. Just finished. I watch as she walks to me, wearing another of my shirts. It seems that she prefers to lounge in my things, and I can't say that it bothers me, not in the least. She leans her butt on the edge of my desk next to me and crosses her arms over her chest. What are you working on? A screenplay that I've had in my head for a few years, I reply, scooting my chair back so I can nudge her in front of me, my hands on her hips until I'm staring right at her stomach at navel level. Her hands immediately find my hair. Why couldn't you sleep? She asks. Her voice is hushed in the darkness. If I didn't know better, I'd say she's a manifestation of my imagination. Sometimes it's just hard to unwind after a shift at the pub. What woke you? I don't know. I just turned over and you weren't there. The sheets were cool, and I wondered where you were. So you found me. She smiles softly. I did. I have a question for you, Sean. All right. I lean back and watch her beautiful face shadowed in the low light. What is it? I guess I wasn't as blasé about that woman in the kitchen as I thought I was. I want to make sure that she's not your girlfriend or anything. I frown up at her. If she was, don't you think she would have fought a lot harder than she did? Thrown a fit? Well, most would, but not all. Some women are doormats, Sean. And I know that what's happening here is casual, but I don't want to hurt someone who might be in love with you. I soften toward her even more. You're a sweet woman, Lex. That woman, Taylor, is someone I dated about 5 years ago. It lasted maybe 2 weeks before I figured out that she's definitely not for me. So no, you're not encroaching on anyone's territory. She does seem to still have a thing for me, though honestly, who can blame her? I'm handsome, funny, charming. A smile slips across her delectable mouth. Humble. That goes without saying, of course. I lean in and press my cheek to her belly as I wrap my arms around her waist and hug her. I don't want to think about her, or anyone else for that matter. I only have Lexi here for a few more weeks. I'll be damned if I waste precious moments of thought on Taylor or any other woman when the one I want is standing right in front of me. I tug the hem of the shirt up, uncovering her bare pussy, and plant a wet kiss on her inner thigh, making her gasp. I fucking love how responsive she is, how willing to explore new things, and how she trusts me with her body. I kiss her other thigh, and then urge her legs apart just a little more so I can taste her. My lips fasten to her clit, and I press a finger inside her, just as her legs start to tremble. Christ, I'll never tire of this, of watching her body come to life with the touch of my fingers, my tongue. She's pulling my hair and crying out as I send her over the first crest, and then without giving her a break, I turn her around, bend her over my desk, and quickly protect us both before easing my way inside her. With one hand planted on the small of her back and the other gripping her hair, I set a rhythm. She reaches back for me, and I take her hand and pin it behind her, grinning down at her. Over the past few days, I've learned that Lexi enjoys being restrained. I can't wait to introduce her to my ropes, but for now, my hands will do. I tug on her hair, and she stands, easily following my wordless commands. I kiss the ball of her shoulder, release her hand, and reach around to press my fingertips to her clit. She comes spectacularly, shivering and moaning, and I can't help but follow her over. I pull out of her, turn her to face me, and wrap her in my arms. She's the perfect match for me sexually, and I plan to take advantage of every opportunity I have to explore with her while she's here. She's bloody amazing. Why are we getting along so well? Lexi asks me several days later as we sit in the office, working on the screenplay. Like, we haven't yelled at each other in days. I told you we'd hit our stride, I reply. And we have. You're also not quite so hard-headed, she replies. At least, not as bad as you were that first week. I grin because I know she's not going to like my next question. But speaking of that, we need to talk about this next scene. The one where she thinks she's catching the killer, but it's the wrong guy. I want to discuss the dialogue here. I just don't think it flows well. She blinks at me, and then that scowl slides into place, and I know I've pissed her off. I'm not trying to make you mad here, Lex. I'm trying to make it sound as good spoken as it does on the page. How do you propose we change it? I want her to speak softer. I know she's in a potentially dangerous situation, but instead of yelling and being so aggressive, I think her voice should be hard but not raised. She shakes her head and rubs her temples. I'm in for a fight. I think it'll be more believable given how you've written her before this scene. She's not one to fly off the handle. And she's not doing that now, she insists. She's doing her job. I lick my lips. She's being a showboater. She's showing off, Lexi, and that's out of character for her. Are we even reading the same book, Sean? Because that's not how it's written at all. Maybe you're one of those men who's intimidated by women who feel confident in their job and their skin and know what the hell they're doing. I'm staring at one of those women, and trust me when I say I'm not intimidated by you in the least. Well, change my story and you will be. I blow out a gusty breath and stride out of the office, heading straight for the kitchen. Don't run away, she says as she follows me. We have to resolve this. After lunch, I reply as I start pulling out the ingredients for hoagie sandwiches. I'm hungry, and we need to cool down. She sighs and sits on a stool, brooding. You're sexy when you're mad. She doesn't reply. She just frowns at me. I finish her sandwich, cut it in half, and slide the plate across the island to her, then start building my own. Why are you trying to change my story? She demands before taking a big bite of roast beef and Swiss. I'm not. You are. You're changing her, and I wrote her the way she is for a reason, Sean. I sigh as I close my sandwich and cut it in half. Did you give your editor this much shit, or does he just tell you that it's perfect the way it is? She gave me plenty of feedback, thank you very much, but she didn't try to change who the character is. I'm not either, Lexi. I'm just trying to make it flow better for film. She shakes her head. You don't get it. Then bloody explain it to me, damn it. That character is everything I wish I was, Sean. She's brave and strong, trustworthy. She's so fucking badass. I can only stare at her, shocked by the words coming out of her gorgeous mouth. What are you talking about? You're exactly those things, Lexi. She shakes her head again, more stubbornly than before. No, I'm not. I'm some of those things here, which has been a surprise to me if I'm being honest. But when I'm home, just living my life, I'm not those things at all. I'm a coward. I'd rather sit in my condo and write stories about other badass women than go to the freaking grocery store. I hate leaving my house. I hate crowds, strangers, people in general. That's not the woman I know at all, I reply honestly. I don't know who she is. You're the woman who walked into that kitchen the other night and basically told Taylor to fuck right off. And I do it again, she says without thinking. And then she lets out a little surprised laugh. See? I don't know why I had to come to Seattle to find some courage, but here we are. And no, I don't think it's going to follow me back home. You didn't have to find anything. Maybe you just had to be out of your element for a while to grow into this part of yourself. It's not like I hooked you up to a machine and put the sass inside of you. The point is, she says, I don't want to change the tone of that scene. I think it fits perfectly for where we are in the story. It's written that way on purpose. What if we write it both ways, I ask her, and we make a note that the director can make the final call? I can see that she's not convinced. She tells me I'm stubborn all the damn time, but Lexi is the most bullheaded woman I've ever met. Fine, she says at last, and then passes me her empty plate. Let's go do this then, you big bully. I laugh as she storms away. God, she's something. We've had a slow evening at the pub, which is pretty standard for a Thursday night when it's not tourist season. Keegan had to take a call, so I'm manning the bar while Lexi's in the kitchen. I'm swiftly starting to think of it as her kitchen, as much as she bosses me around. I don't mind in the least. She seems to be in her element back there. I've just finished building a Guinness when I hear Maggie yelling at someone across the room. I look up in time to see a man rear his fist back and punch my sister right in the fucking face. Cameron, who's been sitting at the bar, jumps into action, as do I. But before we reach Maggie, she hits the asshole in the nose with the heel of her hand, sending him backwards with blood spattering everywhere. You bitch, he screeches. You broke my fucking nose. And I'll take off your wee pecker while I'm at it. Maggie bites back as Cameron slips his arm around her shoulders. Slimy ballbag thinks he can put his hands on me. I'm calling the cops, I say as I pull my phone out of my pocket. Keegan appears and presses a white towel full of ice to Maggie's eye. I glance around and see Lexi standing just outside of the kitchen door, her blue eyes big as she takes in the scene. Are you okay? I mouth to her. She nods and stays where she is as we wait for the cops and the paramedics to arrive. Keegan hauled the jerk who dared to put his hands on Maggie outside. Are you okay, baby? Cameron asks my sister. I raise a brow at him, but he's not paying attention to me. He only has eyes for Mary Margaret. What the hell is going on here? I'll be fine, Maggie insists, but sits patiently as Cameron presses the ice to her cheek. I told him several times that I wasn't interested. I told him I wasn't going to serve him alcohol anymore either, because he already had too much. He wouldn't stop asking me to go back to his vacation rental. Finally, I told him to get out and to never come back. That's when he hauled off and decked me. Charming, I mutter. I want to beat the fuck out of the idiot. Based on the way Cameron's jaw is clenched, I'd say he feels the same way. Police are outside arresting him, Keegan says as he walks inside. They'd like to ask you a few questions, Maggie. Arresting him? Maggie asks, surprised. For assault. He hit you first. We all saw it. Turns out he has a bit of a rap sheet, so we'll spend the night in jail, and then he'll probably be out on bail. But I won't stand for my employees or my family being assaulted on the job. We serve drinks and food, and that's it. He doesn't have the right to touch you. Hell no he doesn't, I add. If that happens again, we kick them out the first time they proposition you and get pissy after being turned down. I thought I could handle him, she admits. And you fucking did, Cameron says. That was a nice shot, by the way. Thanks. I took a self-defense class when Joey was away on his business trips. He never got physical with me, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to know how to protect myself, just in case. I still hate that guy, I mutter. Maggie's late husband was a piece of shit. We knew that before he died. And then we learned about a whole bunch of things he'd done that made us hate him even more. We're going to shut down early tonight, Keegan announces. Sorry, everyone. We're closing. It doesn't take us long to settle any outstanding tabs and get the few remaining customers on their way before locking the door. I'm taking her home, Cameron announces as he helps Maggie into her jacket. You don't have to do that, she insists. I can get myself home, for God's sake. It's just a headache and a swollen eye. I'm taking her home, Cameron repeats, and Maggie just blows out a gusty breath and mutters something about stubborn men. I'll see you later. We wave them off. Lexi walks out of the kitchen, already out of her apron. I cleaned up back there, she announces. Is Maggie okay? She'll be fine, I assure her. Are you okay? She frowns. Of course I am. I'm not the one who took a punch to the face, thank God. Just the thought of a man putting his hands on any woman, especially Lexi, sets my blood to boiling. Maggie didn't deserve to be hit any more than a dog barking at an intruder. I just have to help Keegan close up, and then I'll be ready to go. Go, Keegan says. I've got this. I could use some time alone. If you're sure. He nods. I'm sure. I'll see you tomorrow.
Chapter 8. Lexi. It's noon already, I say in surprise, looking at my phone. Sean and I have been working since early this morning, and to my continued surprise, we're working well together. Maybe he was right, and we just needed to hit our stride. Ever since our argument yesterday, when I spilled my guts about putting so much into the character I wish I was, Sean has been better about explaining in detail why he wants to make the adjustments or changes he suggests. It's helping. I don't want to say I'm enjoying it, because I don't want to jinx anything, but it doesn't suck as bad as it once did.
Time flies when the words do,
he murmurs, still reading through something on his screen. I have to go. I jump up and methodically fold the orange blanket I had thrown over my legs as we worked. I don't know how long I'll be. His head comes up, and his green eyes focus on me.
Where are you going?
To see Maggie, of course. She was assaulted last night, remember? I want to see how she's doing.
I'll come with you.
No. I shake my head as I slip my feet into shoes. I have questions for her that she won't answer in front of you. Girl questions, I guess you could say. And I'd kind of like to see her on my own. Is that weird? He's grinning at me as if I'm a child who just did well on a test.
It's not weird at all. She's become your friend, and you want to look in on her. I think it's nice, actually.
I shift uncomfortably. Why are you smiling at me like that?
Like what?
I don't know. Like I'm cute or something. He tilts his head to the side and then stands and crosses to me. He tips my chin up with a fingertip and slants his lips over mine.
You're not cute, Lex. You're fucking hot as hell. And I'm smiling at you because you make me happy.
I clear my throat. Well, okay then.
Tell Maggie I said hello, and let me know if you need anything. You can take my car, of course.
Oh, I just ordered a rideshare. No biggie. I'll see you in a bit. I walk out of the office, grab my purse, and step outside just as my car arrives. The truth is, although I do want to check in on Maggie and make sure she's okay, I need a quick break from Sean. He's awesome, and things are going well, but we're almost getting along too well. He's potent, intense, and I'm constantly turned on when I'm around him. I need to give my libido a break. I ask the driver to swing by a restaurant so I can pick up some lunch I called in, and he waits as I run in and retrieve my order. The driver pulls up to Maggie's little house on the edge of town just as her door opens and Cameron comes walking out. His brow rises when he sees me.
Hello, Lexi.
Hey, I didn't expect to run into you. Did you stay the night? Rather than answer, He just smiles, pushes his sunglasses up on his nose, and opens the door of his classic Mustang.
Bye, Lexi.
And with that, the engine roars to life and he drives away. Okay, so whether he stayed the night or not is none of my business. I'll just ask Maggie. I knock on the door, and when she calls out that it's open, I walk inside. Maggie's sitting on her couch, her laptop balanced on her thighs as she eats soup out of a bowl. "Hey," she says, her voice full of surprise. "Sorry, I thought you were Maeve. She's supposed to be coming over in a few." "I brought lots of food," I say as I set the bag on her coffee table. "I'm starving, and I thought you might be too." "Cameron just heated up some soup for me," she says, setting the bowl aside. "But yeah, I could go for some Chinese." We're shuffling boxes around, pouring contents onto plates, when Maeve arrives. She walks right in, and when she gets a look at this spread of food, she grins. "I'm just in time for lunch. And there's lots, so please eat," I say, passing her a plate. "And hurry up, because I have questions for your sister." "Really?" Maeve asks, intrigued as she loads up her plate and then sits on the floor, using the coffee table to eat from. "Ask away." "Cameron." Maggie's good eye narrows on me as she chews her chow mein. "What about him?" "He just left your house." "Really?" Maeve asks again. "Did he stay the night?" Maggie swallows. "Maybe." "Your eye looks awful, by the way," Maeve adds. "You need more ice." "My face is going to fall off from frostbite if I ice it any more than I already have," Maggie replies. "How does it feel?" I ask. "It throbs like a fucker," she says, then shrugs one shoulder. "It'll feel better in a couple of days. Keegan says I'm relegated to the kitchen until it fades. And I'm okay with that. I've had enough of drunk customers for a little while." "I'll wait tables," Maeve volunteers. "Now, tell us more about Cameron." "There's not much to tell," she says. "He gave me a ride home, got me settled with ice and a shot of whiskey, and then put me to bed." "And how many times did you have sex?" I ask, then cover my mouth in surprise. "Well, that was rude. I'm sorry." "Don't be," Maeve says. "We all want to know." "We didn't have sex," Maggie replies, "and we won't be having sex. He's Kane's best friend. He's just being brotherly." I can't help the snort or the laughter that escapes. Trust me when I tell you, Cameron does not look at you the way a brother looks at his sister. "He never has," Maeve says quietly. "Not since you became an adult, anyway." "He's never here," Maggie says. "He works for the government. He used to be military, and who knows what in the hell he does now. He's always off saving the world from something or other. He's never here." "He's here now," I point out. "Maybe he plans to be here for a while." "Doubtful." "Did you ask him? That's what I want to know," Maeve says. "No, I didn't ask him. He never stays. Besides, Joey's only been dead for a year. I'm still unpacking this house, for God's sake. I don't have time to get tangled up with Cameron." "When did you move in here?" I ask. "Right after Joey died," she replies. "I just haven't finished settling in." "Because this isn't where you're staying," Maeve adds. "It's a rental. I keep trying to get her to buy something that's more her." "I can't afford a mortgage making what I do at the pub," Maggie says. "And no, I'm not complaining. This little house is just fine." The sisters share a look, and I want to ask more questions, but we're diving into territory that truly isn't any of my business. So I change the subject. "I'm sleeping with your brother." Two pairs of emerald green eyes turn to me, both full of laughter. "Oh, we know," Maggie says. "How?" "Well, you can't keep your hands off each other when you're in the kitchen," Maeve says. "And when you look at each other, I expect the whole pub to burst into flames at any moment." "The chemistry is palpable," Maggie agrees. "And it's fun to watch." "I'm a little jealous," Maeve adds. "No one's ever looked at me like that." "That's because men are dumb," Maggie replies. but sometimes they're handy. Do you think you'll move here then?
Why would I do that? I ask as I take a bite.
To be with Sean, Maeve says. I shake my head. No, you misunderstand. We're having sex, but no one said anything about falling in love. We're enjoying each other while we work together. That's it.
Huh, Maggie says.
Really?
Why? Maeve shakes her head at Maggie as if to shut her up. What am I missing?
Nothing, Maggie says, holding up her hands. It's just surprising, that's all.
We're together all the time, I remind them.
And the work itself wasn't going well at first. I honestly thought I might kill him. So you slept with him instead? Maggie asks with a grin.
Atta girl, Maeve says.
The rideshare drops me off at Sean's, and I frown when I see the man himself standing at the rear of his SUV, loading a suitcase. Where are you going? I ask as I approach. He turns and offers me a devastating smile that has me immediately flashing one of my own. The man's smile should come with a warning label. Warning, may incinerate panties.
We're going up to the cabin for the weekend.
Who's we? You got a turd in your pocket? He blinks at me and then says,
Excuse me?
My mom used to say that to me when I was a kid. Who is we?
You and me.
I narrow my eyes on him. We still have work to do, and I haven't packed anything. Your communication skills need some polishing, Sean. I glance into the back of the SUV and see that he's already added a couple of my cozy throws and pillows. Okay, that's sweet.
We've been working our asses off all week, Lex. We can take the rest of today off. It's Friday.
I'm not really an outdoorsy girl. I can just imagine what this cabin looks like. A tiny, rustic building with no electricity, no running water, and bugs everywhere. Absolutely not. Besides, don't we have to work at the pub? He tucks my hair behind my ear, and I immediately feel my nipples pebble. My physical response to this man is absolutely ridiculous.
We have the weekend off from the pub, he replies. We've earned the downtime, don't you think?
I wrinkle my nose. But in the woods? He laughs and shakes his head at me, then loops his arm around my shoulders and guides me inside.
Come on, city girl. Let's grab a few more things and be on our way. I promise you'll have a good time.
If I hate it, can we come back?
Absolutely.
I almost tell him this is a waste of time since I'll most likely want to come right back to the island, but I don't want to sound like a complete jerk, so I hold my tongue and finish putting some things into a bag. Less than 30 minutes later, we're driving off the island. No ferry?
No, we're going in the opposite direction, north of Seattle into the forest a bit. It's a nice drive.
I nod and look out the window, watching the miles whiz by. It takes almost 2 hours to get where we're going. When he turns off the highway, the road is gravel, dusty. I wrinkle my nose, but remind myself to be optimistic. Maybe it won't be so bad. And maybe I'll win the Nobel Peace Prize.
Almost there,
Sean murmurs as he turns right. About 100 yards later, he pulls up in front of a house and cuts the engine.
Let's start unloading the car,
he says, and moves to open his door, but I stop him. Wait, this is the cabin? He looks at it and then back at me.
Yes. Is there a problem?
Sean O'Callahan, you made me think this was a one-room shack without any modern conveniences.
I never said that.
He smiles. I stare at the enormous 2-story home in front of me and can't hide my shock. It's bigger than your house on the island.
Yeah, Kane and Anastasia bought it late last year. It was a good investment, and Kane said we can all use it whenever we want. It's nice to drive up here and get away for a little while, you know?
Right. No, I don't know. Because my family has never purchased a multi-million-dollar cabin in the mountains.
Did you think I was going to make you rough it all weekend?
He asks as we get out of the car and walk around to the back, pulling out bags and blankets. Well, yeah. You said cabin. You didn't say mountain estate. Sean laughs.
I have no intention of having sex with you in a rustic cabin. Outside, maybe. But trust me when I say this place is more than comfortable.
I can see that. The house is massive with windows that look out over a valley with mountains in the distance. He leads me inside, and we drop our belongings just past the front door as he gives me a quick tour.
There are 4 master suites in the house, he begins. The one on the main floor is Kane and Stasia's. The others are empty. We just stay wherever we want when we come, so feel free to pick the one you like the best. The kitchen is my favorite part of the house.
And I can see why. It's white and modern, open to the living space, and has views of the mountains. The entire house is absolutely gorgeous. Why doesn't anyone live here? I ask.
It's just too far out of town,
Sean replies.
We like being on the island, but Ma and Da are planning to come and stay out here for a month or so, soon. We'll all come and go while they're here. I don't think they'll last a week before Ma insists they stay with one of us on the island so she can fuss at the pub. She misses cooking.
I grin at the thought. I wish I would still be here when his parents arrive so I could meet and talk with them. I bet they're wonderful people. Sean opens the fridge, and I gasp.
What's wrong?
He asks. Did no one clean the fridge out the last time you were here? He relaxes and laughs.
This is all new food. We have caretakers who come in with fresh food and open the windows to air the place out. That sort of thing.
Of course, I don't know why I didn't think of that.
You don't have to think about anything for the next 48 hours,
he says with a wink.
It looks like they brought a whole meal as well. It's in the oven. Are you ready for dinner?
Let's finish unloading the car. Then we can settle in and eat, I suggest.
Good idea. And you can choose our room upstairs.
Our room? I raise a brow, but I'm totally playing with him. I haven't slept in the guest room since the night we got drunk at the pub. Sean moves in close and plants his lips next to my ear.
Our room, Lexi, where I plan to explore every inch of you and introduce you to a few new things as well.
New things? His smile is sly and full of anticipation.
Oh, yes.
Let's skip dinner altogether. Not only did we not skip dinner, but we inhaled every bite of the lasagna and garlic bread the caretaker dropped off. It was delicious.
Let's take a walk,
he suggests, holding his hand out for mine.
We'll work off some of this food.
You're going to have to roll me around, I inform him. I don't know if I can even fit into my shoes, I'm so full.
I have faith.
We set off on foot down a trail that leads away from the house and into the woods. Isn't it going to be dark soon?
We have a couple of hours, he says, and this doesn't go far. Trust me.
The walk is relatively flat, if a little windy, as we work our way through the forest. Ferns line the path on either side. I half expect to see magical fairies flying around, I say with a laugh. It's beautiful back here.
I know what you mean. It's a peaceful spot, that's for sure.
He guides me around a bend, and then we start to climb up a little bluff. When we finally reach the top, we can see the cabin down below and an even more incredible view of the mountains. I didn't even know that was possible. Wow. I sit on a rock and stare as the sun casts a pink glow on the mountains before us. This is quite a show, Mr. O'Callahan.
One I'm happy to give you whenever you'd like to see it.
He sits next to me and pulls me into him to cuddle me close. This is a beautiful place, a special one, and I'm grateful to be here with him. We sit in silence until the mountains are purple rather than pink, and then Sean kisses my temple.
We should go. The sun will set quickly now.
I don't want to get eaten by a bear, I announce as I hop off the rock and begin the descent down the bluff. I'm just not good bear food. Not delicious in the least.
On that, we'll have to disagree, because I think you're absolutely delectable, he says, and I plan to feast on you when we get back.
Well, you're not quite the same as a bear.
I can be, when I'm in a mood.
I laugh and kiss his hand. True.
What did you think of your first hike?
We hiked?
We're walking in the great outdoors. What else would you call it?
Huh, I guess I hiked. I admit I'm pretty damn good at it.
You sound surprised.
I'm shocked. I glance back at the trail and see that the shadows are growing longer and deeper. It's creepy as hell.
But did you enjoy it?
Yes. I breathe a sigh of relief when we walk out of the tree line and I see the house. I did. Especially the company.
Good, because we're doing it again tomorrow.
What happened to us relaxing all weekend?
This is relaxing.
Chapter 9. Lexi. I wake up the same way I've woken up every day since Sean and I started sleeping together. Naked, groggy, and deliciously sore. Last night after our hike, we enjoyed some time in the hot tub. I don't even own a bathing suit, whether in Seattle or Minnesota, so it was a naked dip in the tub. And of course, it quickly turned sexy. One thing about having a physical relationship with a younger man is that he never tires of being physical. Or maybe I've just been with men in the past who were lazy when it came to being intimate. That could certainly be the case. And Sean O'Callahan is not lazy. Coming here was a great idea. As he said, we did work hard all week and made great progress on the project. Taking a couple of days off is good for the soul. I need to recharge. And this is a lesson I'll take home with me when I leave. I usually work every day in some capacity. I need to remember to take time to rest.
Good morning.
I open my eyes and grin at the sight of Sean standing next to the bed, holding a tray. You're a morning person, I say as I sit up, wrap the bedding around me, and lean against the wooden headboard. Sean sets the food on the mattress and sits next to me.
I always have been,
he confirms as I reach for the coffee. I take a long sip and sigh in happiness.
I love it when you make that noise.
Coffee makes me happy. He gestures to the food he prepared.
You should eat. You're going to need your strength today.
I feel this sly grin spreading over my face. Oh, really? Sean laughs and leans in to kiss my cheek.
Yes, for that too. But playtime is later. First, we're going on another hike.
Did I mention that I'm not outdoorsy? I open my mouth when he holds a fork full of eggs up to my lips.
You did great last night. You even liked it.
I nod and take a bite of toast.
Being out in nature is great for inspiration, he continues. If I'm stuck on a project, I take a walk. It clears my head, and I'm usually able to figure out the scene.
I used to do the same thing with running. I sip my coffee. And then life got crazy. My dad died, and Mom needed me more. I had deadlines. Everything was just a mess. I got out of the habit, and running just didn't seem terribly important anymore. Sorry, I'm babbling.
I like it when you babble,
he says, and eats a strawberry.
I'm sorry about your father.
Me too. He was a great person. Funny. He was damn smart, too.
And he passed that down to his daughter.
I feel myself flush. You give me too much credit.
And perhaps you don't give yourself enough,
he says.
But before we get too philosophical, We should get ready for our hike.
You're really going to make me go? He nods as he finishes his coffee.
It'll be great. Trust me.
I must trust you if I'm actually entertaining the idea. I lift my arms over my head and stretch, letting the linens fall around my hips in hopes that it'll distract Sean from this hiking idea. He reaches out and circles my nipple with his fingertips, but doesn't take it any further. He stands and gathers the tray.
Come on, let's get going. The sooner we get started, the sooner we get back.
I blow out a breath. Fine. He laughs as he leaves me alone in the room. I take my time getting dressed and pulling my dark hair back in a short ponytail. My hair isn't long. It's just easier to take care of when it barely hits my shoulders. When I'm ready for the day, I meet up with Sean, who's already outside on the front porch, leaning against a support.
Ready?
He asks. As I'll ever be. Are we going back up to the bluff?
No, we're going in the opposite direction. There's some great waterfalls just a couple of miles away.
A couple of miles?
You used to run marathons, Lex. You've got this.
Yeah, in the city, on concrete, where I wasn't going to be killed by a bear.
Just a mugger.
He winks at me.
Besides, they're only black bears in Washington, and they don't eat people. We'll make noise to warn them we're there, and they'll go away. We're not in grizzly territory.
He takes my hand, links our fingers, and leads me to another trailhead about 50 yards from the house. Look at you, being the hiking guide and everything.
I have many talents.
Oh, I'm aware. That earns me a cocky grin that sends a little zing right through me. I enjoy flirting with Sean. It's easy because every compliment is totally true. The path is windy, like the one yesterday, but this one inclines quickly, which tests my endurance and my heart rate. I really need to get back to exercising regularly. It's a beautiful autumn day, and the trees offer shade from the sun. Birds fly by, and we see a few squirrels, but no other wildlife lurks among the trees. Do you go to Ireland very often to see your parents? I ask, trying to distract myself as we climb and make our way on the path.
At least once a year,
he says.
Before they moved there, we'd go every few years or so to see family.
What part of Ireland are you from?
The West Coast, a little village about 75 kilometers from Galway.
The photos I've seen of that country are beautiful.
And they don't do it justice,
he replies.
I've been all over the globe, Lexi. I had wanderlust when I was younger, and I traveled quite a bit. And I can tell you that Ireland isn't just a place. It roots itself in your soul, and when you leave, you carry a longing with you that never goes away until you're there again.
You're not even 30, I say in surprise.
I'll be 30 in a few weeks. What does that have to do with anything?
How have you had time to travel so much and establish a career in screenwriting already? I can hear water rushing, so we must not be too far from our destination.
I wrote while I traveled,
he says.
I've been back in Washington for well over 6 years now, but sometimes I get the urge to go somewhere new. More often than not, I choose to go back to Ireland.
Is it because you were born there?
Maybe. You'll have to go sometime and tell me what you think.
The thought of flying over the Atlantic Ocean gives me hives, so I just nod in agreement. We walk around a bend, and I stop short, staring in awe at the falls in front of us. Whoa!
I know.
We're shoulder to shoulder, watching as water cascades down the mountain, rushing over rock to a large pool below. Sean, this is incredible.
I found it by accident,
he says as he leads me to sit on a boulder near the pool.
I took a walk one day and found the trail and ended up here. I think I sat here for about 4 hours that day and fleshed out the idea for a film that's currently in production.
That's awesome. I take a deep breath, enjoying everything about this place. The water is crisp and cold, and once in a while I feel a small droplet that escapes the roaring water hit my face. I wrote a book once about a woman who knew everything there is to know about astrology and each birth sign. Of course, I had to do a ton of research. I'm an Aquarius, an air sign. Air signs usually pull their energy from the elements of nature. I never really took it seriously, but I can totally see that. As I'm sitting here, breathing it all in, I feel energized. Who knew that I could be outdoorsy? He laughs and squeezes my hand, and we sit in silence for a long while, listening to the water and just enjoying this special place. Finally, I stand and walk around the pool, and then start to feel restless.
Are you ready to head back?
He asks. I think so, if that's okay with you.
Of course.
We hike back down the trail, with me in the lead. It feels good to stretch my legs, and before long I find myself running down the path. The strain on my lungs feels wonderful. My legs feel strong and ready to run for as long and as far as I want to go. Yes, I'll be getting back into running when I get home. I've missed it. When I reach the bottom of the trail, I stop and wait for Sean, who isn't far behind me. He's panting hard but grinning.
You're like a gazelle,
he says as he bends at the waist and tries to catch his breath.
Jesus, I could barely keep up with you. You should definitely get back into running. You're damn good at it.
I just decided I'm going to, I say. And hiking isn't so bad either. Look at me, being all outdoorsy and everything. Just then, I feel something crawling along my arm. I stare in horror at a massive spider walking across me as if it belongs there. Oh shit, get it off, get it off, get it off! Sean swats at it, sending it to the ground, and I do the squirmy, creeped-out spider dance. I take it back. I hate nature. I fucking hate nature. Sean's laughing, so I glare at him out of principle.
That was just a wee spider,
he says, turning up his Irish to charm me. It wasn't a wee anything, except I might have weed in my pants at the sight of that monster. Sean laughs harder as we walk to the house. I need a shower, stat.
You don't look like you sweated much.
I had a spider on me, Sean. I have to wash off. Ew.
Do you want me to check you for ticks?
Ticks? I stare at him incredulously. You didn't say anything about ticks. Are you telling me I could have Lyme disease now? Oh my God, Sean. He's practically rolling on the ground in laughter.
You're so damn cute. The odds of a tick already taking hold are very slim. We'll get you all checked out in the shower.
Is this your sly way of getting me naked?
Did it work?
Yeah. Shower shenanigans should be an Olympic sport. I'm happy to report that there were 0 ticks found on either of us, but there were plenty of orgasms to be had. And that's a successful morning in my book. Now we're sitting in the family room with an Indiana Jones movie showing on the huge TV while we play canasta. I can't believe you've never played this before, I say as I take a card from the deck. I used to play all the time with my dad.
Were you a card shark with him, too?
Sean asks with a frown. Maybe. You have to take your pants off. Did I mention we're playing strip canasta? Because we are. It's glorious. So far, all I'm missing is the button-down shirt I put on over my cami after our shower. Other than that, I'm fully clothed. Sean is now officially only in his boxers. It's a sight to behold.
So you won,
Sean says. No, you're still wearing your underwear. I don't win until you're naked. He cocks a brow.
If getting me naked is your goal, I'll happily do so without having you kick my ass at cards, Lex.
I giggle and shuffle the cards. But this is so much fun.
For you.
He waits while I deal, watching me with happy green eyes. He's acting like a sore loser, but he's been laughing and having a good time regardless.
I had no idea you were so competitive.
When it comes to cards, yes. I've been going easy on you. He laughs as he picks up his cards, and then, without saying a word, he simply stands up and takes off his shorts. You just gave up, I say. He shows me his cards, and I bust up laughing. Yeah, good call. That's a losing hand if I ever saw one. My eyes roam over him, taking him in from head to toe. He's sculpted with muscles in all the right places, and he's not too beefy. No, he's lean and toned and just delicious. And even after the sex marathon in the shower, I want him again. I crook my finger, beckoning for him to come closer. He obliges, and I turn in my seat, now eye level with his impressive cock that's quickly hardening under the scrutiny of my gaze. But I don't touch it. Instead, I let my fingertips glide over his smooth hips, across his abs, and I place a kiss on his upper thigh just under that sexy V. His fingers sweep my hair back.
We need to talk, Lexi.
My eyes dart up to his. Okay.
I'd like to play this afternoon, but I need to warn you that you might need your safe word for this.
I feel my eyebrows climb in surprise. Excitement takes hold in my belly. Really? He nods solemnly.
I need you to promise to use it if you need to.
Okay, I promise. He takes my hand and pulls me to my feet, and then he leads me down the hall to our bedroom. When we're standing in the middle of the room, he turns to me, then frames my face and kisses me lightly.
I want you to take your clothes off and stay right here. Don't go to the bed. Okay?
I nod.
Answer me with words, Lexi.
I understand. He turns away and walks to the closet, and I get to work stripping out of my clothes. He's more intense this afternoon, and I'm excited to see where he's going to take this. I'm standing right where he left me, naked as the day I was born, when he turns back and crosses to me. He's carrying rope. My eyes find his in surprise. You want to tie me up?
Very much.
He takes a deep breath as if he's trying to calm down.
I've been thinking about it for a long time. Here.
He lets me hold the rope in my hands. It's red and smooth. It feels like nylon.
This is a soft rope, so it won't bite into your skin at all. It won't chafe. It's not meant to hurt you. It's meant to restrain you while I give you pleasure. That's all. I want to make sure you understand that I'm not trying to harm you.
I immediately smile at him. You'd never hurt me. His eyes soften as he reaches out and drags his thumb over the apple of my cheek.
No, I wouldn't.
I pass the rope back to him. What do you want me to do?
Just trust me.
Done. He kisses me, softly at first, and then with more intensity until we're both panting with need.
You're fucking incredible,
he growls, his Irish as thick as I've heard it, as he gathers my hands in front of me and ties them together, making an intricate knot.
I've done a little studying in the art of shibari, which is basically knots and bondage. I think it's beautiful. I'm not in the BDSM lifestyle. It just doesn't interest me. But the ropes do. I won't tie them so tight that you can't get out of them if you really want to, or so I can't easily remove them from you if needed. You're never in danger.
I appreciate you reassuring me, Sean. I'm not afraid. This is fascinating and sexy, and I'm totally into it. He nods, and with my hands tied in front of me, leads me to the bed. He helps me lie down in the center of the mattress and lifts my hands over my head, tying them to the wooden headboard.
Does this hurt your shoulders?
Nope. I'm not nervous in the least. I'm almost giddy with excitement. I don't know what he plans to do next, but I'm ready for it. Every single thing Sean has done with or to me since we started this physical relationship has been nothing short of amazing. I can't imagine this will be any different. With my hands restrained above me, all I can do is watch as Sean reaches for a ribbon that I didn't see before. He drags it over my skin, across my nipples and between my legs. The light sensation sends goosebumps over my flesh.
You like that?
He says with a grin.
What about this?
He leans over and takes my nipple into his mouth, sucks hard, and then nibbles it until it's just this side of too much sensation. I cry out and squirm beneath him. I want to touch him, but all I can do is wiggle in the restraints.
You have a safe word.
He reminds me. Fuck the safe word, I growl. Just touch me. This is torture. The grin is swift and sly, and the next thing I know, his fingers are between my legs, strumming my folds as if he's playing a guitar. He plucks them lightly, as if the song is soft and sweet, and then his touch deepens and I'm nothing but a ball of sensation. We're 5 minutes in, and I'm beside myself with lust.
If you keep moving your legs like that, I'll have to tie them, too.
I can't stop moving, I confess, panting hard. I need you inside me, Sean.
Sorry, Lex. That's the wrong answer.
Chapter 10. Sean. God, she's magnificent, sprawled out on my bed, writhing in wanton need. I'll give her what she wants, but not quite yet. I have some fun in store for her first. I gently cup her ankle in my hand, tie it to the bedpost, and then do the same to the other side before standing back to take her in. She's fully restrained with my red ropes knotted against her pale flesh. It's the sexiest thing I've ever seen in my bloody life. Her blue eyes are wide and focused on mine. Not a drop of fear. No, there's nothing fearful about the way she's watching me right now. She's absolutely turned on, which is precisely what I want from her. Do you know, I begin as I step to her and drag my fingertip up the inside of her left leg, how unbelievably sexy you are, Lexi. She licks her lips and shakes her head no. Always answer me with words, please. No. I dream about you, I confess as I watch my finger tickle her navel. And when I'm awake, I long for you, for your touch. I don't think I can say that about anyone else I've ever been with. You've put some kind of spell on me, and I don't think I mind at all. I don't mind either. I grin and lean over to kiss her nipples, pull them between my lips and play as my hand eases between her legs. The heel of my hand presses against her clit as I push 2 fingers inside her and watch as her back bows off of the bed, and she cries out, "Yes!" She's slick and ready for me, but I hold back because once I start fucking her, I won't stop until we're both spent, and I want this to last. I send her up and over the first peak, and when she's coming down from that initial high, I cover her with my body and kiss her shoulder, then up her neck to her lips. She gives as good as she gets. If her hands were free, she'd be tugging at my hair and scratching her nails down my back. She's a bloody delight in bed. I can't get enough of your tight, wee body, I say, watching her eyes as I let my hand roam over her. Your skin is like silk, and your voice is a siren's call that I'll never get tired of. I love it when you talk to me, she admits breathlessly. That hint of Ireland in your voice is the sexiest thing ever. I smile softly. It's my accent you enjoy, is it then? Kicking it up a notch isn't difficult. I'm rewarded with a long, low moan. Interesting. And what if I tell you, with this accent, that it's savage how turned on I am when I look at you all tangled up in my ropes? Good God, you just got hotter. I grin against her skin and place a kiss on her jawline. I can't resist her any longer. I reach back and with a flick of my wrist, release one ankle and then the other. Her legs immediately come up around my hips, and I slide inside her, stopping when I'm seated balls deep. Christ, I mutter, clenching my eyes shut as the base of my spine immediately tingles at the feel of her tight pussy wrapped around me. With my lips on hers, I move my hips slowly. Are you trying to kill us? She asks. What a way to go. She laughs, but when I grind the base of my cock against her clit, That chuckle turns into a moan, and I feel her start to spasm around me. That's right, Angel. Give in to it. Her head falls back and she comes spectacularly, pulling me right along with her. I reach up and release her hands, and she immediately wraps them around my neck, still linked together. The red rope falls between us, looped around her breast. Sexiest thing ever, I mutter before kissing her softly. Thank you for this. You're welcome. Anytime, really. I roll us to our sides and pull her hands over my head so I can work on untying them. The knot I made on her wrists is different from the quick-release ones I did on her feet and the bedposts. When she's free, she cradles my face in her hands and kisses me sweetly. I could fall in love with this woman. I'm not, but I could. She stares at me with crystal-clear blue eyes. I can't read the look in them. Maybe she's thinking the same things I am. Do we have any ice cream? She asks. Probably. Excellent. She climbs off the bed and heads for the door. I'm getting some. Naked? Why not? I hurry after her. Why not indeed? I'm not ready to go back to real life, Lexi says the next day as I pull into the driveway of my house and cut the engine. I don't want our weekend to end. I don't want any of this to end. But I don't say it out loud because that's not the agreement. We can go back next weekend, I remind her, and take her hand in mine. I kiss her knuckles. We can go back anytime you want. Okay, next weekend works. If we weren't working at the pub, we could just hole up there and finish the project. I nod, thinking it over. If Keegan would get his head out of his ass and hire a damn full-time cook, we could do that. It's okay, she says quickly. I'm not complaining. I enjoy the pub. You didn't come to Washington to slave away in a hot kitchen, I reply. But I'm grateful you don't mind going because I like having you there. And I like being there, so it works out. She smiles and then opens the car door. Let's get this stuff inside, then maybe I'll take a run on the beach. I can't go far because I don't have great running shoes, but the sneakers I took to the cabin will work fine. I can take care of this, I say, waving her off. Go for your run. I don't mind helping. We're standing at the rear of the car, and I pull her to me, wrapping my arm around the small of her back as I kiss her long and slow. Go for your run, Lexi. She licks her lips. Okay, thanks. I won't be long. Be careful, I yell after her, then start unloading our things from the car. It doesn't take me long to get everything inside and put away, even getting the dirty laundry into the wash. I've just stowed my suitcase in the closet under the stairs when the doorbell rings. Maybe Lexi is back from her run already, but why would she ring the bell? I hurry to the door and open it to find not Lexi, but Taylor. Fuck my life. Why are you here? The expression on Taylor's pretty face falls into a pout. Don't be mean to me, Shawnee. I just wanted to come and see you, cheer you up a little. I don't need to be cheered up. I'm cheerful without you, thank you very much. I turn to walk away and shove the door closed, but she catches it and follows me into the house. What is with you? She demands. I've been throwing myself at you for years. I'm hot, I have a good job, there's absolutely nothing wrong with me, Sean. I didn't say there was anything wrong with you. Then why don't you respond to me? You could fuck me 7 ways to Sunday anytime you want. I've made that clear. And nada, nothing. Do you know how many men would love to get a piece of this? Then let them have it, I say, frowning at her. Because I'm not interested. I tried to be nice about it for a long time because I didn't want to hurt your feelings. But now I'm just fed up and embarrassed for you. I don't want you. I can't put it any clearer than that. You're just not for me. Go find one of those men who would kill to get his hands on you. Her lip quakes with anger. Her hands are in fists at her sides. She wants to hit me, to throw a fit, that much is clear. But it won't matter. I don't want Taylor. If you send me away now, I won't give you any more chances. I laugh and rub my hands over my face in frustration. For the love of God and all that's holy, Taylor, go. Get out of my house and away from me. I don't want any more chances. She stomps her foot like a 4-year-old and then whips around to walk out the door. A minute later, the tires of her car squeal as she speeds down my driveway. Who is that? I turn at Lexi's voice, surprised to see her standing next to me. She's pulling earbuds out of her ears as she catches her breath. I've never been so happy to see anyone in my life. Taylor. She blinks rapidly. Taylor the bimbo? She asks. The same one. I cross my arms over my chest. I think she's mentally unstable. I had to get mean with her, and I didn't enjoy that. But she hasn't taken no for an answer for 5 years. It's fucking annoying. If the roles were reversed, she would have sued you for harassment years ago, Lexi says. This is the same thing. Maybe getting mean is the only way to get through to her. I nod, but still feel like a jerk. How was your run? Exhilarating. I only went about 4 miles, but it felt amazing. I think I'll start jogging in the mornings before we work. Good idea. I reach for her hand. I put your dirty clothes in the laundry. I hope that's okay. Did you at least separate them? I'm not an animal, Lex. Of course I did. Then it's totally okay. How did you enjoy the cabin? Keegan asks Lexi a couple of nights later as he pours us each a glass of whiskey. We finished a particularly difficult part of the screenplay today, so we decided to come to the pub for a drink and some food to celebrate. Lexi is particularly fond of the nachos. It's absolutely wonderful, and not a cabin at all, she says with a laugh. When Sean said he was taking me to the cabin, I pictured something much more rustic than what's up there. It's a nice place, and that's the truth of it. Not that he knows, because he's never been, Maggie says as she brings us our food. She places a basket of fish and chips in front of me and the nachos in front of Lexi. We can't get him to leave this damn pub. I leave it, Keegan says with a frown. When was the last time you had a day off? I ask him, and grin when he flips me the bird. A man walks into the bar and sits on the other side of Lexi, orders a Guinness, and then turns to my girl and gives her a wink. Hello there, he says. Hi. She pops a tortilla chip into her mouth. Maggie, these are fantastic. Of course they are, Maggie says with a wink before returning to the kitchen. You recommend the nachos then? The stranger asks. He looks like he's in his mid-30s with tattoos covering his left arm. His dark hair is cut short, and right now he can't take his eyes off Lexi. So good, Lexi confirms. Get extra jalapenos? You're welcome. I'll take that, he says to Keegan, who nods and walks into the kitchen to place his order. What's your name? Lexi. And you are? Lane, he says with a smile. Do you live around here? No, Lexi says, shaking her head. I'm from the Midwest. I'm here for work. Same. Well, here for work anyway. I glance up to find Keegan watching me with a raised brow. I shrug. What am I supposed to do? It's just friendly conversation. He hasn't touched her, and she hasn't done anything wrong. So why do I want to bust in his face then? Because I'm suddenly a territorial ass, that's why. I calmly sip my whiskey, but the fire burns in my gut. I want to pull her away from this jerk. I want to tell him that she's with me and that he can go flirt with someone else. It's true, she is with me, but she doesn't belong to me. And that's the part that doesn't sit well with me. If you'd like a ride home, I'd be happy to give you one, Lane says. Now, I do lean over and give him a cold smile. I'm her ride, inwardly smiling at the double meaning of the word. But thanks. Lane frowns. Sorry, I didn't realize. I mean, I'm sitting right next to him, Lexi says with a shrug. So I'm probably with him. But good luck, Lane. I expect the other man to say something rude or to make a scene, but instead he just laughs and takes a sip of his Guinness. You're right. I should be more observant. I guess I just saw a beautiful woman and got tunnel vision. Well, I can't fault you for that, Lexi says. And that's about all I can take. Hey, Lex, I'd like to talk to you for a moment. My voice is light and jovial, not giving anyone any idea that jealousy is raging in me like a living fire. Lexi nods and hops off her stool to follow me. I lead her to the storeroom in the back, turn on the light, and lock the door behind us. What's wrong? She asks. Rather than answer, I scrunch her skirt up in my fists and boost her up against the wall. My mouth is on hers in an instant, hard and demanding as I fumble between us to unfasten my pants, set myself free, and slip inside her. She gasps, digs her fingers into my hair, and then hisses, Yes, as I pound into her repeatedly, her back against the wall of the storeroom. It only takes a brief minute before I fall over the edge into a hard and fast orgasm, and when I'm finished, I set her down and tuck myself away. Well, she swallows and straightens her hair. I don't know what just got into you, but that was damn hot. I guess I have a jealous streak, I mutter. She grabs my arm before I can unlock the door and leave. What in the world are you jealous of? I glance down at her, and her eyes widen with recognition. Lane? That weird dude out there? I didn't say it was warranted, but yes, I didn't like it. I even pointed out that I'm with you. I didn't like it, I repeat. And I know that beyond the next week or so, I don't have a claim on you. But for today, you're mine. And I guess I just needed to remind us both. Well, she echoes from earlier, then rubs her hands down her thighs. She's trying to look stern, but a smile flirts at the corners of her mouth. I might need reminding again later. And with that, she sachets out ahead of me and heads for the bathroom.
Chapter 11. Lexi. Why did I ever stop doing this? Because I'm an idiot, I mutter to myself as I run along the beach, the wet sand firm under my feet. It's a chilly, misty morning, with fog hanging low over the water. One thing I've learned while being in Washington is that the weather is a fickle thing. Sometimes it's clear and gorgeous, warm even. And other days it rains as if the heavens are weeping. Today it's just overcast with fog. Mother Nature is moody. But I don't mind. I'm on mile 5 with 3 left to go and I feel fantastic. This is my 3rd run since we returned from the cabin, and the muscle memory has kicked in. My lungs are getting used to the exertion, and I love every step I take. Despite having to get back to my old, normal form, stride, and recovery from the effort. I let life interfere with my self-care for a long time. Too long. I don't think I even realized it until I came here. I need to take a day off every week, I mutter to myself as I dodge a piece of driftwood. And I need friends. The biggest realization I've come to since arriving here hasn't been the amazing sex or the companionship with Sean, although that's been a blast. It's the friendships I've formed with his sisters. I forgot how much I enjoyed laughing with other women, telling secrets, being silly. I don't have many friends in Minneapolis, but I need to call the few I do have and make sure I see them at least once a month. I need to see my mom more often, too. Obviously, being here has also proven that I'm not agoraphobic. Not in the least. I enjoyed the pub, the cabin, and being on the island. Seattle wasn't the best experience when I first arrived, but I can chalk that up to being in a new place, not being super comfortable with strangers, and my insecurities rearing their ugly heads. I feel bolder, stronger, more confident. And I love it. I'm taking it back to Minnesota with me for sure. I need to make a list of things to do at home, I mutter, and then pull out my phone, open the Notes app, and hit the little microphone icon. See friends and mom more often. Take 1 day off a week. Get out of the house at least once a day. Get a haircut. That last one isn't necessarily a life changer, but it's getting too long. I run up the path that leads to Sean's house and pace around the driveway several times, letting my heart rate and breathing calm down. I stretch my legs and then walk into the kitchen to grab some water. There's a note on the counter from Sean. I'm down at Steve's house, helping him clean up a few things. Shouldn't be long. Hope you enjoyed your run. S. I grin and decide to walk down to Steve's to see what the guys are up to. They must be down there, cleaning up from the fire. I can't imagine losing my home like that. I'm just glad that Sean was close by and able to save Steve's sweet dog. I can hear the guys talking as I walk up the driveway.
Just a few more days.
That's Sean's voice. I'd recognize it anywhere. I'll be dreaming about his sexy-as-hell accent long after I leave. I might have to take up writing romance so that I can write about him and his voice.
And then what?
Steve asks.
She'll head back to Minnesota. She's been here almost a month already. That's a long time to be away from home,
Steve says.
What's her pen name? Nora Perry,
Sean says.
I've read her books, Steve says. She can write one hell of a thriller, that's for sure. I had to stop reading before bed because she gave me nightmares. She's damn talented,
Sean agrees, making me smile with pride.
She's also highly intelligent and completely badass. She's put me in my place more often than I can tell you. Gotta love a woman who can stand on her own 2 feet,
Steve says. What are you guys doing? I ask as I walk around the big truck that's been in my way.
Just clearing some debris,
Sean says with a grin.
I'd like to properly introduce you now that there isn't a fire blazing. Lexi, this is Steve, a good mate of mine.
Hello, I say, holding out my hand for Steve's. It's nice to meet you.
The pleasure's mine,
Steve says.
I was just telling Sean that I read your books. You have a crazy mind, lady.
I can't help but laugh and nod in agreement. Duchess wakes up and lumbers over to greet me. I scratch her behind the ears. You're right, I do.
Where do you come up with your ideas?
Just out of my wacky brain, I reply. I guess in a former life I was a serial killer or something.
I guess so, because you write some creepy shit, that's for sure. Keep doing that, by the way.
Oh, I plan to. I've been working on this screenplay with Sean, but I already have a whole new twisted story circling in my head. Sean watches me closely and looks like he wants to ask me questions, but he just shoves his hands into his pockets and listens to my conversation with Steve.
When does the next book come out?
Steve asks. Next month, I say. Not long to wait now.
Well, I'll be sure to pick it up when it's available.
Actually, I'll have Sean give me your address and I'll send you a signed copy when I get back home. I have a whole box waiting for me there.
That's very kind of you,
he says, smiling shyly.
Thank you.
You bet. I'll go back to the house and let you two finish up here. I just thought I'd walk down and say hello.
We're done,
Sean says.
I'll walk back with you. I'll be back next week to help more, Steve. Whenever you have time is great with me,
Steve says.
Have a safe trip home, Lexi.
I wave, and Sean joins me as we walk back to his house. What a nice man. Sean nods.
He's become a good friend, almost like a father figure, sometimes.
He takes my hand and links our fingers.
How was your run?
Great. I'm stiff and still trying to find my pacing again, but it feels good.
I'm glad.
I guess we should get to work, huh?
Probably. But we're nearing the home stretch.
I'm acutely aware of this sexy man sitting next to me. When we arrived back at the house, I took a quick shower while Sean put together a late breakfast, and then we met up in the office. The bagels and fruit were quickly decimated. Now we're sitting side by side, staring at our laptops as we read the previous scene. Suddenly, Sean grabs my chair and rolls me closer to him. I glance over. Hi.
You know what?
He says after a moment.
That's not close enough.
He tugs me out of the chair altogether and into his lap, cradling me as he continues scrolling through the document, reading silently. Sean? How am I supposed to work like this? His lips twitch into a half smile.
Not my problem.
I can't help but kiss his cheek since it's so close to my lips. We're supposed to be working, remember?
I only have you here for a few more days, so you're going to be working from my lap. You'll have to learn to adapt and overcome, I'm afraid.
I laugh and squirm, feeling his cock come to life against my hip. Well, I guess I can try. I let out a deep sigh and lean against his shoulder, burying my nose in his neck as I let my hand drift down his chest. I drag my tongue up to his ear and tickle his earlobe with my nose.
What are you doing?
Adapting, I wriggle back so I have access to the fastening on his jeans, and once I've worked him free, I roll his chair back from the desk, lower myself to my knees in front of him, and enjoy him. His cock is heavy as I lick and suck it, working it over with my hands.
Christ Jesus,
Sean groans as he grips my hair, fisting it tightly. He doesn't guide me, which is good, because this is one thing that Sean doesn't get to control. My movements are confident. I love the taste of him, the feel of his smooth skin against my lips.
Fucking hell, I'm going to come.
I hum against him. I know he's warning me in case I want to move back. I don't. I lick my lips and grin as I come up off the floor, then take my place on his lap once more. I'm excellent at adapting. He laughs and hugs me close.
You might be the best at it in the entire universe, Angel.
Hey, Mom, I say into the phone, surprised that she actually called me first this time. Maybe she took our last conversation to heart and plans to call me more, rather than guilt-tripping me into calling her first. Hello, honey. I'm afraid I have bad news. I clutch the phone and frown as I stare out the window at the ocean. What's wrong? Are you okay? Are you in the hospital? No, nothing like that. I'm perfectly fine. I breathe a sigh of relief. Since I got the horrible call informing me that my father was taken to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival, I'm always worried that I'll get the same call about my mom. I just went over to your condo to check on things, and there's an issue. It seems someone broke into the parking garage and vandalized some cars. Yours was one of them, Lexi. I'm so sorry, honey. What did they do? They broke out your window and ransacked the inside a bit. There was nothing for them to take. I don't leave anything in my car. I know. Do you need me to come home now? No, honey, I'm taking care of it. The glass guy is coming soon to replace the window. How's the condo? Oh, it's just fine. I flushed all of the toilets and ran the water in the shower for a few minutes just to make sure the pipes get a little workout. I also turned on the heat because it's been cold here, so I set it to 65. Thanks, Mom. I'm sorry for all the trouble. Oh, don't even worry about it. I wouldn't have told you if it was something small, but breaking out a window is kind of a big deal. Absolutely. I'm glad you let me know. Just have the guy call me and I'll pay with my credit card over the phone. I'll take care of it. We can settle up when you get back, and I took photos so you can file a claim with your insurance if you like, Mom says, her voice stern and leaving no room for argument. How's the project going, anyway? It's going well. We're wrapping things up here in the next few days. I should be home early next week. Well, it'll be nice to see you. Just send me your flight information when you have it, and I'll make sure I'm at the airport to pick you up. Oh, the glass man just pulled in. I'd better go. Love you, Lex. She hangs up, and I'm left staring out the window. Sean had to run to the pub to help Keegan with something. I see why he wants to be on the island as much as possible. He and his siblings are tight, and they help each other out whenever there's a need. It's a relationship I almost envy. And Mom's phone call just reminded me that it's time for me to finish up this job so I can go home too. I can't expect my mother to continue taking care of my stuff there. I have responsibilities and a life that needs me in Minnesota. I have a job, a family, a home. I sigh as a whale surfaces out in the surf and sprays water into the air. A month ago, that would have almost scared me, even though I know there's no way the whale can hurt me. But now it's just beautiful, and something I've grown used to seeing, especially in the morning as I drink my coffee. I'm going to miss Washington more than I would have anticipated. This island has been a balm to my soul, and it's taught me so much. I feel as if I found myself here. And for a woman in her mid-30s, that may sound silly, but it's true. And I owe it to this island and the O'Callahans. Especially Sean. I bite my lip as I think back on everything that Sean and I have shared. He's an incredible man, both in and out of the bedroom, I admire his talent as a writer. And as a lover, he's the most thoughtful person I've ever been with. My body sings at just the thought of him. And that's something I'll have to get over. Because this was never meant to be a long-term relationship. We're coworkers with benefits. We're friends. And that's all we'll ever be.
Keegan's a pain in my ass, but I'm home.
He calls out as he comes through the front door. Is everything okay? I ask, still facing the windows.
Yeah, he's just not as strong as he thinks he is and needed help with some heavy lifting.
He walks up behind me, wraps his arms around my waist, and presses his lips to my neck.
Everything okay here?
Someone vandalized my car at home.
What?
He turns me to face him.
My God, what happened?
I tell him about the call from my mom. Everything's fine. It was just unexpected.
Does that happen often in your building?
No, we have good security. I'm sure they have footage of whoever did it and will press charges. But it's hard when I'm not there to take care of things. He frowns and takes my hand, nibbling at my fingers.
I know, but you will be. Soon.
I nod and then smile as if everything's okay. We should probably get to work.
I guess we should.
But he doesn't lead me into the office. He guides me past the office door to his bedroom. And rather than work, we spend the rest of the afternoon in bed. Work will still be there tomorrow.
Chapter 12. Sean. Did we just do that? She stares at me in excitement, the light in those gorgeous blue eyes dancing. I believe so, I reply. The rough draft of this screenplay is officially complete. She jumps up and does a little dance, then throws her arms around my neck and hugs me tightly. We did it without killing each other, she says. So far, we still have to read through it and make a few adjustments. Let's focus on the here and now, she suggests and pulls away to stretch her arms above her head. We'd better get ready to go to the pub. We're on kitchen duty tonight. I love that Lexi enjoys helping out at the pub. She's not going because she feels obligated or because she's bored and has nothing else to do. She likes being there, and she's a huge help, so I won't turn down her offer. It feels good to have that part done, she says as we walk down the hallway to my bedroom. Now let's go feed some hungry people. The ease with which she shifts gears is admirable. Some days I go into the pub still completely full of brain fog and have to concentrate so I don't mess up anyone's order. It doesn't take us long to change clothes and head off to the pub for the evening. It's not too busy yet for a Friday night, although most of our regular customers aren't quite off work for the evening. Lexi, I'd like to see you for a moment, Keegan says, motioning for her to join him at the bar. Did someone complain? Am I in trouble? No, lass, you're not in trouble. I have something for you. He passes her an envelope. Lexi opens it and then frowns at him, then at me. Why are you giving me a check? Because I pay the people who work in my pub, my brother replies. You earned every penny of that. Her blue eyes turn to me, but I shake my head. I have nothing to do with this. And he's right, you've earned it. But I don't need your money. Whether you need it or not, it's yours all the same, he says as he resumes wiping down the bar with a white towel. I've paid you up through tonight, but if you come in from our shifts, I'll be sure to square up with you before you leave. She tucks the envelope into her purse. Because it would insult you if I gave this back to you, I'll graciously accept, but the money isn't why I've been helping, Keegan. And that's just one of the reasons you've earned it. He winks and walks down the bar, leaving us to walk into the kitchen. I fire up the grill and oil, and while they heat up, I toss Lexi an apron and grab one for myself as well. Lexi hurries into the walk-in freezer and comes back out, her arms loaded down with a big bag of frozen fries. She's quiet as we prep the kitchen, getting ready for the dinner crowd. O'Callahan's doesn't serve lunch because I can't be here all day every day. What's on your mind, Angel? I ask. I don't need your brother's money. I chuckle and pull her in for a hug. You really shouldn't be feeling guilty about this, Lex. He'd pay any person who was in here busting their butt night after night. You're no slacker. You earned the money, and he's happy to pay you for a job well done. Still, maybe I'll donate it to a soup kitchen or something. It's your money. You can do what you wish with it. She nods decisively. I'm going to donate it. Well, now that that's settled, let's get to it, shall we? Maggie pushes through the swinging door and starts reading off her tablet. I need 2 burgers, 1 with cheese, an order of cheese fries, and chips and salsa. She looks up and grins. And how are the both of you? Excellent, Lexi says. The rough draft is done. Very nice, Maggie says and hurries around to hug Lexi. Good job, friend. Hey, what about me? Don't I get a hug? I suppose so. Maggie smacks a kiss on my cheek and hugs me close. What happens now? Now we have to proofread it, fine-tune, that sort of thing, Lexi says. We'll do that this weekend. I frown at her. No, we won't. Lexi blinks at me. Of course we will. You get started on that order. I'll be back for it, Maggie says. I know when a fight is about to break out. She leaves the kitchen, and Lexi braces her hands on her hips. Why wouldn't we be working over the weekend? Because we're going to the cabin. She blows out a breath and shakes her head. Maybe we shouldn't go, Sean. We really should finish things up so I can go home on Monday. The thought of her leaving doesn't sit well with me, so I reach out and rub my thumb over the apple of her cheek before tucking a piece of hair behind her ear. We need a few days off to clear our heads. We can read through it with fresh eyes on Monday. It's only 1 extra day, Lex. She bites her lip, thinking it over, and then nods. Okay, the cabin it is then. I grin and turn to the griddle, slap some patties on, and take a deep breath. I get 1 more weekend with her, and I'm going to make it count. Ooh, it's chilly this morning, Lexi says when we climb out of my car in front of the cabin. She pulls her blanket out of the back of the car, wraps it around her shoulders, and then reaches for her overnight bag. Mountain air is a little different than ocean air. Very different, I agree. It's about the same temperature here as it was when we left, but ocean air is humid. This is a little drier. Chilly, she repeats, and follows me up to the front door. You get settled. I'll grab the rest. And I'm going to let you because it's warm in here, she says with a smile. I'm going to check out the kitchen. She skips off, already feeling at home. Being with Lexi is easy. When we aren't working on the screenplay, she's easygoing and funny. She isn't high maintenance at all. She's a happy person, and just being around her makes me happy. God, I sound downright sentimental. I carry the last few things inside and then join Lexi in the kitchen. I'm starving, she announces, pulling ingredients from the fridge and pantry. I'm going to make waffles. You know how to cook? She laughs and sets a dozen eggs on the island. Of course I do. I just haven't needed to because you've been feeding me like a freaking queen. But I suddenly have a craving for waffles, so I'm making them. Unless you hate them. I'd love a waffle, I reply and sit on the stool, settling in to watch her sashay around the kitchen. If I'd known you were starving, we could have stopped somewhere on our way up here. I wanted to get here, she says with a shrug. And it wasn't too bad until about 15 minutes ago. I just crossed the line to give me food or I'll rip someone's face off. Since I'm the only other person here, I encourage you to make that waffle quickly. She laughs and gestures to the waffle maker that she set on the counter. Can you please plug that in and heat it up? Sure. I do as she asks. When I turn around, she's holding the bowl under her arm, stirring the batter quickly, watching me. What? Nothing. She shakes her head and turns away. I sit on the stool and narrow my eyes at her. Really, what is it? I like looking at you. She dips a finger into the batter, tastes it, and then adds a touch more vanilla. Do you want berries in yours? We have blueberries in the fridge. No thanks. Me neither. I'm still stuck on I like looking at you. I can't get enough of looking at her. I brace my chin in my hand and watch as she moves about the kitchen, fixing her waffles and humming to herself. Now that the screenplay is finished, it's like a weight has been lifted off her shoulders. Was working on this project with me that difficult for her? I know we had our tough moments, especially to start, but all in all, I thought it went well. Even if one or both of us got frustrated, we worked it out. And the finished product is really great if I do say so myself. I'm looking forward to sending it off to Luke. Here you go, she says as she sets a piping hot Belgian waffle before me. Butter and syrup are here. Thank you. Relaxing in the kitchen, eating our breakfast and enjoying each other is the best way to start our weekend in the mountains. What do you want to do today? She asks after she takes her first bite of waffle. I want to take the canoe out on a nearby lake and do some fishing. Her fork stops midway between her plate and her mouth, and she stares at me. Fishing? Yes. Like with a pole? Since I'm not a bear, that is my preferred way to fish, yes. Huh. Well, okay. Nothing's biting my hook. I laugh and cast my line out on the calm water. We've been out here for 15 minutes, Lex. You have to be patient. I don't think I have patience, she says with a sigh. She blows a raspberry through her lips and then looks around the lake. Are we trespassing? I own it. You own what? The property we launched from? The lake, I reply. Hold on, you own the whole lake? I reel in my hook and then cast again. After Kane bought the cabin and I came up a couple of times, I decided that I'd like to build something up here someday. Don't get me wrong, I love the ocean, and because it reminds me so much of Ireland, I'll always be there. But a small place to get away that's all mine and not something I bum off my brother sounds good to me as well. So when this property came up for sale, I bought it. She glances around again. How many acres? About 100. The lake takes up almost half of that, which leaves plenty of space to build a cabin nearby. She's staring at me now, but I see her pole moving with something tugging on it. You have a fish. I have a what? Oh! She starts to reel it in, and when the fish is close to the canoe, I reach down with the net and help her bring it aboard. Look at that! My first fish. It's a good size, too. Looks like a rainbow trout. How do you know? I turn the fish on its side. See, it has a rainbow in the scales. Beautiful, she murmurs. So I can hike and fish. I'm a regular outdoors enthusiast. Says the woman who just 5 minutes ago was over it. I reply with a laugh as I unhook the fish and let it go back into the water. What did you do that for? You mean you wanted to gut it and cook it later? She scrunches up her nose. No, I didn't want to gut it, but I thought we'd eat whatever we caught. We can't eat them without gutting them. I laugh at the look of horror on her beautiful face. This is just for fun. We get the sport of catching them, and they get to live. She's sitting 2 feet away, staring at me. What? I need more bait. That fish ate it. So bait your hook. You saw me do it. Lexi clears her throat. Listen, I know I'm a pro at this whole outdoorsy thing and all, but I don't touch worms, not today or any other day. So if you want me to toss this godforsaken line back into the water, you're going to have to impale the worm yourself. Now you're just being dramatic. But I grab her hook and quickly stick a squirming worm on it, and she casts the line back out into the water. I can't believe I didn't know that you own a whole lake. It's not a very big lake. It's a lake. I shrug. I suspect there's plenty we still don't know about each other. Like, when did you get the tattoo on your shoulder? She smiles softly. It was a stupid place to put it because I always forget it's there. I got it after I published my first book. It says, I rise in French. I wanted to write for years. Actually, correction, I did write for years. I went to school to be a nurse, but creative writing really set my heart on fire. Anyway, I sent a couple of manuscripts off to agents and was told no a lot, like a lot. One agent told me I was a horrible writer and I should stick to my day job. He was a complete dick. And totally wrong, by the way, I reply. Thank you. You have to have a thick skin in this business. And I do, but that one stung pretty bad. About a year later, I got up the nerve to attend a conference in New York, and I took some workshops from some incredible, very well-established authors. The thriller world is small, and it was awesome to network with those people. I made some friends, got some advice, and I was in the right place at the right time. How so? I was seated at a table with an agent. She started a conversation, and by the end of the evening, she was my agent. I've now published 6 novels with a movie in the works. So last year, after Luke approached me for the movie rights, I got this tattoo. Because I sure did fucking rise after that bastard basically told me I was nothing. That's the best story I've ever heard. She looks up at me in surprise. I hope your father knew you achieved this before he passed. He did, she says with a smile. He was almost giddy with pride. She finishes reeling in her line, and I paddle us back to shore. Just as I'm pulling the canoe out of the water, Lexi stands and somehow ends up face first in the lake. Before I can rush over to help, she comes up sputtering, pushing her wet hair out of her face. Meant to do that, she says. Boy, that crisp water sure is refreshing. She stares at me, and then we both start laughing, big belly laughs that bounce off the trees and echo back to us. You're a mess, I say, taking her in. Let's get you home and put you in the shower. Yes, please. I lay my jacket under her on the seat of the SUV so she doesn't soak the leather too badly, and thank the gods that the cabin is only a 5-minute drive away. She hurries into the shower to warm up and clean herself off, and I decide to go downstairs to work out a bit in the home gym that came with the house. I'm into my 3rd set of pull-ups when I hear her scream. Sean!
Chapter 13. Lexi. I don't ever want to go fishing again. The lake is beautiful and I enjoyed being with Sean, but the fishing part was not fun. Also, falling in the shallows wasn't my favorite thing either. I rinse my hair, wring it out in the shower, and then wrap it in a towel and dry myself off. I borrow one of Sean's black t-shirts, brush out my wet hair, and pad through the house toward the kitchen when I hear the front door open. Did Sean go outside for something? I thought he was down in the basement, working out. Just as I turn a corner into the foyer of the house, a man walks inside. We both freeze, staring at each other.
Well, it's a mighty fine day in the life of an old man when he finds a lovely lass staring at him.
I blink rapidly. This is clearly Sean's dad, and I'm standing here half naked. Fuck. I'll go find Sean, I say quickly and hurry away, running down the stairs. Oh God, oh God, oh God. I search the cavernous basement and find the gym area on the opposite side of the house. Sean! He doesn't hear me. He's wearing headphones. I try louder. Sean! Nothing. Sean! He drops to the floor from his pull-ups, rips off his headphones, and spins toward me.
What's wrong?
Your dad is here. He frowns.
Where?
Upstairs. He came in the front door, and I was standing there like this. His eyes roam over me, and then he has the nerve to laugh.
I have to tell you, my dad's been in love with Ma for going on 40 years, but I'm sure he enjoyed the sight of you when he walked in.
That isn't funny. I'm not wearing any underwear. His green eyes flash up to mine.
He can't see that.
But I know it. I just met your dad without any underwear on. There's something wrong with that.
It's going to be fine. You go get dressed. I'll go find out what they're up to.
I scramble up the stairs ahead of him and make a beeline for the bedroom we're using as Sean goes in search of his parents. I pull on underwear, jeans, and a sweatshirt and then blow my hair dry. I don't worry about makeup, but I feel much more comfortable facing Sean's parents now that I'm clothed and not obviously just out of the shower. When I walk downstairs, I find all 3 O'Callahans in the kitchen.
There she is,
Sean says with a grin. He gestures for me to join them and takes my hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze.
I'd like to properly introduce you to my parents. Lexi Perry, this is Tom and Fiona O'Callahan.
Hello, I say with a small laugh. I'm sorry about the way you— Nonsense, Fiona says right away. We didn't ring anyone to let them know we were coming. Well, except for Kane. We wanted it to be a surprise, we did. And it worked, I say, shocked when I'm wrapped in a big hug by the older woman. She has the same red hair as Sean's sisters with just the beginnings of silver threading through. Her eyes aren't green, they're blue as the ocean. Her body has softened a bit with age, but she's strong and beautiful.
I should have rung the bell,
Tom says kindly, his green eyes dancing with mirth.
I beg your pardon, lass.
I laugh and lean over to give the man, as tall as his sons and just as strong, a hug. Let's start over. Hi, I'm Lexi.
We weren't expecting you guys for at least another month,
Sean says as he pulls out crackers along with some cheese and fruit from the fridge and starts making his parents a snack.
This is a surprise.
We decided to come early to see our children, take in some mountain air, and relax a little, Fiona says.
You'll relax all of 2 days before you go check on the pub,
Sean says with a laugh.
But Keegan will welcome it. Tell us about yourself, Lexi,
Tom says. I'm an author. I've been working with Sean on a screenplay for the past month or so. This is our second weekend up here to relax for a couple of days between work sessions during the week. I'm sorry we interrupted you, Fiona says. Oh, it's really fine, I reply immediately. Sean winks at me and my spine tingles. I guess we won't be having much sex this weekend, which is a damn shame. But I'll get to know his parents a bit, which is exciting. I can already see where all of his siblings get their amazing looks. These two people are downright beautiful, so it only makes sense that their children are as well. But I can also see that they're kind and full of humor. While Fiona and Tom eat, Sean gestures for me to follow him out of the kitchen.
Do you want to go back to the island?
He asks when we're out of earshot of his parents.
I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting this.
No, if they don't mind us being here, I don't mind staying.
I think they're curious about you. And my parents love people, so having you here won't bother them at all.
Great. We're staying. We just won't have sex. I turn to walk away, but his hand catches my arm and he pulls me back around.
Excuse me?
No sex.
Did you hit your head when you fell in the lake?
I laugh and lean over to kiss his arm. No, your parents are here, Sean. I won't have sex with you while we're in the same house as them. It's disrespectful.
Angel, I've been having sex in my parents' house since I was 16.
I scowl. I don't want to know that. Ew, and shame on you.
You never had sex in your parents' house?
No.
How old were you when you lost your virginity?
I narrow my eyes at him. 20. I was in college. So, no, not my parents' house. He leans in and kisses my nose, then tucks my hair behind my ear and smiles gently. I shift back and forth on my bare feet, suddenly uncomfortable under his scrutiny. There's nothing wrong with a woman waiting until she's 20 to lose her virginity. Sean shifts closer and presses his lips close to my ear.
I'm going to spend plenty of time inside you this weekend, Lex. This is a big house with lots of space for privacy.
He kisses my cheek and walks away, and I have to press my hands to my face and take a deep breath. Why is he so damn hot? Tell me about Sean as a child, I say later in the evening. We're all in the living room, playing canasta. His parents picked the game up quickly. What would you like to know? Fiona asks. Did he ever get into mischief? Sean's green eyes narrow on me from across the coffee table. I shrug a shoulder innocently. It was Sean's lot in life to test my patience, Fiona says, smiling fondly at her son. But there was one incident that almost got us slapped with a lawsuit.
She really doesn't want to hear this,
Sean says, shaking his head and wiping his hand down his face. Oh, I think I do.
She does,
Tom agrees with a grin.
Keep going, McCroy. It's a great story, 20 years later.
Perhaps Sean should tell it, Fiona suggests. Spill it. He sighs and then tosses his cards on the table and sits back. This is going to be good.
Okay, so I was about, 8, and I was hanging out in the backyard with my childhood friend, Lance. We were just goofing off, playing, and I was eating baby carrots.
This seems pretty harmless so far, I comment.
You would think, wouldn't you?
He sighs and keeps going.
So there we were, eating carrots, and 2 houses down was this little girl. I forget her name.
Delaney, Fiona says. I'll never forget her name, I'll tell you that.
So Delaney was like 6, and she was a huge pain in the ass. She was whiny and a total crybaby.
Sean swallows hard at his mother's stern look, and I can't help but laugh.
Anyway, she was in her backyard on the swings, and she was yelling things over at us. I don't even know what she was saying. So I say to Lance, I bet you $5 I can hit her with a carrot. And Lance says, no way, she's moving on the swing and she's 2 yards over. So of course, I take that as a dare and throw the carrot. Much to all of our shock, I actually hit her.
Oh no.
In the head.
Oh God. I'm laughing now, covering my mouth with my hand.
It gets better,
Sean says.
Lance and I run to his house and hurry down into his basement and start to play with Legos like we've been there the whole time.
Tom's laughing in earnest now, with tears in the corners of his eyes.
About 15 minutes later, we hear Lance's phone ring and his mom answers, and then she yells down the stairs, Sean, are you down there? I yelled back that I was, and she says, your mom just called. You have to go home right now, right this minute.
I was so bloody mad, Fiona mutters.
I walked home and right into the kitchen where Ma was, as if nothing at all had happened. I just said, what's up, Ma? And then she explained to me that Delaney's mother had called her, and that's when all hell broke loose.
Mrs. Evans was so cross, and she had every right to be, truth be told, Fiona says, picking up the story. Her poor baby girl was just enjoying her swing, not bothering another soul, and a carrot comes out of nowhere and pings her right on the head. We're all laughing now, giggling with delight.
And then her father comes over to talk to me. He actually threatened to sue me,
Tom continues.
Of course, I knew he couldn't really sue me, but he was my neighbor, and I didn't want things to be bad in the neighborhood. So we sat down and had a talk. I suggested that I'd have Sean apologize to Delaney, just as he should, and that Mr. Evans could have his fill of Guinness at the pub for the next year.
I take it he was okay with that arrangement? I ask.
He drank his weight in the black stuff every Saturday night for a bloody year,
Tom says, shaking his head.
It more than paid for a wee carrot to the head of his precious daughter.
If someone had done that to Maeve or Mary Margaret, you would have cleaned that father's clock, and you know it, Tom O'Callaghan.
And that's the truth of it,
Tom agrees with a nod.
It was good times, having babies around the house. But they grow up so bloody fast and leave the nest. None of your chicks went far,
Sean reminds him.
We're all still on the island.
Your father is a sentimental man, Fiona says, and we should be getting to bed. It was a long flight and I'm knackered. Have a good sleep, you two. Tom joins her and winks at both of us before he and his wife walk into the kitchen to put dirty dishes in the sink and then turn in for the evening. I like them, I say quietly. You and your siblings are wonderful because they are.
Agreed,
Sean replies and kisses the back of my hand.
I'm glad you got to meet and spend a little time with them.
Me too. It's early morning when I wake up. The sun is just barely starting to cast a glow across the sky, but it hasn't peeked out over the mountains yet. Sean is still snoring softly beside me, so I gingerly ease out of bed and pad into the bathroom, and then the closet where I tug on some yoga pants and an oversized sweatshirt. I don't want to run into either of Sean's parents wearing next to nothing ever again. I'll never forget the embarrassment of that moment. I pad down to the kitchen and am surprised to see Tom already there, seated at the island, drinking a cup of coffee. Good morning, I say softly. I'm surprised you're up.
Jet lag is a bugger,
he says with a smile.
I've been up for a couple of hours. Fiona, God bless her, is still sleeping.
Sean is too. I wince before pouring myself a cup of coffee. I feel uncomfortable saying that to his dad.
Why?
Because you're his father.
Sean's a grown man of nearly 30 years, lass. He can do as he pleases.
True. I lean my hip against the counter and take a sip of my coffee. I like your son.
I'm glad. I do as well.
I'm not here for a long time. I don't know why I feel like I should admit that to Tom, but I suddenly do. I'm supposed to go back to Minneapolis this week. We're pretty much done with the project. Tom doesn't say anything, just sits and listens. I know who Sean gets his listening skills from. I know it makes me sound horrible, but I've had a physical relationship with your son while I've been here.
Why is that a horrible thing, Lexi?
I shrug a shoulder. Because it's not a long-term relationship. We established that in the beginning.
Well, if you're both of the same mind, I don't see what the problem is.
I purse my lips, thinking it over. I didn't see a problem with it either until I met you. Now I suddenly feel guilty.
Because he has parents.
I laugh. It sounds ridiculous when you say it.
I assume you have a ma and da as well.
I do. My mom is in Minnesota. I lost my father a few years ago.
I'm deeply sorry for that. Are you close to your mother?
I am, yes. She's pretty great.
I'm sure she is, if she raised the lovely woman standing before me.
I know exactly where your sons get their charm, I say with a laugh. And they all look just like you.
But my girls are the spittin' image of their mother, and I thank the good Lord for that every morning.
You have a beautiful family, Tom, and I've enjoyed meeting and getting to know all of them.
They're a special lot of people, and that's the truth of it. And so are you, Lexi, my dear.
I smile, feeling all lit up inside from the kind compliment from this man who could be my own father. Thank you.
What are you planning to do today?
He asks. Not fishing, I say, shaking my head. I don't want to do that again.
Good. I hate it, myself. Let's go for a little walk, shall we?
I'd like that.
Chapter 14. Sean. She isn't even gone yet, and we're throwing a bloody going-away party for her. I'm not ready. I don't like it. I'm just not ready to say goodbye. I've grown used to having Lex around. And let's be honest, the sex is out of this damn world. But it's time for her to get back to her life. We just got back from the cabin a couple of hours ago and brought my parents with us. Because it's a quiet Sunday evening, Keegan decided to shut down for customers, and we're celebrating Ma and Da being here and wishing Lexi well on her journey home on Tuesday. I have one more day with her tomorrow, reading through the script one last time before I send it off to Luke. I'm making nachos and burgers for everyone, Maggie announces, along with some bowls of stew. Are there any other requests? I can help you, Lexi offers, but everyone shakes their heads. No way, lass, Keegan says with a wink. You keep that arse planted on the stool. Your only job this evening is to enjoy yourself. I'd enjoy myself more if there was music, she says, glancing around. And I know most of you can sing and play an instrument. Not me, Kane replies, shaking his head. I've not a tune in my body. That's not true, Stasia says. You have a lovely voice. Hush, he says, and leans over to kiss his wife. Maeve and Keegan start singing Molly Malone. Maggie pushes through the swinging kitchen door, carrying a tray full of food that she sets on the bar. She sings with the others for a bit, and then disappears again to load her platter once more. This is fun, Lexi says to me. Why don't you sing? Why don't you sing? Because I want all of you to stay, she replies immediately. Rather than sing along with Keegan and Maeve, I pull Lexi into a dance around the hardwood floor. Her blue eyes sparkle as she follows my lead, and when the song is over, I whisk her back to her seat at the bar. You guys know how to throw a party, she says with a laugh, and then sips her Guinness. I was never a beer person until I came here. Guinness isn't just a beer, Da says, and it has to be poured correctly. Oh, Keegan has schooled me in all things Guinness, Lexi says with a nod. So I'd better have a couple while I'm still here, because I doubt I'll be able to find a good pint of it in Minneapolis. You're a smart girl, Lexi, Da says. Are you sure you can't stay longer? I watch her carefully. Lexi swallows her stout and licks her lips. I do need to get home. My mom's been looking in on my condo and stuff, but it's not the same as me being there. That's true, Ma says. I'm sure it'll be nice to get back to your own life. Lexi nods, and Kane leaves the bar for a moment, then returns carrying a box. We wanted to send you home with something to remember us, Kane says, and offers her the box. You guys did not have to get me a gift. We wanted to, Maggie says as she sets a bowl of stew in front of Da. We're going to miss having you here, Lexi, and not only because you're so good in the kitchen. Lexi grins and dives into the box, pulling the red ribbon free. When she parts the white tissue paper, she gasps. Oh my God. Kane, did you make this? She pulls a royal blue glass vase out of the box and turns it over in her hands. I did, my brother says. The color reminded me of your eyes, and you said before that you fancied the vase in Sean's house, so I thought you might like one as well. Are you kidding? I'll never want to touch it for fear of breaking it. This is an incredible work of art and a wonderful gift. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Kane says. It's from the whole family. Although no one but me was sweating bullets over it in the barn, I'll tell you that. He's so gracious, Maeve says, rolling her eyes. I round the bar and get to work building my own Guinness when Keegan joins me. We're down from where everyone else is gathered, admiring Kane's vase. Are you really just going to let her go? Keegan asks me. Of course, she has a life in Minneapolis. I see the way you look at her. And how is that? Like you're a lovesick puppy? I laugh and set my glass aside to settle. Well, you're dead wrong about that. I'm not in love with her. I do enjoy her and I admire her. And I won't lie and tell you the physical aspect of our relationship hasn't been mutually satisfying. But I'll gladly put her on that plane on Tuesday and be perfectly fine with it. The words are like sand in my mouth. I believe them. It's the absolute truth. So why does it feel wrong? You're a bloody idiot, Keegan says cheerfully and claps his hand on my shoulder. But we already knew that. I'm not. I know how I feel. There's no reason a man can't have an adult relationship with a woman without needing to marry her. Don't let Da hear that, he says. He might smack you one. I shake my head, thinking about the conversation I overheard him having with Lexi this morning. I think my brother would be surprised at how understanding our father can be. But before I can tell him about it, Lexi's head whips around, and she pins me with a horrified stare. What? I call out. You stabbed your baby sister's doll and then gave her a burial? What are you, a serial killer? You should know, Lex. You write about them all day long. Fictional serial killers, you monster. Ma's laughing, clearly delighted by the whole situation. I was acting out Hamlet, I say in my defense. And the doll was an innocent bystander. I was scarred for life, Maggie says with a melodramatic sniff. There, Lexi says, patting Maggie's shoulder. I'll protect you from him. Why are women so dramatic? Keegan asks aloud. Watch it, my boy, Da says. We're outnumbered. No. I stare at her and feel a headache coming on. We've been combing through this screenplay all fucking day, and she's being as difficult, as obstinate as it gets. If I were a true dom, I'd bend her over my damn knee. In fact, I think I might anyway. Lex. Don't you Lex me, she says, pointing her finger at me. You agreed that we'd leave it as is with the note to Luke and the director that they could try it the alternate way if they felt it needed it. It needs it, I reply. And you won't fucking listen to me. I'm not new to screenwriting, Lexi, and I'm not just trying to piss you off. Feels like it from here, she says. It doesn't make sense the way you have it written. What, so my editor and the 1.2 million people who read it are all wrong? I stand and push my fingers through my hair. I want to tear it out by the roots. It works in the book, but not for a movie. If you send her in there yelling and making a scene, it looks ridiculous. But if we tone her down a bit, here we go. It makes her look more professional. I'm not toning her down. She's a fucking FBI agent moving in on what she thinks is a serial killer, Sean. She hasn't just pulled someone over for speeding. I get that, but just stop talking. She spins and pins me with her dark blue gaze, fury rolling off her in waves. She's been different all day. Distant, as if she's pushing me away. I can't fucking wait to go home, she mutters. I'm sick of having the same argument every damn day. Just because you're the screenwriter and I'm not doesn't mean you automatically know what's best for my character. I didn't say that. I'm trying to explain to you why she shouldn't run in there yelling like a crazy person. Watermelon! I freeze and stare at her, unblinking. What did you just say? Watermelon, she repeats. Water fucking melon. After everything we've done together, all the ways I've taken you and tied you up, this is when you pull out your goddamn safe word? I'm done with this, she says, chest heaving. You fight me at every turn, and you want to change everything that I worked my ass off for a year creating. If Luke didn't like the story as it was written, he wouldn't have bought it. Then why didn't you just write the screenplay yourself, Lexi? If you didn't want to partner with someone, if you didn't want help, why was I brought in at all? Because this is a colossal waste of fucking time for me. She stands to leave, but I hurry after her and grab her arm, spinning her back to me. Don't you dare touch me. Oh, we passed this point long ago. You won't run out of here now. We're hours away from finishing this, and I'll be damned if I let you run away just because your feelings are hurt that I don't want your heroine to act like a fucking stereotypical female agent who thinks she has to prove her prick is bigger than everybody else's. She does, she screams in my face. You don't get it because you're a man and young and handsome, but trust me when I tell you that women do have to prove that their dicks are bigger than everyone else's in this world, Sean. And if you think otherwise, you're delusional. I don't care if it doesn't look good for a movie screen. It's real fucking life, and sending her into that room acting all meek and polite isn't going to get the job done. We're glaring at each other now, breathing hard. The room sparks with sexual energy. I don't hesitate. I push her back against the wall and descend on her, kissing the hell out of her. She doesn't push me away. She rips my shirt in half, shocking and delighting me at the same time. The sound of ripping fabric fills the air as we struggle to get each other naked as fast as possible. I turn and carry her to the desk, reach into a drawer, and protect us both before I push inside of her and ride her with savage vigor. Her eyes are on mine, a mixture of lust and hate in their depths, as she grips me and gives just as good as she gets. I've never had angry sex before. I don't know that I've ever been this frustrated with another human being before. You drive me crazy, she growls and fists her hands in my hair. Back at you, Angel. I bite the ball of her shoulder and then pull out of her so I can turn her over and bend her over the desk. I smack her ass hard before pushing back in. If you're being mean to drive me away, to make me hate you, it won't fucking work. I can feel her slipping away from me. I felt it all damn day, the distance and coldness. Maybe it's her way of letting go now so it won't bother her later. I know she won't be here in another 24 hours. I'm not in love with her, but I'm not ready to say goodbye. And right now, in this moment, I don't have to. She pushes back against me and slams her fist into the top of the desk, again both surprising and delighting me. Her intensity, every time we do this, is maybe the sexiest thing about her. She knows what she enjoys, and she knows what she wants from me, and that's a turn-on. But she's also not the kind of lover who takes control. I wouldn't be content with that. She follows my lead and trusts me implicitly, even now when she's spitting mad and ready to punch me. I feel her muscles start to contract, but I don't want her to come yet, so I pull out and squat behind her, spreading her cheeks wide before licking her wet slit. Damn you, she moans. I didn't say you could come yet. You're not the boss. But she whimpers when I tease her lips, and when I lightly drag my fingers over the globes of her ass, sending goosebumps rushing all over her. Oh, I do believe I am the boss right now, Angel. Her breath catches as I stand and rub the head of my cock through her folds, then over her clit before pushing inside her again. I set a punishing rhythm until we both crash over the waves of desire and fall into a fire so hot it could incinerate everything around us. I'm still mad, she whispers as she lies against the desk, catching her breath. That makes two of us, I reply as I step back and discard the condom. What did that prove? That despite the fact that I'm frustrated out of my bloody mind, I'm still hot as hell for you, Lex, and you're sexy as fuck. She stands and turns to face me, naked and gorgeous, her lips swollen from my kisses and her hair a mess from my hands. Being attracted to each other has never been an issue. I didn't think we had any issues to speak of. Only your bullheadedness, she says, shaking her head. I need to go find some clothes that aren't ruined so we can finish this. I hurry up behind her and scoop her up into my arms. I press my face to her neck as I carry her to my bedroom. Let's not be angry, Angel. Then leave my story be. Fine. I sigh and lay her on the bed. We'll leave it as it is. She grins. Thank you. Was that so hard? I laugh and reach for another condom, already turned on again. Actually, yes. She pauses and holds my face in her hands. You truly believe it's better the other way, don't you? I do, yes. She sighs deeply and then rubs her hand over her forehead. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but we'll do it your way. However, I'll talk with Luke and fill him in on this. He'll have the final say. I drag my nose up her neck. You're going to fill him in on this? I push 2 fingers inside her and watch the beautiful smile spread over her lips. No, this will stay between us. Good answer.
Chapter 15. Lexi. Get out of the house at least once a day. I brace my pen against my lips and stare down at the notebook in my lap. It's 2 a.m. and I can't sleep. Sean and I have to leave for the airport at 5, and I just have too much on my mind. So I got out of bed and came out to the living room, where I curled up at the end of the sofa to drink a cup of tea and make my official life goals list in my shiny new notebook. I made the original one in my phone, but I'm expanding on it a bit. Meditate. First, download meditation app. Take a dance class. I wrinkle my nose at that one. Putting myself out there like that will be tough, but I enjoyed dancing with Sean at the pub, and maybe a class will help me feel more confident in similar situations. Not that I have men clamoring to ask me to dance, but you just never know. Plan a trip abroad. This one is also meant to push me out of my comfort zone. I hate flying, so I've hardly been anywhere. Life's too short for that. I want to see things, and planning a trip will get me excited to travel, even if I have to get on a plane to do it. I'm pretty sure my doctor would prescribe something to help me sleep on a long flight. Start dating. I stare at those 2 words for a long time, then take a sip of my cooling tea. I cross them out. Honestly, I think I need to figure myself out before I start thinking about a serious relationship. This trip has taught me so much about myself, and I have a feeling I've only touched the tip of the iceberg. I want to spend time with myself before I bring someone else into the equation. It has nothing to do with the fact that I've grown attached to Sean, and I'm going to miss him. I can admit it, here in the dark by myself, that what I feel for this sexy Irishman is more than sexual. Is it love? I don't know. I'm not convinced of that. But I care about him. I'm so freaking attracted to him, I spontaneously combust whenever he's within 50 yards of me. And I like him. So no, I don't relish the thought of rushing home and diving right into dating someone else. I have enough work to do on myself. I read through my list. Run at least 3 times a week. See friends once a month or more. Spend more time with Mom. Learn to speak a foreign language. Get out of the house at least once a day. Meditate. First, download meditation app. Take a dance class. I think that's enough to tackle for now. I close the notebook and set it aside, then watch the reflection of the moon bouncing on the water below as I finish my tea. I'm going back to bed to snuggle up to a sexy man while I still can. After I set my cup in the sink, I pad into Sean's bedroom and slip into bed. He immediately reaches out for me and pulls me to him.
You okay?
He whispers into my ear. Yeah, just couldn't sleep. He kisses my temple as his hand drifts down to my hip. My body instantly responds, and I cup his handsome face in my hand.
Just one more time,
he whispers as he covers my body with his. Sean takes the exit off the freeway on the way to the airport. The ferry ride was a blur. The entire trip here seems surreal. I can't believe I'm leaving. The blankets and stuff are all boxed up and labeled. I've arranged for UPS to pick it up tomorrow. You just have to set it outside.
I know,
he says with a reassuring smile. He squeezes my hand, but I pull away. Sean touching me just makes it harder. That's my airline, I say, pointing to the sign ahead. You can drop me off anywhere.
Are you okay, Lex?
Sure, I'm fine. I swallow and unbuckle my belt, ready to get out of the car. I don't want to get tearful in front of him. I'm not necessarily sad. I'm nervous. That's it. I'm nervous. He puts the SUV in park, and I quickly climb out and meet him at the back, where he pulls my suitcases out and sets them on the sidewalk. Thanks for the ride, I say as he closes the tailgate. He turns to me with a raised eyebrow.
Did you think I'd let you walk?
No. I laugh and then hold out my hand for his. Thanks for everything. It was nice to meet you. His eyes narrow as he shakes my hand, and without another word, I take a suitcase in each hand and turn to leave.
Lexi.
His voice is hard, commanding, the way it sometimes gets when he's extra intense during sex. I think of it as his dominant voice. I stop, but don't immediately turn. I need to take a deep breath, and then when I do face him, I see him waiting with his hands at his sides, his face calm, but those green eyes full of emotion. Without thinking, I hurry back to him and let go of my bags as I wrap my arms around his waist and press my cheek to his chest, hugging him tightly. His arms encircle me, and he holds me for a long moment, his lips in my hair. The next thing I know, he's kissing me like his life depends on it. It's full of lust, possessiveness, and ultimately, it's a goodbye kiss. His knuckles glide down my face one more time, and then he steps away.
Have a good flight, Angel.
I nod and reach for the bags. Thanks. Take care. I bite my lip, determined not to cry as I turn and walk away, heading into the airport without turning back for one more look. I've already checked in for my flight, so I just have to drop off my luggage, which moves quickly. Security is a bit of a pain in the ass because I have Kane's vase in my carry-on and I want to make sure it doesn't get broken. But before long, I'm seated in the terminal by my gate, and with 20 minutes until we board, I hang my head in my hands and let myself have a good cry. I'm going to miss the island. I'm going to miss Sean. And who I am when I'm with him. Oh my goodness, look at you. Mom pulls me in for a big hug. You look wonderful, honey. Thanks, I started running again. I feel good. I smile brightly, maybe a little too brightly. I'm doing my best to convince myself that I'm completely happy. And for the most part, I am. I've been home for 3 days. I've been on 2 runs, I've stocked my fridge and kitchen so I can cook for myself, and I downloaded the meditation app. I've even used it a few times. I like it. Okay, so it put me to sleep once, but it's relaxing and that's the point of it, right? I heard from Sean the day I got home. He texted and asked me if I made it back safely, and I replied that I did. I haven't heard from him since. And that makes sense. We're just coworkers who enjoyed each other when we were together. Now it's time for me to move on, and that starts now. I'm glad you were free to have lunch, I say as Mom buckles her seatbelt and I drive us to our favorite restaurant in the city. Maybe we can do a little shopping, too. Oh, that would be lovely. I need some new walking shoes. I'm sure we can find you some, I say. How are you? I'm just fine. I had a little cold a couple of weeks ago, but it wasn't so bad. I do have an appointment next week for this little pain I've been having in my lower abdomen. I frown over at her. What kind of pain? It's really more of a cramp, no big deal, but I figured at my age I should have it checked out. You're not even 60, Mom. It's not like you're old. You should have anything that's bothering you checked out. I'm going next week, she replies. This is fun. You never want to go out for things like this. I know, but I learned a bit about myself while I was gone. What kinds of things did you learn? I'm not agoraphobic. I might be a little shy, but leaving the house isn't my issue. Being out there, meeting new people, and getting out of my comfort zone showed me that I'm stronger than I thought I was. I could have told you that years ago, she says. You just never listened. I think I had to figure it out for myself. I park the car, and we gather our handbags and walk into the restaurant, where we're shown a table against the windows. Murray's is a steakhouse, and it's been our family favorite for as long as I can remember. I might splurge on something today, I announce after we've ordered our food. Well, that sounds fun. What are you looking for? I've had my eye on a fancy Chanel handbag for years, but it always seemed silly to invest that much money. But you know what? I can afford it, and I want it, so I'm going to buy it. I like these new changes in you very much, Lex. What a surprising, fun afternoon. Our meal is delicious, which is expected. The crab cakes are my favorite, and Murray's never disappoints. Shall we shop downtown or just do it the right way and go to Mall of America? I ask as we leave the restaurant. Honey, if you're going to splurge, let's go where you can pick from literally anything in the world. I like the way you think. It's a quick 20-minute drive to the biggest mall in America. I park near the Chanel boutique that sits inside the giant Nordstrom, and, armed with a credit card and full bellies, we happily march inside, ready to shop until we drop. And that's just what we do. I can't believe I bought 3 pairs of shoes, Mom says with a laugh. I only needed 1. A girl can never have too many shoes, a reminder as we sip our afternoon lattes and browse through Chanel. I saved it for last because I was having too much fun watching Mom shop. She never buys things for herself. Certainly not just because they're pretty and bring her joy. It's time she starts doing that. Hello, can I help you? I smile at the sales associate standing behind a glass case. I hope so. I'd like to see a medium classic flap, black with gold hardware in caviar leather, please. Wow, Mom whispers. You know what you want. I told you, it's been on my list for a long time. The associate grins. I'm Molly, and I'm happy to show you that bag. Would you like some champagne? Heck yes, I would. And she would too. I point to my mother, who giggles. We toss our empty latte cups away and settle in for a little extra fun. 1 hour later, we leave the store. Mom's a little giggly after 2 glasses of champagne, and my credit card is smoking from 2 handbags, a wallet, and shoes being charged to it. And I don't feel even 1 ounce of guilt. I don't remember the last time I had this much fun, Mom says as we pile our bags into the back of my little Audi. And not just because we spent so much money, but because I got to hang out with my daughter for the day. I enjoyed it too, I say before reaching out to hug my mother close. I think we should do this every month. Maybe not on this scale, but a lunch and shopping date should be on our calendar. You won't hear me complain about that. And I'm buying lunch next time. Deal. I get Mom home and help her in with her bags. After one more hug and another promise to do this again in a few weeks, I head home. I'm anxious to unbox all of my new pretties and find homes for them in my closet. I'm loaded down with bags when I approach the door to my condo. Sitting in the doorway are 2 big boxes. I hurry to unlock the door and set my bags inside, and then turn to the packages. The first one I recognize from Sean's house. It's full of my blankets and things that were too big to bring in my checked baggage. The other one is flat and big. And I'm pretty sure I know what it is. After I wrestle both boxes through the door and lock it behind me, I grab a box cutter and get to work on the flat parcel. When it's open, I stand back and sigh as I stare at the gorgeous painting that I bought at Pike's Place Market. It's so close to the view on the island, it's almost as though the artist sat in Sean's living room and painted the ocean. The colors remind me of an overcast day, with grays and blues blurred together. White waves crash against a light beige sand. I take a deep breath and then smile as memories of walking on that beach flood my mind. Yes, this will be perfect on the wall in my office, where I can stare at it and dream up new plot lines. I turn to the other box and cut through the tape. It looks like it was opened and resealed. Did I forget something? My blankets are on top. I take them out and smell them and almost cry when I realize they smell like Sean. The pillow is on the bottom. But stuck in the middle of the blankets and pillow is an envelope with my name on it. I didn't forget anything. Sean opened the box to include this note. Before I open it, I put my blankets on the sofa, the pillow on my bed, and open my new things from this afternoon to find special places for them in the closet. Then I pour myself a cup of tea and carry the letter to the sofa, where I wrap up in a blanket that smells of Sean and open the note.
Lex, I'm not too proud to admit that I slept with these blankets for a night or two before I shipped them off to you. So they're late. I'm not sorry.
I grin. This is so Sean.
I'm glad you made it home safely. I hope this letter finds you well and settled back in where you can start writing that new story you mentioned a couple of times while you were here. I can't wait to read it. Best, Sean.
I read it twice, then carefully fold it and slip it back into the envelope, set it aside, and bury my face in the blanket and let myself have a good, cleansing cry. Goodbye, Sean.
Chapter 16. Sean. Boger in hell, I grumble before rushing over to the sink to run cold water over my sizzling little finger. Human flesh doesn't do well in hot grease. What happened? Maggie asks as she loads her tray. Stubbed my toe, I reply, and chuckle when she sticks her tongue out at me. Wasn't paying attention. That seems to be the norm for you lately, which has me a little worried if I'm being honest. Oh, by all means, let's be honest. What are we being honest about? Maeve asks as she walks into the kitchen. Don't you both have jobs to do? Still moody, I see, Maeve mumbles. What's that supposed to mean? I press half an onion to the burn, and it immediately starts to feel better. Moody and spacey, that's been you for a while now, Maggie says. And you're here at the pub all the damn time. I thought you had another deadline. Shouldn't you be at home writing the next cinematic masterpiece? Yes. Then go do it, Maeve says. We have things under control here. I lower a basket of fries into the grease and flip a burger. I'm here at the pub day after day because I can't fucking write. I can't concentrate, and it's driving me mad. Seriously, what's wrong? Maggie asks. I always thought writer's block was a bunch of bullshit, I reply as I toss a slice of cheese on the burger. I've always been able to power through when I've been stuck on something. I take a walk, or talk it out with one of you, or work out. Basically, I just have to clear my head. I haven't had a clear head in a fucking month. A slow smile spreads over Maeve's face. You miss her. Who? I ask, knowing full well who she's talking about. Jane Fonda, Maeve says, rolling her eyes. You've been acting weird since Lexi left a month ago. You miss her. Bullshit. She's right, Maggie says. But all of the humor is gone. She's not teasing me now. It's okay to admit that you miss her. We all do. I frown, but don't reply. She was funny, and probably the best kitchen help, aside from Ma, we've ever had. I stare at Maeve, who just shrugs. Sorry, but it's true. She's not dead, I remind them. I'm sure she's still funny. And sexy as hell, along with smart and kind and all of the things that make Lexi, Lexi. You should call her, Maggie says. Why would I do that? We finished the project. And hearing her voice might bring me to my knees. I already can't concentrate. Talking to her will only make things worse. No, I need to get my bloody head on straight and figure my shit out. Is it that you can't concentrate? Maeve asks. Sometimes, switching from one project to the next is a bitch, I admit. And it's true. Shifting gears can be difficult. That's what I'm blaming this on. It has nothing at all to do with a gorgeous brunette with a body made for sin. I think you need a change of scenery, Maggie says. Why don't you go to Ireland for a while, Sean? Go see Ma and Da, enjoy some time at the inn, walk the cliffs. Your muse is sure to find you there. I can't go, I say, shaking my head. Keegan needs me here. No, he doesn't. Keegan pokes his head through the door. Also, Mary Margaret, I need you to get your little arse back out here. Sorry, tell Sean he can go to Ireland for a while. She hurries out, and Keegan levels me with that older brother stare. Get out of town for a while, man, he says. I'm covered here. By who? He hired a cook this morning, Maeve says with a smile. Seriously, go. I turn back to the griddle. I'll be gone by the weekend. You were right. I'm grinning down at my sister's lovely faces. I just video called them from my room at our family inn along the cliffs of the west shore of Ireland. I've been here for exactly 30 days. Of course we were, Maggie says. How is the script coming along? I'm almost finished. Wow, we were extra right this time, Maeve says. Yeah, well, don't let it go to your head. Say hi to Ma and Da for us, Maggie says. And Kane and Stacia, too. I will. You know, you're both welcome to come out here any time. There is more than enough room. Soon, Maeve says. Love you. I love you, too. Tell Keegan the same, will you? Sure, bye. I hang up and grab a jacket from a nearby chair. My room at the inn, owned by some cousins of mine, is more than comfortable, but it's a little on the small side, which means after being here for a month, I'm about to bust out of it. I have too much crap. Clothes are scattered here and there, shoes on the floor, and the small vanity in the bathroom is covered with my razor and all of the other things a guy uses in the jack. These rooms are comfortable, but not meant to house a person for 30-plus days. No, I don't regret being here. Not at all. Coming here was the right thing to do. I've been able to have tunnel vision and focus on my project. Is it because of the extra few thousand miles between Lexi and me? Maybe. But no matter the reason, I'm grateful for it. I needed the reprieve from thoughts of her. I needed to catch my breath. And I've done that in Ireland. I hurry down a set of steps, move through the lobby, and meet Kane and Da on the front steps of the inn. Sorry, I was talking with Mary Margaret and Maeve, and those two never shut up. They have a gift for gab, they do. Da agrees with a happy nod. Let's get on then, shall we? What are we doing anyway? I ask. Not sure what my father has up his sleeve for this afternoon. All I know is I was to meet him along with Kane at 3. There's something I want you to see, Kane says, leading the way down the lane. We're on foot, so it must not be far away. Did you buy more property here? I ask. No, not yet, although Anastasia has her eye on a pretty little cottage down the way that I might get her for Christmas. I can't help but laugh and shake my head. You have more money than God himself. No, just enough to spoil my bride, Kane says. As it should be, Da adds. And it's proud I am of all my successful children. Every parent wants their child to have a better lot in life than they had. Now your sainted mother and I did just fine indeed, but we struggled, and that's the truth of it. So to see all of our children love what they do and make a pretty penny at it besides, it fills our hearts with pure joy. Kane leads us to the barn on our uncle's property that houses a kiln and all the tools he needs to turn his glass. He rarely shows us his pieces, so whatever he wants to show us must be extra special. He rolls up the old-fashioned door and flicks on a light. Lined on shelves are pieces of glass in all sizes and colors. They're absolutely gorgeous. Is this for the exhibit in Galway next month? I ask as I approach one piece in particular that catches my eye. It looks like two figures, a woman and a man, entangled in an intimate embrace. It reminds me of Lexi. It is, Kane says. We put off the exhibition for more than a year so I could fine-tune it and build the right pieces. Coming to Ireland early was the right call. It'll be a Christmas exhibit? I ask. Mid-December through Valentine's Day. My brother replies and turns to Da, who's standing a few feet away, taking it all in. What do you think? Our father shakes his head and wipes a tear from the corner of his eye. I think there couldn't be a man in the world as proud as I. These pieces are lovely, Kane. I think so, Kane says, turning a critical eye back to his work. I think the curator will be happy, and they should fetch a nice amount of money. Money or no money, you've done something extraordinary. Thank you. I also wanted to tell the both of you, privately, some happy news. Anastasia is expecting. I don't know that I've ever seen my father's face shine so brightly as he beams at my brother now. That's the best bloody news I've ever heard, Da says. Congratulations, I add. When are you going to tell the others? I told Ma this morning. She was bursting at the seams to shout it from the rooftops, but I made her promise to let me do the telling. I'll call the others in a bit. I wish we were all together for the news, but that's okay. When is she due? Da asks. In the spring, Kane replies. Early May. Fiona will be for knitting a blanket and sewing a christening gown, of course. We'd better get back and make sure our girl isn't on her feet. She's fine, Da, I reply, laughing at the doting grandfather. I know it's your first grandchild and you're excited, but Stasia is just fine. Taking care of our girls is our job, my son. Don't you forget that. Now, speaking of our girls, when are you going to get your Lexi back? I stare at him as Kane closes the barn door behind us. She's not mine to be getting. Love is wasted on the young, Da mutters in frustration. I just spoke with her last week. She's doing very well, but I can hear the loneliness in her voice, and it's there because you're too pig-headed to admit that you belong together. Hold on. I stop walking and hold my hand up, ignoring Kane as he laughs his ass off. You talked to Lexi? Of course. She's a lovely woman, and if I was 30 years younger and not married to the most wonderful woman on earth, I'd be after her myself. I narrow my eyes at my father. Kane's practically doubled over in glee. What are you laughing at? You should see your face. Are you jealous of your own father? Don't be an idiot. Fuck. I'm jealous of my Da. I want to hear her voice. I want her to want to talk to me. Damn it all to hell. Do you talk to her often? She calls your mother and me weekly, he says, pride thick in his voice. She's been doing some research for a book and had questions for us. Questions I could have answered. Now it's become a weekly habit. We speak every Tuesday evening after supper. I sigh and push my hand through my hair. How does it feel to know your father talks to your girl, but you don't? Kane asks. I will kick your ass, I remind him. He purses his lips as if he's giving something a lot of thought. Nope, not afraid of you, little brother. It seems my reprieve from all thoughts about Lexi is finally over. Thank God the movie I was writing is pretty much finished. I may never write again. When we reach the inn, I walk upstairs to my room to check my email before I join the family for dinner. I'm tempted to send Lexi a quick note just to ask her how she's doing, but I'm not sure that would be welcome. Based on how distant she acted at the airport when I dropped her off, and the fact that, besides one short text exchange, I haven't heard from her, I assume she's not interested in staying friends. And that's her prerogative. I'll get over it. I boot up the laptop and open my email, surprised to see something waiting from Luke Williams. Lexi is CC'd on the email. Hi, you two. I have excellent news. We are moving forward with the project, and I'd like to set up a meeting in 2 weeks. He lists the date and time at Williams Films in Seattle. Looking forward to seeing you both. Luke. Well, I guess I know when I'll see Lexi next. I missed Washington. I've been home for a few days, am finally settled in, and looking forward to seeing Lexi again. I'm not nervous. I'm fucking thrilled to be seeing her, and I'm going to do everything in my power to spend a couple of days with her. And nights. My mood is lifted for the first time in weeks, maybe months if I'm being honest, and today is going to be a fucking great day. I just have to get there. The ferry seems to be going too damn slow. I can see the Seattle skyline, but it looks so far away. Lexi is right there, and I'm going to pull her in for a big hug in a matter of just minutes. It's like Christmas and my birthday all rolled into one. Maybe I should talk to her about pursuing a more serious relationship. I've missed her. We can make the long-distance thing work. We'll figure it out. It's a beautiful, sunny, early winter day in Seattle. The air is crisp, but the sun is nice, reminding me of warmer days spent with Lexi just a few months ago. I rub my hands together, getting impatient. Doesn't this thing go any faster? I frown and glance down at my watch. Shit. I'm late.
Chapter 17. Lexi. I knock on Luke's office door jamb and then wince when I see that I've just interrupted him kissing the hell out of his gorgeous wife. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Oh, please don't worry about it, Natalie says with a smile.
Come in, Lexi. You remember my wife, Natalie?
Of course, it's good to see you, I say as Natalie pulls me in for a friendly hug. How've you been? I have no complaints at all, the other woman says with a wink. And I have to tell you, you look freaking amazing. Whatever you've been doing in Minnesota is clearly healthy. Thanks. I smile shyly. I've come a long way in the confidence department in the past 3 months, but I'm still shy around strangers. That's just who I am, and I'm okay with it. I know you're heading into a meeting, so I'll go. I'm meeting Jules for a late lunch and a little shopping. Natalie grins at her husband. Don't worry, I won't go crazy.
Go as crazy as you like,
Luke says.
You've earned it and more. Love you.
Love you too. She turns her friendly smile to me. It was good to see you again, Lexi. You too. Natalie leaves, and I glance over at Luke, who's watching the door with a lovesick look on his ridiculously handsome face. She's pretty great.
You have no idea,
he replies before straightening his tie.
We can go to the conference room. I hope your trip was good.
A bit of a bumpy landing in Seattle, but not horrible.
It's always bumpy landing here,
he says.
And thanks for coming in. I know it seems silly to bring you all the way to Seattle for an afternoon meeting, but I'd like to have everyone here together, rather than try to discuss things in a Zoom meeting. I feel like things get lost in translation and you can't always depend on internet connections.
I smile as he stops at the kitchen to order a coffee. I join him, and he continues talking while we wait for our orders. It's okay. I haven't been on a trip since the last time I was here. I think I'll spend a couple of days in the city, go to a museum, shop, that sort of thing. I'm not going to assume that I'll spend time with Sean. I know I'm going to see him today, and I've managed to keep my emotions in check. I haven't heard from him in 3 months. The man just isn't interested. But I can be professional, friendly, and get myself through the day without making an ass of myself. We can be co-workers. That's been my mantra since Luke's email came in 2 weeks ago. At first I was terrified, but I meditated, and once I was thinking clearly, I realized that Sean and I are adults. Everything will be fine. When our coffees are ready, Luke leads me down the hall to the conference room that Sean and I worked in when I first arrived here. It's the same sterile space, and I'm grateful that I don't have to work here regularly ever again. I glance around the table, but I don't see Sean. Sean's late, a woman says with a shrug. Pretty much a normal thing, I reply and take my seat. The only empty spot is directly across from me. so I'll have to stare at Sean for the next couple of hours. I take a deep breath, and just as I raise my coffee to my lips to take a sip, the door opens, and in walks the man that has haunted my dreams for 3 months. Holy hell in a handbasket, he's better looking than I remember. How is that even possible? His green eyes scan the room and land on me. Then they darken, and he keeps his gaze focused on me as Luke greets him. He doesn't even look away as he takes a seat across from me. I'm the first to look down at the paper in front of me as scenes from our time together flash through my mind. Laughing and talking, the incredible sex, the days walking the beach and our time at the cabin, helping his family at the pub and spending time with his parents. I still talk to his parents. Weekly, if I'm being honest. I adore them. Besides my time with my mother, the regular chats with Fiona and Tom are my favorite part of the week. For a while, it helped me not miss Sean so much. Now, they're my friends. I glance up to find him watching me calmly, his eyes not showing any emotion. Yeah, I've missed him, and I'd love nothing more than to climb over this table and have my way with him. This is going to be a long meeting.
Thanks again for coming all this way, Lexi,
Luke says, shaking my hand.
I think it was valuable, and this movie is going to be fantastic.
I agree, I reply with a smile. Thanks again for taking it on, Luke.
Thanks for writing a story we want to see on the screen,
he says with a wink before he walks out of the room. I see Sean discussing something with Adam, the director, so I take the opportunity to duck out and quickly gather my things and walk down the hall to the elevators. I've just walked out the front doors of the building when I hear his voice.
Lexi.
It's the same tone from the airport, firm and strong. I stop where I am, take a deep breath, and turn to find him standing 10 feet away, his hands at his sides, waiting. Hey, I say, not sure what the correct response is. I saw you were busy and I didn't want to interrupt. He nods, but I can tell by the way he narrows his eyes that he doesn't believe me. I've always been a horrible liar.
I'd like to take you to dinner.
It's not a question, but I know if I say no, he won't push me. I am, however, hungry, and a girl has to eat. I just have to drop this stuff off at my hotel, I reply. Walk with me? His shoulders relax as he steps to me and takes my computer bag from me.
How are you, Lex?
God, I've missed his voice and that slight Irish accent. I'm doing really well. How are you?
I'm good,
he says with a nod.
I just got back from Ireland a few days ago.
You went to Ireland? I can't believe that his parents never mentioned it in any of our calls.
For about a month,
he confirms. My hotel is just down the block from Williams Films, so it doesn't take long to get there. When we're at my door, I unlock it and let him in.
This is a nice room.
Luke insisted on the suite, even though it's just me here. I gesture for him to set my bag on a chair. But yes, it's nice. I'm just going to change out of this suit, if that's okay. These shoes are killing me.
I'm not in a hurry,
he says. I nod and walk into the closet where I've hung my clothes, retrieve a maroon lace top and black slacks, and quickly change. I slip my feet into black flats and join Sean. There, that's better.
Christ Jesus,
he mutters, rubbing his hand over his mouth. What's wrong? I glance in the mirror, worried that maybe the lace of my top is see-through, despite there being a liner under it. But it looks fine to me.
First of all, I'm tired of the formality.
He crosses to me and pulls me in for a big hug.
I haven't seen you in 3 months, and I missed this.
You did? I ask against his chest.
Yeah, I did. You look so great, Angel.
I smile at the second compliment of the day. Thanks. Things are going well. I'll tell you about it over dinner.
I can't wait. So you're taking dance classes, you've learned to speak French, and you're going to run a marathon in December.
At Disney World, I confirm. I've been busy. I came out of my shell in Washington, and it felt too good to go back in when I got home. So I made a list of things to do to keep myself busy and social. It's been a lot of fun. I'm also writing more and enjoying the story. It's almost finished. Have you been writing?
I wrote a screenplay while I was in Ireland,
He says.
and I've been helping out at the pub, spending time with family, that sort of thing.
I think that's wonderful, I say, total sincerity in my voice. I've been spending more time with my mom as well. We have a standing lunch date every couple of weeks, and sometimes we go shopping, too. It's fun.
I'm glad.
He replies. We've made our way through dinner, and Sean already paid the check. He hasn't touched me since that hug in the hotel room. The conversation has been fluid and interesting, but something is holding us back from truly reconnecting. It's the elephant in the room. Am I going to invite him back to my hotel with me? Am I going to spend the night with him?
I'll walk you back,
He offers as we slide out of our seats and head out of the restaurant. It's winter, which means it's chilly since the sun has gone down. I shiver, and Sean takes off his jacket and drapes it over my shoulders. Thanks. He reaches down and takes my hand, linking our fingers, and I feel the connection all the way to my toes. He takes a deep breath, and I know how he feels because I feel the same thing. Lust, pure, unadulterated desire ricochets between us like crazy. But it's more than that. And if I choose to invite him in, I could be opening up a can of worms that I'll spend months trying to close again. When I reach my door, I unlock it and turn to him. He braces a hand on the doorframe and gently smiles down at me. His knuckles drift down my cheek. And that's all it takes. There's no way I can send him away now. I want him too damn much. Do you want to come inside? I ask. I hear the breathiness of my voice.
I want to come in.
I walk in ahead of him and drape his jacket over a chair. I hear the door snick closed behind me. And when I turn, he's there. This sexy as all get out, wonderful man whom I know so well. It's been too long since I was with him, and this feels like a dream. How did you get better looking? I ask as my eyes sweep over his body from his messy dark hair to his black shoes. I think it should be illegal to get more attractive. He smirks.
Get over here.
I cock a brow. That's right, you're bossy. His lips twitch and I cross to him. Why am I so damn nervous? I've been with this man dozens of times. The score then was the same as it is now. No attachments. Co-workers with benefits.
Still not marrying you,
He murmurs, making me laugh and breaking the ice. No, certainly not. He reaches out to tuck a lock of hair behind my ear, and that's all it takes. He descends on my mouth, kisses me with the fire of 1,000 suns. The intense Sean that I know is back, and all of his focus is on me. It's fucking amazing. He lifts me easily and carries me to the bed.
Shit, I'll be right back.
He hurries over to his jacket and retrieves something out of the pocket, then returns to me and tosses several condoms onto the bedside table. Was I a sure thing, then?
Absolutely not,
He says with a laugh.
In fact, I was pretty sure that you'd be sending me on my way after dinner. But a man can hope, Angel.
The next kiss is long and slow, thorough, wet and all-consuming. He's lazy about it, as if we have all the time in the world, and his only job is to memorize the shape of my mouth. My hand drags down his back and grabs his ass. Sean has a stellar ass. He lazily kisses my neck. This is no frenzied quickie, And I'm glad, because I want to memorize every moment, sigh, and sound. I want this ingrained on my brain for many years to come.
I dreamed of you,
he says, his accent thicker with his arousal. He's slow about getting me naked and has to pay close attention to each bit of skin he uncovers before moving on to the next. By the time I'm bare, I'm a writhing, panting mess of hormones, and he's still fully dressed. Take all of this off, I demand as I pull at his shirt, but Sean shakes his head no. This works much better if we're both naked, remember?
I remember everything,
he whispers.
I want to explore you first. I want to make you crazy.
Already there. He laughs and bites my side, just below my ribs.
Just lie back and enjoy, Lex.
He parts my legs and nudges his broad shoulders between them. With his hands planted on my ass, his mouth descends on my most sensitive flesh, and he feasts on me. Feasts on me. There's just no other way to describe it. I'm a thrashing, moaning pile of goo as Sean licks and nibbles, sucks and teases me into the kind of orgasm that leaves a person licking their lips and needing a drink. Wholly intense, Batman. Before I can fully recover, he strips out of his clothes and reaches for a condom. I look my fill, taking in the olive skin, toned muscles, and the impressive size of him as he covers me, pins my hands above my head, and slowly sinks inside.
Fuck,
he moans when he's seated fully.
Jesus God, I missed you, Lex.
I don't have time to answer when he covers my mouth and begins to move, building us both up toward the ultimate goal, the incredible climax that I know is just beyond my reach. He shifts to his side, rolling me with him, and with my leg hitched high on his hip, we stare into each other's eyes. I feel desired. I feel full. Not just physically, but emotionally as well. My God, I've been telling myself for months that I'm not in love with Sean O'Callahan. I lied. I'm completely in love with him. And this is a relationship that can never happen for more reasons than I'm capable of even listing right now.
Look at me,
he growls as he picks up the pace. I comply and watch those shining green orbs until he can't hold back any longer and loses himself to his climax. I'm a coward. A sneaky coward, but a chicken nonetheless. I've managed to pack my suitcase and sneak out of the hotel room without waking Sean. It shouldn't surprise me, given that we had so much sex we finally collapsed in a sweaty heap. He fell asleep right away, and will likely be comatose for at least another few hours. But I won't be there when he wakes. I hurry through the hotel's lobby with my single small suitcase and see the rideshare I summoned pull up at the doors. I get in the back seat and take a long, slow breath. Keep it together, Lexi. The ride to the airport is relatively quick, and given that it's barely 4 a.m, the airport is pretty deserted. I hurry to the ticket counter and smile at the attendant.
Checking in?
He asks. I read Scott on his name tag. Actually, Scott, I need your help. I have an outgoing ticket to Minneapolis in 2 days, but I need to get home today.
Oh, let's see what we can do,
he says. I pass him my license, and he starts tapping on the keys, bringing up my name.
I have a ticket in first class available on a flight that leaves in 45 minutes. Will that do?
That might be the most perfect thing you could have said to me. I need to get out of Seattle. Scott grins.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to check your bag.
Can I carry it on? Scott looks at my suitcase.
Yes, it looks like it'll fit. This is a larger plane. Just make sure you don't have any prohibited items like liquids over 3 ounces and the like. Okay, Lexi, let me work a little magic and we'll get you on your way.
It takes the wonderful Scott less than 3 minutes to get everything switched, and before long, I'm rushing through SeaTac to get to my gate in time. They're already boarding when I arrive. Because I'm first class, I am pushed through quickly, and then I'm in my seat. When they close the boarding door, no one is seated next to me. I'm all alone. I manage to hold myself together until we're in the air, and I watch Seattle disappear through the clouds. Then I cover my mouth with my hand and feel the tears well up. Because I don't want to go, but I have no choice. Because being in love with Sean O'Callahan isn't an option for me. He lives in Seattle. My life is in Minneapolis. It can never work. Any relationship with him would only lead to heartbreak. I feel more tears fall on my cheeks. Too late. We're already at heartbreak. I can't do this. I can't love someone so much, someone so wonderful, knowing that he can never be mine. It's not fair to me. It's definitely not fair to him, either. I changed the rules. I'm the one who suddenly can't handle a coworkers with benefits situation. Not him. He didn't do anything wrong. But I feel like we're both being punished. Are you okay, Miss Perry? I glance up at the first-class flight attendant. No, but I will be.
Chapter 18. Sean. The sun streams into the room. I can see it even through closed eyes. I take a deep breath and frown at the unfamiliar scents filling my nostrils. I roll to my back and open my eyes, and the past several hours flood my mind. Lexi. I'm with Lexi. I grin and roll toward her, but find the bed next to me empty, which isn't unusual where we're concerned. During the month we spent together, we regularly woke up and left the bed to work, grab something to eat, or think while letting the other sleep. I hope she's either ordering or fetching us some coffee. I sit on the edge of the bed and listen, but I don't hear any movement in the suite. I use the restroom, and when I return to the bed, I reach for my phone and shoot her a text. Me. Please tell me you're foraging for caffeine. There's a great little shop called Cherry Street Coffee. Grab cinnamon rolls, too. I watch the screen after I hit send and frown when the text doesn't go through. What in the hell? I rub my hand over my face and glance around the room, and every hair on my body stands on end. I don't see any of Lexi's things. A frenzied look in the closet and bathroom confirmed that all of her belongings are gone, as is she. She isn't out looking for breakfast at all. She left. Fucking hell, I mutter as I retrieve my phone once again. Me. Never mind. You're gone. Again. I might as well take a shower and clear the cobwebs from my brain. I can't believe I was so stupid. I thought I'd have a few days with her at least. I hoped to talk her into extending her stay so I could take her to the island for a little while. Maybe the cabin. I wanted more time. I just wanted more. It's clear that Lexi doesn't feel the same way about me as I do about her. For fuck's sake, we had one night together again, one of the best nights of my life, and she ran away. She doesn't want me. And as much as that hurts my ego and my heart, it's a truth that I need to accept and move on from. She couldn't be clearer in her decision. I haven't seen you in a while, Maggie says when I answer the door to her knock. She has my brother Kane's dog, Murphy, with her, and they both come inside. Murphy wags his tail as I scratch him behind the ears, then he curls up on my couch for a nap. I've been working, I reply, and lead Maggie to the kitchen, where I finish making myself a sandwich. Hungry? Yes. She reaches over and snatches my sandwich off the plate and takes a big bite. I stare at her. What? I was going to make you one. I'll have just the one, thanks. I'll be stuffed after this. Her smile is smug. She's such a pain in my ass. Has been since the day she was born. I get to work making another sandwich. The sound of Murphy's snores fill the room. Maggie isn't talking, she's just watching me, chewing on her pastrami and rye. So you're just here because you haven't seen me in a while? You haven't been at the pub in a week. Keegan hasn't needed me. But you usually come anyway. I finish the sandwich and take a bite. I told you, I've been working. You're also really grouchy. I narrow my eyes and continue chewing. See, you're not even speaking to me. I mean, I know you're on the quiet side, but this is excessive even for you, Sean Michael O'Callahan. Only Ma gets to use my middle name and get a reaction. We can call her if you'd like, she offers with a saccharine sweet smile. Or you can make it easy on yourself and tell me what has your knickers all up in a wad. I laugh and finish the last bite of my sandwich. She's still eating hers, so I lean on the counter and cross my arms over my chest. My knickers, as you so delicately put it, are not in a wad. Talk to me. I'm your sister. I love you and I can keep a secret. You told Ma that I was the one who broke that expensive plate of hers when I was 9, after you swore you wouldn't tattle on me. I was young and impressionable, Maggie says with a shrug. Besides, you were only grounded for a week for that. Yeah, the week of Patrick Simpson's birthday party when they were going to the laser tag place and I had to stay home. She winces, which gives me immense satisfaction. I said I was sorry. There's nothing going on, I reply and put my dirty dishes in the dishwasher. I really am neck-deep in a project, and I just haven't had time to get to the pub. But if you ever need me, all you have to do is call. I know that, she says, waving me off. How did it go in Seattle a few weeks ago when you got to see Lexi? I press my lips together and stare at her. I knew this weird mood had to do with her. I'm not in a bloody weird mood. Did it not go well? Was she not excited to see you? You haven't talked about how you left things before, so maybe it was uncomfortable and awkward? You should be a writer, I mumble, deadpan. You have a great imagination. I wouldn't have to use my imagination if you'd just tell me what happened. I walk into the living room and over to the windows that look out to the ocean and shove my hands into my pockets. It's true. I have been working like crazy since that night a couple weeks ago with Lexi. But I've also spent plenty of time standing right here, staring out at the waves. I turn around to find Maggie snuggled up with Murphy on the sofa, waiting patiently for me to open up to her. Maybe talking it out would help, because keeping things to myself all this time certainly hasn't been a cure for the post-Lexi blues. The meeting was good, I begin and sit in a chair across from my sister. We got a lot of things about the project ironed out. Lexi looked amazing as usual, maybe even more so than before. I took her to dinner, and then I spent the night with her. Maggie's green eyes light up. Way to go, big brother. And then she proceeded to pack up her stuff and split in the middle of the night. Her face falls. Yikes. Yeah, yikes. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that she's not interested in pursuing anything with me. She blinks at me and then frowns. But did you call and ask her why she left? No. Her eyes narrow. What did you say to fuck it up? I didn't say anything. Christ, Mary Margaret, I'm not an asshole. Well, something went wrong for her to just up and sneak out in the middle of the bloody night, Sean. Women don't usually do that. If I remember correctly, Anastasia did exactly that to Kane, remember? That's different, she says, waving me off. Why? Because Kane can be an asshole, so him losing women in the middle of the night doesn't surprise me. You, on the other hand, are a different story altogether. Do you even care? Do I care about why she ghosted me? Of course I do. She rubs her hands through her hair in agitation. Okay, let's back up. Before you had sex, I assume you had a conversation? I clench my jaw and glare at my sister. What did you say? I told her I wasn't going to marry her. For fuck's sake, Sean, of course she left. It's an inside joke. I stand and pace the living room. When we first started sleeping together as co-workers, we agreed that it was just a physical relationship for us to enjoy while we worked together. I said that then, and when I saw her a couple weeks ago, I said it again. Because you're a moron. I will throw you out of here on your little butt, Mary Margaret. Right. I'm terrified. Sean, if you don't want anything with Lexi, why are you all messed up over your last encounter with her? I don't get it. I didn't say I don't want anything with her, I reply in frustration. You're in love with her. I stop pacing and stare at Maggie. I feel the blood leave my face. That's what it is. You're worked up because you're in love with her and you screwed it up and she doesn't want to have anything to do with you. I'm not in love with her. No, if that was the case, you wouldn't give a monkey's ass what her reaction was that morning. You'd just go on with your lonely little life. I'm not lonely. But you are in love with her, Sean, and that's why you're upset and defensive, and honestly, you look like crap. Thanks. You need to go to her and talk to her. You have to communicate with her that you want more than a physical relationship, and you need to ask her what she wants. I have a feeling she's in love with you too, and when you said you weren't marrying her, it hurt her feelings and she went home. Which if it were me, I'd do the same damn thing. So what? I just show up on her doorstep and say, "Hey there, sorry to bother you, but I've changed my mind and I am in love with you, so let's have sex?" Maggie stands up, walks to me, and slaps me upside the head. Hey! You're so dumb. Why she loves you, I have no freaking idea. You show up and be honest with her. You don't want to be with her just because the sex is amazing, so no, I wouldn't lead with that. I was just kidding. I can't believe we come from the same gene pool. Hey, I'm not that bad. Well, you've managed to make an amazing woman like Lexi fall in love with you, so you can't be all bad. In all seriousness, Sean, you really do need to have a frank conversation with her. Open up to her and let yourself be vulnerable, which I know the men in this family have a hard time with, although Da's becoming more sentimental in his older age. I can be vulnerable, I'm an artist. She smirks. Go get your girl, because I love her too, and I miss her. We all do. She fits so well with us, Sean. I know. I just hope I'm not too late. If it's meant to be, you're not too late. I have faith in you. You just said I'm a moron. Well, you can be, but you're also pretty great, and Lexi sees that. Just go talk to her. Can you reserve me a flight while I pack? Of course. I'm putting you in first class because you need drinks. No drinks, I disagree. But first class is good. I'll be in the front of the plane and can get off quickly. The Minneapolis airport is a shit show. It's enormous, difficult to navigate, and when I'm already impatient to get to my girl, it's not good. But roughly 9 hours after Maggie gave me the come to Jesus conversation, I'm in a rental car headed to Lexi's building, having saved her address when I mailed her box. It's after rush hour, so traffic is light. I park in a visitor space and take the elevator up to her floor. I knock on the door several times, but there's no answer, so I take out my phone and shoot Lexi a text. Me. Hey, I'm at your front door. Please answer. The text is delivered, but she doesn't reply. I try again. Me. Please come to the door, Lex. I need to talk to you. Nothing. I knock again in case her phone isn't near her, and as I'm waiting, the door across the hall from Lexi opens, and a little woman with white hair peeks out. Can I help you? She asks. I know it's late, and I'm sorry if I was loud and bothered you. I'm just trying to see Lexi. Oh, well, she and her mother are out of town. I feel all the hope I've been carrying around with me all day drain from my body. They went to Florida to run in a race. I sure am proud of Lexi. She's been doing so well with her running. She's amazing, I murmur with a nod. And now I remember her mentioning that she was going to Disney World this month. I just didn't realize it was this weekend. Do you want me to give her a message when she gets home? I shake my head no. Do you happen to know which resort they're staying at in Florida? She frowns. Well, I've probably already said too much. I shouldn't tell you that. I'm Sean O'Callahan, and I'm in love with Lexi, ma'am. I'm trying to find her so I can talk to her and tell her how much I love her. You're the young man she spent time with in Washington. I nod eagerly. That's right. I'll go get on a plane to Orlando right now if you'll just tell me where I can find her. She seems to think it over, and then sighs. I hope I'm doing the right thing. Lexi and her mom are staying at the Grand Floridian. Lexi went all out on the trip, wanting to make it extra special for her mama. Thank you. I'm so excited I pull her in for a hug, and she laughs. You're wonderful. Good luck to you, young man. I wave and jog back toward the elevator and call Maggie. I need you to book me on the next flight to Orlando. I can't tell you that, Mr. O'Callahan. I sigh and stare at the woman named Star behind the counter at the Grand Floridian. I've just checked into a room and asked her if she could tell me which room Lexi is in. Listen, I've come a long way to surprise her. I'm sure you have, but we take the safety and privacy of our guests very seriously. I can't tell you where she is or if she's still here. I tilt my head at the tone of her voice. She's not here? I can't confirm or deny that. She came for the marathon race tomorrow. The marathon was yesterday, she replies and offers me a small smile, but she doesn't elaborate. So she ran yesterday and already checked out. She just shrugs a shoulder, not actually confirming or denying the statement, as she said. But that's what happened. Damn it. I may not need that room after all. I just need to make a phone call. I can cancel it without penalty after you make your call, she says. I turn away and pull my phone out of my pocket, frowning when I see texts from Maeve. Maeve, call me. I dial her number and listen to the ring. She finally answers. I've been trying to reach her for like an hour. I was checking into a hotel in Florida and trying to find out what room Lexi's in. But I think she already left, so I need you or Maggie to book me another flight to Minneapolis. Would you stop talking for 3 seconds and listen? Maeve asks. I just got off the phone with Da. Lexi and her mother are in Ireland, Sean. Ireland? What in the bloody hell are they doing in Ireland? Sean? Looks like I'm moving my flight to Galway up from next week to right now. Can you help me? Already on it. Just get yourself to the airport. Also, this is incredibly romantic. Only if it works, Maeve. If not, I'm just a stalker. A romantic stalker.
Chapter 19. Lexi. I'm so proud of you, Mom says as she hugs me after the race. You did amazing. It felt great, I reply as I catch my breath. I look down at the medal I got at the finish line. And Jasmine is my favorite princess. This is a heavy medal, Mom says in surprise as she hefts it in the palm of her hand. How do you feel? Tired, but energized. Also, I have a surprise for you. We're walking through the park to the shuttle area so we can catch a ride back to our resort. What? She asks. We're leaving tomorrow for Ireland. Mom's jaw drops as she stares at me. What? You heard me. I'm taking you to Ireland for Christmas. We're going to spend 2 weeks there as tourists. Sean O'Callahan's family owns an inn there, and that's where we're staying. You'll get to meet some of his immediate family as well. I know you've always wanted to see the country, and it's time you do. But you hate to fly. I shrug. It's not my favorite thing, but I have a meditation app and a pill to make me sleepy. I just ran a marathon, for goodness sake. I can certainly endure a 9-hour flight. Just saying the words aloud makes me feel a little queasy. The truth is, I'm scared out of my mind to take a flight over the ocean, but a trip abroad is on my list of things to do, and I'm going to do it. With my mom. For Christmas. Oh my gosh, Ireland! Mom presses her hands to her cheeks as she grins like a kid on Christmas morning. But I didn't pack enough to be gone that long. We have 24 hours to do some serious shopping, I reply as the shuttle pulls up in front of us. So we'd better go shower and change and get a move on. Lexi, this is too much. No way. It's perfect. And a long time coming. Holy shit, Mom mutters, surprising a giggle from me. We're standing in front of our first-class pods on the plane, and watching my mom's reaction to everything new is the best part of this trip. Our pods are side by side. After I stow my carry-on above my head and take my shoes off to get comfortable, I notice Mom taking photos of everything. What are you doing? I have to send pictures to your Aunt Darla, she says. Look at this menu. I grin as she opens the menu and takes a picture. I had no idea that we'd be offered a meal like this, I admit. The website said meal offered, but this is super fancy. And I have a toiletry bag full of goodies, she says. Socks, an eye mask to sleep, and a toothbrush. The flight attendant stops by to take our order for dinner, and for tomorrow's breakfast, as this is an overnight flight. Mom asks if she can take a photo of the flight attendant for my Aunt Darla. 10 years ago, I would have been mortified. Today, I'm just overjoyed that she's having such a good time. The attendant is gracious and poses for a photo, holding up the fancy menu, and then Mom takes the fluffy blanket the airline provided out of the plastic it's wrapped in. "A down blanket and pillow," she says. "Boy, there's such a huge difference between first class and coach these days." "Oh, this isn't normal," I say with a laugh. "Our flight from Minneapolis to Orlando was normal domestic first class. This is international. We're going to be in the air for a long time." I swallow hard, not wanting to think about it. "Well, I'll be as comfortable as can be," Mom says with a smile. "Thank you, honey." "You're welcome." This right here is why I work so hard, so I can share these things with my mom and enjoy myself. For too long, I lived the life of all work and no play. Not anymore. Now, I'm going to enjoy the benefits of a job well done. An annual vacation with Mom is the least I can do. We're just about to take off, so I reach for the magazine I brought with me to try to keep my mind occupied. I flip through the pages and stall when I see the headline, "Deadly Secret is in production." I've done an excellent job of keeping busy, of not thinking about Sean and the way we ended things. The way I ended things. But with the reminder of the film, thanks to this article, I miss him all over again. I've been dreaming about him almost every night, and he interrupts my thoughts when I'm supposed to be working. Even yesterday, when I was in the middle of running a marathon, I found myself wishing that Sean was at the finish line to greet me when I crossed it. I wish things were different. But they aren't. He made it clear that nothing serious could happen between us, and I respect his wishes. I just wish I could turn the emotions off, because getting over Sean O'Callahan has been much harder than anticipated. "Lexi, you have to come see this," Mom says as she pokes her head around my doorway at the O'Callahan Inn. We just arrived and were shown to our rooms, which are only a few doors down from each other. She waves for me to follow, and I hurry behind her. "Is your room okay?" I ask, concerned that something's wrong. "Is it okay?" she says with a laugh and spreads her arms wide as we walk inside. "Look at this view!" I relax and grin at her. "Didn't you see the same view from my room?" "I didn't pay attention," she admits. "I was too excited about my view. This inn is just so lovely. And did you hear them say it's been here for nearly 250 years? I did. I hope that doesn't mean it's haunted." "You and your imagination," she says with a laugh. "I love how they've decorated for the holidays with all of the lights and the tree in the lobby. The clawfoot tub in the bathroom is to die for. I'll be taking advantage of that later." "We should get a nap in before dinner," I suggest. We arrived at the Galway airport late this morning. Once we made our way through customs, gathered our luggage, and rented a car, a couple of hours had passed. We're both jet-lagged and travel-weary. "You're right," Mom says. "I might go ahead and enjoy the tub now." "Good idea. Have a nice soak and a nap, and you'll be fresh for dinner." Mom folds me into her arms for a strong hug. She's been hugging me a lot on this trip. "Thank you." "You don't have to keep thanking me," I say with a laugh. "I'm having fun too." "I'm glad. Go rest up and come get me when you're ready to leave. I'll be ready for you." "Okay." I walk back to my room and finish unpacking. The room isn't huge, but it's certainly beautiful, with a 4-poster bed and a plush chair and ottoman. The wardrobe is plenty big enough to stow my things, and the bathroom is gorgeous with gleaming nickel hardware and white porcelain. Mom's idea of a bath is a good one, so I fill the tub and sink down into the steaming water. This is really the first moment I've had to relax since we left Minneapolis 5 days ago. Mom and I enjoyed the Disney parks for a couple of days, and then I took a day off to rest before the race. But even then, we took advantage of the spa and I did a swim in one of the resort's pools. After the race, we shopped. And shopped some more. We had to buy 3 extra suitcases to haul everything around with us, and I anticipate needing 1 more to take our souvenirs back to the States. I don't mind at all. Sean's cousins own this inn, and they greeted us with open arms. I've never felt so welcomed when checking into a hotel before. They even offered us freshly baked apple cake, which I couldn't pass up. You'd have to be an idiot to say no to that. Fiona and Tom invited us to come to dinner at their home on our first night here, and I couldn't turn them down. I'm beside myself with excitement to see them and to introduce them to my mother. Even if Sean and I aren't meant to spend our lives together, I've made lifelong friends in his family, and that makes me happy. But the past few days have caught up to me, and I'm exhausted. So, once the water has cooled, I climb out of the tub, towel off, and slip between the soft bedsheets naked, ready for a long nap.
Now, if you have your victim thrown over the cliffs, it could be ruled as an accident or a suicide,
Tom says later that evening. He and I are sitting at the kitchen table, our bellies full after a delicious dinner made by Fiona. Mom and Fiona are in the sewing room, talking about yarn and things that I really know nothing about. Murder, on the other hand, has always piqued my interests, and Tom is a wonderful brainstorming partner. Yes, but would it be bloody enough? I ask, making him laugh.
You've obviously never seen the damage a body undergoes when flung down 300 feet onto sandstone.
No, I haven't. Have you?
Unfortunately,
he replies with a sigh.
It's a bloody mess, and that's the truth of it. Wouldn't leave much evidence behind either, so it would make a challenge for your detective to find the killer. Because, although bloody, if the body lays there long enough, the surf will carry it away.
Increasing the mystery is always what we want, I murmur, thinking it over. What if the victim is a woman?
Poor lass,
he says, but grins at me with glee.
I do enjoy thinking up stories with you, Lexi girl.
You're so good at it, I reply. I see now where Sean gets his imagination from. And that's the truth, Fiona says as she and Mom come back into the room. Tom was always spinning tales for the babies when they were young. Sean was always the most interested in them. How many children do you have? Mom asks. 5, Fiona says, and every one of them is the apple of me eye. Of course they are, Mom says, smiling at me.
They're all living in Washington, Tom adds. Doing various things, chasing dreams and the like, as it should be. But we miss them.
They're all going to be here for Christmas, Fiona says. It will be the first Christmas we've spent together in Ireland since Sean was a wee lad. Maggie's never had a Christmas here, and she's a woman of 26. They're all coming? I ask, feeling the excitement bubble in my stomach. Mom and I will still be here then, and I might be able to see them. Of course, that includes Sean, but I can be an adult. Probably.
That they are,
Tom says.
Kane has a glass exhibit opening over the holiday in Galway, and everyone wanted to be here for it. So Keegan's closing the pub for a couple of weeks, and the whole brood will be here. Fiona and I won't know what to do with a whole house full of children again.
And soon we'll have a wee babe, Fiona says, clapping her hands. What? Oh, how did I not hear this news? Anastasia's expecting, Fiona says, and turns to my mother. She's our eldest's wife. By late spring, Kane and Stasia will be parents, and we'll have a new sweet baby in the family. That's so wonderful, I say with a smile. You all have so many things to celebrate.
And you and Diane will still be here,
Tom says, gesturing to my mom.
So you can help us celebrate.
Oh, but this is a family affair, I say, acutely aware of my mom watching me with wise, curious blue eyes. I haven't admitted to her that I'm in love with Sean, that I'm in love with all of them, but I know she can see it written all over my face. Nonsense, Fiona says. You'll join us, and that's that. Kane's best friend, Cameron Cox, is coming as well. Our family is full of those tied to us by blood and others united by love, and that's the truth of it, Lexi. I have to take a deep breath so I don't cry like a blubbering idiot. Thank you for including us, Mom says, reaching over to pat Fiona's hand. Tom pats my hand kindly.
It's happy we are to have you here, lass. I hope this won't be your only trip to Ireland.
Oh, I think I'll be coming here for years to come. Can you please bring me the baby wipes? I ask, pointing at the wipes in question across the room. She's dirty.
She had a healthy breakfast,
Sean says with a chuckle as he hands me the wet wipes and then leans over to kiss our daughter on the forehead.
Didn't you, sweet Aisling?
I quickly get her cleaned up and diapered, and once she's in her pajamas, I pass her to Sean. It's your turn to put her to bed, Da.
And a pleasure it is,
he says with a wink. He takes her into the nursery, and I can hear him crooning to her through the monitor.
You're my best girl, aren't you, darling? That's right. Shall we have a story, then?
I walk into the bathroom and take a hot shower. When I've toweled off, Sean is already waiting for me in the bedroom. That was quick.
She passed right out during my Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde story.
I'm not sure you should be telling that story to a 2-month-old, I say with a laugh.
She can't understand the words. Or she can, and that was a really boring story.
He tugs me against him and kisses me long and slow. He loosens the towel wrapped around me and lets it pool at my feet.
You're a gorgeous woman, Lexi.
I'm glad you think so. The dream is sexy and almost in slow motion as Sean makes love to me. There are soft sighs and long, deliberate touches that make my core ache for him. His words of love echo through my mind as I surface from sleep. I blink my eyes open and stretch under the crisp white linens. The sun is up, and I feel well rested. I glance over and see Sean sitting in my plush chair. Am I still dreaming? Chapter 20. Lexi.
Do you ever look at your damn mobile?
I blink, coming fully awake now. I'm definitely not dreaming. The Sean seated 5 feet away from me looks angry, exhausted, frustrated. I sit up, and the covers fall, and I immediately pull them up around my bare chest. Good morning to you, too.
It's an honest question, Lexi.
And the honest answer is I've barely looked at my phone in days because I've been traveling and I don't have cell coverage in Ireland. I haven't connected to the Wi-Fi yet. He takes a long, deep breath and then lets it out slowly. I didn't think you were coming to Ireland until next week. His green eyes flash at me.
I didn't either. I just got here about 2 hours ago. In the past 40 hours, give or take, I've flown to Minneapolis, where I met a nice older woman who lives across the hall from you.
Mrs. Peabody.
Then I flew to Orlando, where I apparently missed you by roughly 10 hours or so.
And now you've followed me here?
That I have.
Why? My hands fist in the covers, and I bite my lip, waiting for his answer.
Having a life-altering conversation is damn difficult when you look like that,
he says. Like what?
Like every bloody fantasy I've ever had in my life.
And there's the spark of hope that he's about to say what I've longed to hear for months. I'd get up and get dressed, but I think you're on a roll, and I don't want to interrupt you.
Okay, first, I need you to tell me why you snuck out that morning. Why did you leave?
I do not want to lead with this. I'd like to know why you're here first.
Isn't it obvious?
No. He rubs his hand over his bloodshot eyes.
I've buggered all of this up, Lex. I let you leave the first time because I thought that was for the best. Our working relationship had come to an end, and it was just time for you to go.
And I'm glad I did. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them.
You're glad you left?
Yes, because as hard as it was to say goodbye, I had a list of things that I wanted to do, stuff I wanted to accomplish. You opened my mind to the possibility that I had been holding myself back all of my life. I'm not agoraphobic.
I could have told you that.
You showed me, because I enjoyed spending time at the pub and going to the cabin. I wasn't afraid to leave the house at all. I'm still not fantastic at meeting strangers, but that's okay. Taking the dance class and learning French are both things that bolstered my confidence. And I've been spending more time away from my condo with my mom or friends, and I kinda love that I feel confident enough to do those things. So yes, I'm glad I left, because I wouldn't have put all of that into motion if I hadn't. Not to mention there was no reason for me to stay in Washington. His eyes darken.
I'm proud of you for all of those things, Lexi.
I am too.
So what happened 2 weeks ago?
I feel my cheeks flush and wish with all of my might that I had some clothes on. Having a vulnerable conversation while naked might be the most uncomfortable thing I've done in my life. But pushing through uncomfortable things has become my new normal. Tell me why you're here, I say, instead of answering him.
I'm here because I'm so in love with you I can't see straight. And spending one more day without you isn't an option for me.
I blink at him, shocked. You're in love with me? He moves from the chair and sits next to me on the bed. He pushes his fingers through my hair and smiles down at me.
Absolutely.
I snuck out of that hotel room and got on the first plane to Minneapolis because I'd finally admitted to myself that night that I was in love with you. But you reminded me that it was never going to be more than sex, Sean. And while the sex is off the charts amazing, it just leads to more feelings. If I had stayed any longer and spent more time with you, I knew it would just hurt all that much more when it was time to go.
Maggie's right,
he whispers.
I'm a moron.
Well, maybe a little bit.
For two people who use words for a living, we really messed up in the communication department, Angel.
I nod in agreement and drag my fingers down his cheek, over the dark stubble there. What are we going to do about it?
We're going to start talking about our feelings, and you're going to answer your damn mobile.
I can't help but laugh. It's a tough situation, Sean.
Why?
We live across the country from each other. We have lives several thousand miles away from one another.
We can figure that out,
he says.
Geography won't keep me away from you, Lex. That's the least of my worries.
Really?
Absolutely.
His gaze drops to my lips.
If I don't kiss you right this minute, I might die.
Now you're just being dramatic. But I lean closer, and he covers my lips with his. The kiss starts light, but quickly deepens as the frustration, fear, and longing of the past several months are shed, and we simply enjoy each other. Sean tugs the blankets away from my torso and fills his palm with a breast, gently tickling the nipple with his thumb. My skin comes to life under his touch. He doesn't stop kissing me as he sheds his clothes and joins me under the covers. Possessive touches, light caresses, tangled limbs and whispered words of love fill the air as we truly make love for the first time.
You're mine, Angel,
he says against my ear.
No matter what happens in this life, that won't change.
He slips inside me, claims me as his, and I feel so full of love, I think I might burst with it.
We should probably go downstairs and see the family,
Sean says an hour later as we lay sated and tangled in bed. The family?
Oh, I didn't mention that. When my parents heard that I was landing in Galway, they wanted to make sure to be here. So they're all downstairs having breakfast. My cousins are excellent cooks, by the way.
Yes, I know, but they're all here? Even Kane and Anastasia?
What's wrong?
Well, if they're all downstairs waiting on you, they know that either we're still fighting or we're... I shake my head, not able to complete the thought.
We're what?
You know perfectly well what. He rolls over me and pins my arms to the bed, nips at my lips.
Say it.
His voice is firm, commanding. No. He cocks a brow.
Did you just tell me no?
You might want to get used to that, I advise him. I know you have that alpha dominant side, but I'm not a woman who takes marching orders. Not sorry. He bites my earlobe and drags his nose down my neck. Damn it, he knows that's my weak spot.
Say it,
he says again. I don't even remember what we were talking about. He rests his forehead against my shoulder and laughs.
Sex, Lexi. You said they'll either think we're fighting or having sex.
No, I didn't. I was going to say making love. His face softens and he nuzzles me sweetly.
That sounds better.
Okay, get up. I untangle myself from him and scoot out of the bed before he can stop me.
I'm not finished with you.
You are for now. Your family's downstairs. It's rude to keep them waiting.
They're fine.
I shake my head and get dressed, but Sean just lays on his side, his head in his hand as he watches me. Are you going to make me go downstairs alone? I ask.
No, I'm just watching you for a minute. How was your marathon?
It was spectacular, and my time was decent. I'd do it again. You should run with me.
Not marathons,
he says.
I'll leave that up to you, but I'll go for a jog with you.
Okay. I watch as he rolls out of bed and pulls on the clothes he was in when I woke up. Where are your things?
I have a room here at the inn. Okay, let's go.
Why am I nervous?
Because they'll know we were making love.
I scrunch up my nose. That's awkward.
We're adults, Angel. It's pretty normal.
We walk down the steps to the first floor and find Sean's family sitting in the dining room, talking and laughing. Tom is the first to see us standing in the doorway, holding hands.
There they are,
he says. Sean's parents hug him, and I say hello to Kane and Stasia. Mom raises a brow as if to ask if everything's okay. I nod reassuringly and then gesture to Sean. Sean, I'd like to introduce you to my mom, Diane, I say. Mom, this is Sean. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mom says. I've heard so much about you.
Same here,
Sean says, kissing Mom on the cheek. You're the man I have to thank for giving me back my daughter, she says, taking Sean's face in her hands. She's always been wonderful. But because of you, she saw the potential in herself, and she's so much stronger now. Thank you for giving that to her.
I didn't do that,
Sean says quietly.
Lexi is an incredible woman, whether she met me or not. And she would have eventually realized what she needed to be happy.
You, I say, and lean in to kiss his arm. You were the only thing missing from my life to make me happy.
And I'm right here,
he says.
It's about bloody time,
Tom says.
Epilogue. Sean. The lighting is intentional. It's the holidays, so traditional twinkle lights are strewn about the space, but Kane was specific about which pieces should be near the lights, assuring that the glass is the focus and not the holiday decorations. The gallery in Galway hosting this exhibit is stunning. It only features Irish artists, and Kane knew that he wanted pieces that were also fired here in Ireland to be the ones on display for his exhibit. He and Anastasia have been here for 6 months, while Kane worked tirelessly to be ready. Despite a museum in his honor in Washington and the pieces he's made for heads of state around the world, I don't know that I've been prouder of him than I am today. I've never seen anything like it, I say to him as I give him a firm hug. You should be very proud. Thank you, he says. Are you ready? As I'll ever be. I rub my hands together and glance around the room. I spoke with Kane about my plans the other night because I wanted to make sure he wouldn't think I was trying to steal his thunder. Of course, he didn't. Lexi joins us, and I link my hand with hers just as Keegan walks over to join in on the conversation. "How does it feel to be away from the pub for a while?" Lexi asks him. "I'm a fish out of water," he says. "But it's nice to take a holiday. That show is beyond amazing, Kane. It's proud I am to be your brother." "We're a sentimental lot tonight," Kane says with a laugh. "Thank you. I'd better go find my bride." He walks away and stops to talk with Cameron, who also came to Ireland to celebrate the holiday with our family. Cameron's gaze sweeps the area and lands on Maggie. His jaw tightens. He rocks on the balls of his feet. Yes, Cameron has it bad for my baby sister. "So, Keegan, we need to find you a nice girl," Lexi says to my brother. He stares at her for a moment, and then tips his head back and lets out a laugh. "Why is that funny?" "Because, lass, the pub is my one and only mistress these days. I don't have time for a woman in my life. She'd be angry because I'm always working. I enjoy the company of a bonny lass when I've a mind to. That's all I need." "Sure," Lexi says. "We'll see about that." "You might want to take control of this one," Keegan says to me, and I watch with humor as Lexi bristles at his words. "Do you want a knuckle sandwich?" Lexi asks, making him chuckle. "Because I can give you one." "I'm sure that's the truth," Keegan says and leans in to kiss her cheek. "But I'd rather have a cuddle instead." "Get your own, girl," I say, my voice mild. Keegan grins and walks away to talk with Maeve and Ma. I glance around again and see that everyone is in place. Our parents are gathered nearby, along with my siblings. Everyone I hold most dear is here, and I've suddenly never been surer of anything in my life. "Lexi," I say, catching her attention. I lower to one knee and pull the ring Ma gave me for her out of my pocket. We started this in a room full of glass, and it's in another room full of glass that I want to say this to you. Hopefully this ends better than it did last time. She grins down at me, and I take that as a good sign. You're not the only one who found something precious in our time on the island. I discovered that I love being challenged every day by a passionate and intelligent woman. That my life without you is empty and lonely. That I need to speak up for what I want and to fight for it. And you're what I want, Angel. I want to navigate this life with you for the rest of our days. Please do me the honor of being my wife, Lexi. Will you marry me?" She brushes a tear from her cheek as she nods enthusiastically. "I would love nothing more." I slip the ring onto her finger, then bring her hand to my lips and cover the stone with a kiss before scooping her up into my arms and swinging her around. "I love you." I nuzzle her nose with mine. "I love you too." "Our family is growing by leaps and bounds, Macree," Da says to Ma, who also dabs a tear from her eye. "And isn't that a mighty fine thing?" This has been Imagine With Me, a With Me in Seattle novel, written by Kristen Proby, narrated